Marvel, I can summon the League of Legends. Chapter 1. Rebirth. System Awakening. USA, in a house in Manhattan, New York City, a young man with black hair was hunched over the table in the bedroom. Ah, my head hurts, what happened? A sharp pain was running through his head. Noah covered his forehead and sat up straight with his other hand on the table. He felt like his head was splitting with pain and was about to explode. Where is this place? After a long time, Noah just recovered from the headache. He looked up and saw a completely unfamiliar room, and he was sitting at a table. He looked at the computer screen on the table in front of him, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like he had become younger. Just as he was confused, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, Summoner's memory is fully awakened, the system is officially loaded. What's the sound? He was still wondering why he was in this unfamiliar place, and then he was startled by the sudden voice. He seemed to hear the word system. System? Did I travel through time like the protagonist in the novel? But I don't look the same? Noah was still thinking about it with a headache, and at this time, the voice of the system sounded again. Summoner, please be prepared, the memory is about to be loaded. Memory? What memory? Wow! Bang! When Noah was wondering what the memory the system was talking about, he suddenly felt a lot of memories appear in his mind, and then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The severe pain made him faint all of a sudden, and his body without support fell directly on the table, and the room returned to silence. Under the moonlight beside the bed, Noah woke up again, holding his forehead with his hands. The lingering pain made him feel like he had a bump on his head. Parents, car accident. Captain America? Iron Man? I'm still a little confused. So it seems like I was reborn, and reborn into the Marvel world. Noah had understood everything through the memories that flooded into his mind while he was in a coma. It turned out that he had traveled through time a long time ago. No, it should be reborn into the Marvel world, and then today he recovered his memories of his previous life, and the system bound to him was also unlocked. In this life, he was a Chinese born in America. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving him only their savings in the bank and this house. He has lived alone since his parents died, and is now in high school. Moreover, Noah found some familiar names in his memories, Captain America and Tony Stark. Aren't these the characters he saw in Marvel movies in his previous life? After recalling the names of these two, he knew that he had traveled to the Marvel world, but he didn't know whether it was the movie world or the comic world. Noah was very worried about this. He had only watched some Marvel movies in his previous life, and learned about Marvel content from video commentaries. He had never read Marvel comics, but he learned from some posts that the characters in the comics were much stronger than those in the movies, so he hoped that he had traveled to the movie universe. But he seems to have a system, and he can only rely on the system to give him peace of mind. System, are you there? He didn't know how to turn on the system, so he called for it in his mouth and mind at the same time. Hello, Summoner, League of Legends summoning system is at your service. League of Legends summoning system? Is that the name? Is it for summoning heroes? Noah heard the very familiar name of the system, League of Legends. He was not very good at this game in his previous life. He usually liked to play chess and watch the game. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to be playing this game before he died in his previous life, and then he died while playing. He accidentally knocked the cup onto the power strip at his feet, and then he was electrocuted and traveled through time. He had seen this way of traveling through time in many novels, but he didn't expect that he would travel through time in this way. The memory came to an abrupt end. Noah shook his head and continued to ask the system. System, what functions do you have? Summoner, this system can summon the power of heroes for you, allowing you to have the power of heroes in the game background. Summoning requires essence, and you can obtain essence by completing tasks. Summoning can not only summon hero templates, but also hero skins, various equipment, props, and world runes, etc. Summon a hero or hero skin template, and the summoner can directly obtain the power of the hero or skin in the game background. For more information, please explore on your own. Heroes also have the power of skin. After Noah heard the functions introduced by the system, he immediately thought of Dragon King, Bard, and Kindred. These seem to be the ceiling in the game background. In addition to these ceiling levels, there are some powerful heroes, demigods, Protoss, demons, Darkin, Ascendants, and Void. These heroes are also very powerful in the background. Moreover, Noah also heard the system talk about hero skins. There are also many existences with super combat power in the skin universe, such as the Dark Star series and the Mountain and Sea Scroll series. If Noah draws those powerful heroes or skins, he feels that he can live safely in this universe. However, he must first figure out whether this is a movie universe or a comic universe. System, do you know whether this is the movie universe or the comic universe? After system detection, this universe belongs to the Marvel Cinematic Universe recognized by the summoner. Oh, okay, I'm relieved then. Noah's heart finally relaxed. Although there are many crises in the movie universe, such as Thanos and the Celestials, it is much better than those outrageous villains in the comics. If he draws the Dragon King in the future, he feels that he will be invincible. Please summoner, open the panel. You have a chance to perform a free 10 draw summon for beginners. There's also a beginner's gift pack? Is it that good? Just when Noah was about to ask the system how to complete the task, he heard the system prompt sound. After asking how to open the system panel, he silently said to open the panel in his mind. A burst of light appeared, and a blue panel appeared in front of him. Backpack summon mission personal information. There are only these 4 options on the panel, which is very clean and tidy. There is no recharge option at all. It is obvious at first glance that this is not a domestic pay-to-win mobile game. System, I should be the only one who can see this panel. Yes, summoner. Noah clicked on the summon icon and saw 2 options appear in front of him. Summon 10 consecutive summon. It shows below the summon that 600 essence can be extracted once, and above the 10 draw it shows 6000 once, but now the upper right corner of the icon shows 1 free time. System, is there any difference between this 10 consecutive draws and 10 consecutive draws? Yes, summoner. After 10 consecutive summons, you can get an extra free treasure chest, which can open essence and other items. Free treasure chest? Isn't it the daily treasure chest that only gives out 10 essences? Games are games, reality is reality, please don't confuse the two. Okay, I believe you. Noah was skeptical about what the system said, but he chose to believe it first, and then he tapped the button for the 10 consecutive summons. After Noah pressed the button, the interface began to change, and the panel turned into a blue vortex. The vortex was spinning at high speed, and then after a violent tremor, 10 light balls and a blue treasure chest flew out of the vortex and stopped in front of Noah. Oh, I'm a little excited. System, do you want me to click on these balls? After Noah asked the system, he stretched out his finger and touched the first ball. Then the light of the ball dissipated, and a bottle of red potion appeared in front of Noah. The bottle was round and there was an iron ring around the glass bottle. Noah was very familiar with this thing. This was the life potion in the game, the little red bottle. Is this a life potion? How do I get it out, system? Summoner, you can store items in your backpack, or you can directly reach out and touch the items to take them out. After listening to this, Noah reached out and grasped the phantom of the life potion, and then the life potion appeared directly in his hand. He felt the cold glass bottle in his hand and felt inexplicably excited. Is this the blood bottle I used in every game before? How magical! It really appeared. Noah held the life potion in front of his eyes and looked at it repeatedly. The potion inside looked crystal clear, like flowing red agate. After Noah finished looking at the life potion, he put it on the table, then looked at the other light balls and reached out to click on them one by one. Life potion, mana potion, tears of the goddess, scout guard, life potion, mana potion. Potion, teardrop, didn't you draw a hero? After clicking 8 light balls in a row, he drew several bottles of potions, a piece of equipment, and a scout ward. Noah was a little anxious. He didn't know if there was a guaranteed minimum. He just hoped that he could draw a hero with the last ball. Noah looked at the last ball of light, he immediately lowered his head and clasped his hands together, activating the metaphysical method he often used in drawing lots in his previous life. May the Bodhisattva Guanyin bless me, may the Jade Emperor bless me, may the Buddha bless me, may God bless me, may I draw a hero, may I draw a hero. After a while of metaphysical muttering, Noah pointed to the last ball of light. When Noah's fingers touched the ball of light suddenly burst into dazzling light and then rushed towards Noah's chest. Before Noah could react, he was surrounded by light. Chapter 2. After Noah was wrapped in light, he seemed to enter a strange dream. In the dream, he was a teenager living in Ionia. He had an elder brother who loved him. Later, his elder brother went to the sword dojo to learn swordsmanship, and the young Noah followed him. As a result, because of his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, he was noticed by a sword master, who taught him the wind swordsmanship. Later, Nakus invaded, and then his master was killed. He was wrongly accused and began a wandering life. Death is like the wind, always with me. Noah heard this familiar sentence in a daze, a line he often heard in the game. Congratulations to the summoner for successfully summoning the hero, Yasuo, the swift swordsman. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, waking up Noah, who was still in a daze. What just happened? Noah was still a little confused. He was just drawing a lottery and then got hit in the face by a light ball. That's right, he was just drawing a lottery. After Noah came back to his senses, he felt many memories appearing in his mind. These were memories about Yasuo, many experiences about Yasuo, and Yasuo's memories of the Gale swordsmanship. System, open the personal information panel. Personal information. Summoner, Noah. Hero panel, Yasuo, the swift swordsman. Abilities, wind swordsmanship, magic. Yasuo's swordsmanship should be magic swordsmanship, so there is magic in his body. Noah looked at his information panel. There was no data such as health points. Well, his body was not digitized, so of course he couldn't see these. This was reality, not a game. After checking the panel, Noah looked at his arms. The muscles in his arms were more distinct than before the draw, and they had become much stronger. Not only his arms, he felt that his whole body had become much stronger. Are the changes in my body also caused by the heroic template? He murmured as he felt his body filled with power. Let's try the Gale swordsmanship. Noah stopped to check his body. After he extracted Yasuo's template, all of Yasuo's swordsmanship should have been passed on to him. He wanted to feel the feeling of hazage in reality. By the way, this template doesn't come with weapons. In the bedroom, Noah was looking for a substitute for the sword. He didn't have any swords or anything like that at home. After searching for a while, he took out a baseball bat from the cabinet. He planned to try it out first. Noah closed his eyes and felt the magic power in his body. He recalled the process of Yasuo using the wind swordsmanship in his mind. Then a gust of wind wrapped around the baseball bat in his hand. After opening his eyes, Noah grasped the bat tightly with both hands and stabbed forward. Ha! Noah stabbed out the baseball bat, and a sword energy flew out, passing through the wooden door of Noah's bedroom, until a hole was pierced by the sword energy on the wall of the hall. After stabbing out with the first level steel flash, Noah's magic power turned into a gust of wind that wrapped around his whole body. He took a step and broke open the door, rushing directly out of the bedroom, and stepped on the table after landing. Then, Noah began to move around in the living room. Wrapped in the wind, his movements were unusually light and agile. This was the application of the forward slash in the Gale sword technique, but Noah did not use it. After a flip, Noah clenched the baseball bat and swung it. A gust of wind rose from the ground and built a wind wall in front of Noah. A table that was originally placed where the wind wall was blown into the air and has been floating in the air. Noah's eyes lit up, and he directly used the secret of the Gale sword technique, the Gale of Absolute Slash. Solely a cartoon. Noah directly read out the name of the Gale of Absolute Slash. A gust of wind surged under his feet, and he flew directly to the table in mid-air. He swung the baseball bat in his hand, and the table in front of him was chopped into pieces. The wind wall dissipated, and the broken pieces of tables in the air fell to the ground one by one. Noah clearly used a baseball bat, but the edges of the broken pieces of tables were as smooth as if they had been cut by swords. Noah was lifted up by the wind and slowly landed on the ground. Slowly, he recovered from the happiness of the happy wind man. However, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw the broken table in the living room that looked like it had been blown by a typhoon. Well, I won't tear down the house anymore. If I do, it will be gone. After seeing the miserable state of the furniture, Noah realized that this was his home, and if he continued to tear it down, he would have no place to live. Right, let's try this again. The magic power in Noah's body rolled and turned into gusts of wind that wrapped around his body. This is the shield of the way of the Rurouni. In the game, you need to move and stack the passive skill to get a shield. In reality, you can use magic power to turn it into a shield. Of course, you can also use the power of the wind to turn it into a shield when moving. Hey, Yasuo's power is so strong, and he's so happy. He deserves to be the happy wind man. I wonder what it would feel like if he draws the Dragon King or something like that in the future. Noah dispersed the gust of wind and calmed the magic power surging in his body. After experiencing the feeling of summoning heroes from the system, he is now looking forward to drawing more powerful heroes from the background. Yasuo is positioned as the Wind Swordsman of Ionia in the background. According to the positioning in the background, he is just a mortal level hero. If Noah draws those ceiling characters in the background, he can't believe what that feeling is. After Noah felt the power brought by the Yasuo template, he remembered that he still had a treasure chest to open. He summoned the panel again, and the treasure chest floated in the summoning interface. Noah reached out and tapped the treasure chest. The gap in the treasure chest slowly opened, letting out the light inside. Then 2 balls of light floated out. The appearance of the balls of light were similar to the ones that had just been drawn. Noah clicked twice in succession, and after clicking on the first light ball, he saw the essence icon. To his surprise, there were 4,000 essences. Now he only needed to get another 2,000 essences to make another 10 draw streak. Noah now believed that this system was not the Malaysian version. When Noah clicked on the second light ball, the moment his finger left the light ball, a huge energy wave burst out, and the light shone everywhere. Noah was startled by the light that appeared instantly, and quickly put his hand in front of his eyes. After a moment, the light dissipated and the energy fluctuations subsided. Noah also put down his hands at this time and rubbed his eyes quickly. He opened his eyes again and looked forward. A green rune floated in the air, and waves of energy were surging around it. This was an item that Noah was very familiar with. Resolute Rune. The rune floating in the air is the rune of resolve, the rune that must be chosen at the beginning of each game. In the background, it is one of the runes of creation. As the most critical element of creation, the world rune contains a lot of power. The world rune can not only make a lifeless planet full of vitality, but also destroy all beautiful scenes. The world rune is scattered all over the world, and almost no one in the world today knows of its existence. However, the world rune violates the principle of energy conservation and continuously emits more and more powerful energy, which condenses into the magical power of the rune land, which is the source of all magical power. In Rise's background story, Rise and his master Tyra traveled around the world to protect the world rune from being touched by the world. However, the world rune was discovered, and the rulers of various countries coveted the powerful energy of the world rune. In order to fight for it, they launched a series of brutal wars. And now, one of the world runes was floating in front of Noah. Chapter 3. System, is this the world rune? Noah looked at the rune in front of him and swallowed. Yes, Summoner, I will provide you with information about world runes. After Noah asked, rune information appeared on the system panel. World rune, resoluteness. Powerful runes will give you the power of immortality. The determination rune will continuously improve your physical strength and greatly enhance your recovery ability. Summoners are requested to explore other powers of the runes on their own. After Noah read the information from the system, he was ecstatic at first, and then a little worried. He was ecstatic because the world rune was a very powerful treasure. With this world rune, his strength would skyrocket. But he was also worried that the world rune was too powerful. The powerful power of the rune would make people lose their minds and become crazy. In the background story, Brand and Rise's Master Truth both became crazy because of the rune. Noah expressed his concerns to the system, and the system quickly responded. Please rest assured, Summoner. The power of this resolute rune has been adjusted and limited by the system. It will not affect the summoner. Moreover, as the summoner's power increases, the rune will slowly recover its original power. Is that so? Then I feel much more relieved. Now, let me try the power of the rune. After Noah heard the system's answer, he finally felt relieved. He was also afraid of turning into a fireman. Although being on fire was quite cool, he still felt that he was more handsome now. He stretched out his hand to the rune. The surrounding energy fluctuations did not hurt him, but made him feel a little warm. The rune floated quietly in his hand. The power of immortality. Noah felt a little emotional. He had died once, and even though he had just recalled that memory, he still feared the feeling of death at that time. However, the rune in front of him had the power to give him eternal life, and he couldn't wait. System, how to use runes. Please Summoner, use your own mind to accept the power of the rune. Idea. Noah placed the rune on his chest, and then the idea of absorption came into his mind. The rune of determination slowly merged into Noah's chest. This feeling. I feel like my whole body is filled with endless power. After the rune of determination merged into his body, Noah felt an infinite amount of power emerging from his body. His body, which had already been strengthened by the Yasuo template, now felt even stronger, and he felt that there was a force that was continuously strengthening his body. Noah felt the rune of determination constantly transforming his body. He looked at his arms. His muscles were even stronger than the body that had just been strengthened by Yasuo, and the lines were clearer. He felt that his body was more than twice as strong as before. Noah touched his muscles. Try the power of the resolve rune. Noah had just started to learn runes and didn't know how to use them, but he could try to develop the power of runes in the game, such as the grasp of the undying. Noah thought to himself. He clenched his fist, and with a thought, a powerful rune force directly wrapped around his fist, and he swung his fist towards the table next to him. But after he swung it, he suddenly remembered that this was his bedroom. A burst of energy burst out with Noah's fist, but Noah realized that he was destroying the house and stopped himself. Boom! The table broke apart, and the surrounding floor and chairs, wood and dust flew everywhere. Ahem! Noah waved his hand and fanned away the dust in front of him. He suddenly felt like a husky. He had just destroyed the house when testing Yasuo, and now he destroyed it again. Noah continued to mobilize the power of runes. When he launched the energy attack just now, he was thinking of the grasp of the undying to activate the power of runes. So when he used the energy attack of the resolve rune, he had a feeling that he could absorb the vitality of living things. This should be the effect of the grasp of the undying to increase vitality. Now he is going to try other rune powers, the other two cornerstone runes of Resolve, Guardian and Aftershock, as well as the Strength rune, Resistance rune and Vitality rune. Although these are settings in the game, Noah can develop the power of the Resolve rune according to these runes. Rune power surged out of Noah's body and then surrounded him. Under Noah's control, the energy at this moment surrounded him like a shield. Noah felt that this was the power of Aftershocks, but it was also like the power of a Guardian, because he felt that he could explode this shield to cause damage, and also give other people or objects the same shield. With a thought, the furniture in front was wrapped in the same rune energy. The power of the resistance runes, Regulation, Wind of Resurrection, Bone Plating and the Vitality runes, Overgrowth, Resurgence, Resolve, were directly reflected in him, and he felt his body getting stronger every moment. He didn't dare to test the power of the explosion because he felt that he could directly collapse the house. The source of life should allow him to heal others with the power of runes. Now there was no one around him, so he couldn't test this idea. Of course, he had thought about testing it on himself, but he felt that even if he got a cut, he would be directly healed by the wind of revival. Noah has already felt the power of the world rune. After calming down his excitement, he suddenly thought of another question. The world rune is so powerful, would the energy fluctuations of the rune just now be detected by those powerful beings, such as Ancient One, Odin and others? Noah asked the system about this matter. Please rest assured, Summoner. The system has eliminated the energy fluctuations of the world rune for you. No one will be able to detect the power of the rune. Oh, then I feel relieved. However, it is still a bit magical that I have eternal life from the start. Noah looked at his body and sighed. He gained the buff of eternal life just after awakening his memory. It was too wonderful and felt like a dream. However, let's take a look at the mission system first. Noah now feels very strong, and it's time to find something to try his hand. Moreover, as long as he gets another 2000 essence, he can make 10 consecutive draws again. He must complete the task immediately and earn a lot of essence. He clicked on the task panel, but the next moment he was a little confused, because the panel was empty and there was nothing on it. This calmed Noah's restless heart down all of a sudden, and he decided to ask the system first. System, explain to me how to accept the task. Why is it empty now? Summoner, the system will now introduce you to the task system. The system scans the events around the summoner and then generates the task. The summoner can also specify the task himself, and then the system determines the task level. The mission levels are divided into 3 types, A, B, and C. The higher the level, the richer the rewards. System starts scanning. Scan completed, please check, Summoner. Okay, let me take a rest first. Noah opened the summoning panel again, and this time it was no longer empty. The panel showed several C-level tasks and 1 B-level task. Noah looked at the C-level tasks first and found that they were all of similar types. C-rank mission, teach the surrounding thugs a lesson 1. C rank mission, teach the surrounding thugs a lesson 2. There are several tasks to teach the hooligans a lesson. Don't ask why there are so many hooligans around, because this is Manhattan. There is a place in Manhattan in Marvel called Hell's Kitchen, a very chaotic place. Coincidentally, Noah lives a little close to Hell's Kitchen, so at night, the surrounding security is also relatively poor. After Noah finished reading the C-level tasks, he turned his attention to the B-level tasks. B-level mission, a superhero is in crisis and needs someone to rescue him. Superhero? Who could it be? Could it be Daredevil? After reading this task, Noah chose to accept it directly. He also wanted to see which superhero needed help. This was the first Marvel superhero he was about to meet, so he was a little looking forward to it. Oh, maybe he could also meet a villain, after all, he could put a superhero in crisis. Okay, let's go. Chapter 4. In an inconspicuous alley on the street, it was very dark, neither the lights nor the moonlight could penetrate here, and there were a few newspapers blown in by the wind on the ground. Suddenly, a figure passed by, and the high-speed wind blew up the newspapers and dust on the ground. The figure running quickly in the dark was Noah. Noah was moving as fast as a gust of wind. It should be said that he was the wind now, because Noah used the skills of wind swordsmanship to transform magic power into a gust of wind that wrapped around himself to increase his movement speed. When he reached the end of the alley, he bent his knees and jumped directly onto the wall. After several consecutive leaps, he jumped onto the roof. After Noah stopped, he looked at a certain place in front of him. In Noah's field of vision, there was an arrow pointing in that direction. This was the system's task guidance. As soon as Noah accepted the task, an arrow appeared in front of him, which scared him. Then he asked the system and found out that this was the guidance function attached to the task system, and then he followed the arrow. After he left home, he went straight in the direction indicated by the system. His body had been strengthened, and he could run very fast now. He felt that he could run 20 meters per second, which was equivalent to 72 kilometers per hour. This speed was comparable to Captain America. After Noah wrapped himself with the wind, his speed soared to 40 meters per second, a terrifying speed of 144 kilometers per hour. He felt like a man like the wind. After confirming the direction on the roof, Noah continued on his way, leaping to another rooftop. The strong wind wrapped around his body made his speed increase greatly. Noah jumped and ran in the building area. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer buildings, and he came to a suburban area with many woods. It was an undeveloped area. A few minutes later, he arrived near a remote factory. He was wearing all black clothes, and also wore a hat and a mask, both black, in order not to attract attention. When he was in a hurry, he chose to walk in places with less surveillance, so no one saw him all the way here. Is this the mission location? There's actually a factory in such a remote place. Noah stood on a branch of a tree, looking at the factory in front of him. The factory was still humming in the middle of the night, and the equipment inside was still running. However, Noah had enhanced hearing and could hear the sound of several gunshots from the noise. He jumped and rushed into the factory. He was afraid that if he waited too late to rescue, the mission would fail. He didn't want to fail on his first mission. Jumping over the outer wall, Noah entered the interior of the industrial area. It was pitch black here, without any light to be seen. The street lights were just decorations because there was no electricity supply. Even the lamp poles were rusted. There were many fallen leaves and dust on the ground, but no signs of living people. It's an abandoned factory. It looks so shabby. Noah said as he looked at the dilapidated scene. Noah continued to move forward in the direction indicated by the arrow. The further he went inside, the more he could hear a rumbling sound, as if many machines were operating at the same time. Hey? Someone restarted this abandoned factory. What's the purpose of doing this? Noah heard the rumbling sound and wondered. When Noah approached the place where the noise came from, he found an abandoned factory. This abandoned factory had originally stopped operating, but now the machines inside seemed to have been restarted. However, those machines must have been badly damaged, and they made a harsh and sharp sound because the parts inside the machinery were old or broken. The factory gate was closed, and there were a dozen people dressed as gangsters standing at the door to guard it. However, they did not look like ordinary street thugs, because Noah could see that some of them were equipped with pistols. Inside the closed factory, in addition to the buzzing sound of old machines, Noah also heard many gunshots. Let's go in and take a look first. Noah took out the baseball bat he brought from home from his backpack. He didn't have a knife or anything like that at the moment, so he used the only baseball bat in the house. But for him, this baseball bat could also be used. Damn it, it's so noisy. Have the people inside finished what they did? Why does it take so long to deal with one person? That's right, if it were me who went up, I would just, wait, look over there. At this time, the thugs guarding the gate had already become impatient because of the harsh sound and were complaining to each other. Then one of the thugs suddenly discovered something. He saw a figure coming from a distance and immediately notified his companions. They all took out their pistols and looked at the person coming from the opposite side. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being rude. A gangster shouted at the approaching figure. It must be wrong for him to come here in the middle of the night. The figure seemed not to have heard their warning and continued to move forward, with his back to the moonlight, so that they could not see the other person's face. Damn it, kill him. Seeing that his warning was ineffective, the gangster who spoke directly picked up his pistol, pointed it at the figure, and started shooting. Bang! What? A bullet was fired, but the figure on the opposite side did not fall down. Because it was too dark at night, he did not see what happened and just thought he missed, so he fired another shot. But this time he saw clearly why the other person did not fall down. The other person could actually dodge the bullet. Something's wrong. Let's shoot together and kill him. Okay. Bang. 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 Seeing that the situation was not right, a few thugs started shooting together. Noah just watched the people on the opposite side shooting collectively, but he was not panicked at all. The bullets had a speed faster than the speed of sound. Although he could not dodge the bullets now, he could predict the direction of the other party's shooting and dodge in advance before the other party pulled the trigger. After the other party fired again, Noah rushed forward at an extremely fast speed and dodged the bullets one by one. In the stunned eyes of the other party, Noah had already arrived in front of a gangster. Looking at the thug with a shocked expression, Noah gripped the baseball bat tightly and chopped it diagonally upwards. With the help of the strong wind, the baseball bat was as sharp as a knife and directly cut a scar on the opponent's chest. The powerful impact force cut the opponent into the air, and blood splattered everywhere. What? What? The gun-wielding thugs were very shocked when Noah dodged their bullets at the beginning. Then they saw that Noah used a baseball bat to swing their companions several meters high, and there was a magical wind wrapped around the bat. Their eyes almost fell out. It's your turn now. After Noah glanced at the gangster lying on the ground covered in blood, he turned his gaze to his companions. Seeing those people's stunned looks, Noah gave them a 10 for their facial expressions because it made him want to laugh. Seeing that scary man turned his gaze over here, the thugs hurriedly loaded their pistols. In the last round of shooting, they had already used up all the bullets in the magazines. The remaining thugs who were not equipped with pistols looked at each other, took out their melee weapons, and rushed towards Noah. Several thugs rushed towards Noah together, with ferocious expressions on their faces, holding knives and making chopping gestures. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would definitely be scared to the point of having his legs go weak, but their movements seemed like a snail's pace to Noah. He raised his legs and stepped on the ground, then stepped forward and chopped in front of one person. He stabbed out with a baseball bat, and a gust of wind passed through the opponent's body. Blood spurted out from behind him, and the thugs fell to the ground powerlessly. A thug on the left was also approaching, and he swung the long knife in his hand towards Noah, but Noah blocked it with his baseball bat and kicked him hard. The huge force made the thug with the knife lose his balance and fall backwards. Noah turned around and kicked hard, and there was a slight sound of broken bones. The thug was kicked more than 10 meters away. The gangster who was about to attack Noah was frightened by the scene. He stopped and wanted to escape. However, Noah would not let him get away. He sent out a sword energy through the air, which cut a wound on the back of the fleeing gangster and he fell to the ground. Afterwards, Noah looked at the thugs who were still reloading bullets. It only took a few seconds from the time those thugs rushed up to the time they were knocked to the ground by Noah. Moreover, when the other party saw Noah's ferocious performance, they were so scared that their hands were shaking and they couldn't reload bullets at all. Noah did not let these people go either. He used a few steel flashes and Noah was the only one left standing in the arena. It feels pretty good. Noah looked at the thugs on the ground. They were all chopped to the ground by Noah, bleeding profusely. Noah did not feel disgusted or anything when he saw this scene, because of the blessing of Yasuo template, he also had the memory of various battles that Yasuo had experienced. Now this scene seemed no big deal to Noah. Noah even felt it was quite refreshing. It's time to go in and take a look. Noah looked at the door. The machinery inside was still running, breaking the silence of this deserted area and giving people a creepy feeling. Noah looked at his baseball bat. The wind wrapped around the bat was very dense. Noah seemed to hear the sound of the wind whistling. Noah didn't know if the bat could hold up. Would it break while he was using it? He raised his hand and stabbed, and the baseball bat wrapped in strong winds hit the gate. The bat was extremely sharp due to the amplification of the wind force, and a hole was poked in the steel gate. Through the hole in the door, Noah could already see what was happening inside. Noah gripped the bat tightly, raised his hand and swung it, reciting Yasuo's lines. Hazard. Chapter 5. Inside the factory, there were frequent sounds of gunfire. Dozens of people who looked like gang members were searching for their targets in the factory, firing shots from time to time. There were several people lying on the ground. These were their members who had been knocked to the ground unconscious by someone. All of them were holding weapons, some with pistols and some with melee knives. The target they were looking for was crouching behind a machine, gasping for breath. He was wearing a red tight uniform, a hood that revealed the lower half of his face, two devil-like horns on his head, an AD on his chest. It was Daredevil, but he was not in good condition. There was a gunshot wound on his shoulder, and the wound was bleeding. Daredevil is feeling very bad now. He had found out the location of a gang's criminal transaction today and planned to come here to catch them all in one fell swoop, but when he arrived here, he found out that this was a conspiracy against him. When he arrived here, the abandoned factory suddenly started operating and the machinery in the factory made a very loud noise, which made him very uncomfortable. Daredevil Matthew Murdoch became blind as a child due to the radioactive materials spilled from a truck, but this unexpectedly enhanced his other senses, so his hearing is very sensitive. The ordinary volume in daily life will not affect him, but these machines may have been specially processed by his enemies, and the sounds they make are extremely sharp, which seriously affects his hearing and positioning. Daredevil took a breath and felt that his strength had recovered a little. He was ready to leave here first. If he continued to stay, he felt that he would die here. Daredevil put his hands on the ground, exerted force on his feet, and quickly flew out, preparing to move to the back of the next bunker. However, when he was halfway, his super senses were disturbed and he sensed the danger. He quickly twisted his body in mid-air, and a bullet scratched his right shoulder, bringing out a streak of blood, but Daredevil still moved to the back of another machine. Daredevil didn't know who the person who shot the bullet was, but it was because of this secret sharpshooter that he ended up in this situation. If it were only those gangsters, even if his hearing was affected, he would be able to deal with them by spending some time. But what Daredevil didn't expect was that there was actually a sharpshooter in the dark with superb shooting skills. Daredevil was accidentally shot in the shoulder by the opponent, and no matter where he was, the opponent could accurately find him and shoot him. The gang members who were searching around the factory noticed the movement in this place and were rushing towards it. Daredevil did not intend to stay any longer and immediately moved to another location. As he kept moving, although he tried his best to use his hearing to the fullest, he was still constantly hit by bullets fired by the gunman in the dark on various parts of his body. He felt that his condition was getting worse and worse, and the wounds were bleeding more and more. He covered the most serious wound on his shoulder, leaned against the iron plate next to him, and gasped for breath, hoping that this would slow down the bleeding of the wound. The gang members who came from the surroundings were almost approaching his hiding place. Boom! Just then, a loud noise came from the direction of the factory gate, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned their eyes to the place where the sound came from, and saw a hole in the middle of the heavy, old steel door. Moonlight shone into the dark factory through the hole. Hazard! Clang rip! A crisp sword sound was heard, and under the attention of everyone in the factory, a sword energy like a small tornado directly tore through the door and swept into the factory. Boom! What? The broken door was thrown into the air by the high-speed rotation of the sword energy tornado and hit several unlucky gang members. The people who were knocked to the ground did not move at all, only blood flowed from under the door. The tornado sword energy automatically dissipated after moving forward for a while, and Noah also walked into the factory from the door. Seeing the gang members in front of him looking at him and their accomplices lying on the ground in horror, Noah walked forward. "Hello, you guys, why are you still up so late? Are you having a pajama party here?" Boom! As soon as Noah finished speaking, a bullet flew over and shot directly at Noah's forehead. Ding dong! The bullet fell to the ground, and a green shield appeared in front of Noah's head, the bone plating. The bullet shot from the darkness just triggered the bone plating. Noah looked in the direction of the gunshot and saw a figure leaving in a hurry. Although the place was dim, Noah's enhanced vision had already seen the man's appearance. He was a man wearing a tight black and white uniform and a hood with a target pattern in the center. This appearance feature was exactly the villain in Marvel, Bullseye. Bang! 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 The gunshot from Bullseye just now seemed to have sent out some kind of signal, and the gang members present pulled the trigger one after another, shooting at Noah wildly. Hee, you want to kill me? You can try. Noah, who was about to face the hail of bullets, was not panicked. Noah released the magic power in his body, turned into a wind element, swung the baseball bat upwards, and a wall of wind rose from the ground. All the enemy's bullets were blocked by the wind wall and floated in the air. When several timid gang members saw this magical scene, they were so scared that they ran away. Running pretty fast. Noah looked at the people who were running away. His funny escape movements made him want to laugh. He turned his attention to the minions who were still shooting at him. It was time for him to start hunting. You've had enough fighting, it's my turn now. He stepped forward and swung his stick, and a gangster who was shooting was directly chopped away, and the sword energy tore his wounds. With a bang, the gangster who was knocked flying fell directly on the dilapidated machine, and a torn scar appeared on his chest, with blood dripping. After killing one person with one stick, Noah did not stop his hands. He clenched his left fist, gathered green rune energy, and hit another gangster in the face with a left hook. The huge force made the opponent fly directly and spin in the air. A green energy was fed back to Noah from the gangster who was knocked away. This was the effect of the undying grasp absorbing vitality, but it was a bit weak. Noah could not even feel a slight enhancement. It might be because the vitality of ordinary humans is too weak. Bang bang bang! Several more bullets were fired at him, but Noah moved forward calmly. A strong wind blew up and surrounded Noah's body, blocking all the bullets. At the same time, Noah swung his baseball bat. Several gusts of sword energy were swung out, hitting several gangsters who were shooting. Then a few more grasp of immortality were used, and several more gangsters were spinning in the air. Accompanied by the buzzing noise of the factory, Noah was performing an unparalleled mowing game. A few clicks were heard from the crowd, and several gang members took out grenades, pulled out the safety and threw them at Noah. The grenade flew through the air and approached Noah. Just as it was about to explode, a green energy surrounded several grenades, forming a shield, which held the grenades together. Then several grenades made a muffled sound inside the shield, and the iron fragments that exploded were also wrapped up. Noah put down his left hand and the rune energy dissipated. When the opponent threw the grenade, he directly used the shield of the resolute rune to wrap the grenade, making it ineffective. The power of this sword becomes more powerful the more it cuts. Chiang! As Noah blew out a gust of wind, the last few enemies were blown away by the sword energy storm. Noah weighed the baseball bat. At this time, except him, there was no one standing on the field. It feels, not bad. Although Yasuo's template brought him many combat memories, in reality, this was the first time Noah had done such a thing. Whether in his previous life or this life, he had always been a law-abiding citizen. Chapter 6. Are you done? Oh, by the way, a few minions ran away at the beginning. Noah twisted his wrist and walked forward. A few minions were scared away by him just now. Besides, he had to find the target of the mission first. In the dilapidated factory, the light from the chandelier on the ceiling flickered, and it seemed a bit weird amid the harsh mechanical roar around. However, Noah was not afraid. He walked straight to the back of the factory. On the dusty ground, he could clearly see messy footprints, which were left by the people who escaped. Noah came to the back door of the factory and saw several people lying on the ground. They were the gang members who had just escaped. Looking back, he saw a man in red tights leaning against the wall in the corner, gasping for breath, holding a long stick in his hand. It's Daredevil. Noah saw the figure leaning against the wall and recognized his identity. He had guessed before that Daredevil was the only famous superhero in Hell's Kitchen. Anyway, he had only heard of Daredevil in recent years. As for Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, Noah had never heard of them. Maybe they haven't become superheroes yet? Or maybe they don't exist in this world. Daredevil, who was gasping for breath, heard someone approaching. He slowly raised his head and looked at the other person. Through the sound of the other person's footsteps, Daredevil vaguely sensed the other person's outline. "Who are you, Hahi?" He looked at Noah and said that he didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, but he could only hope that the other party was a friend. After all, the other party had wiped out this gang. His injuries were very serious. It seemed that knocking down those men just now had used up all his remaining strength. Now he was even gasping for breath when he spoke. "Daredevil, you are seriously injured. Do you need help?" Noah looked at Daredevil leaning against the wall and felt that he was seriously injured, with bleeding wounds all over his body. He felt that if he had not come today, Daredevil might have died here. "Thank you for helping me deal with these people. I really need help now. I need you to call an ambulance for me, cough cough." After hearing the other party's question, Daredevil first thanked Noah because the other party helped him deal with these gangsters and saved his life. Although he didn't know why the other party appeared here, the other party still saved him. It's just that he is seriously injured now and must go to the hospital for treatment first, otherwise he will not be able to hold on for long. "You're welcome, but you don't have to go to the hospital. Drink this." Noah took out a bottle of life potion from the system backpack and threw it into Daredevil's arms. "What's this?" Daredevil caught the potion thrown by Noah. He couldn't see what the potion looked like, he could only feel the potion sloshing inside. He didn't know whether he should drink it or not. "If I wanted to hurt you, I could do it now." Noah looked at Daredevil's hesitation and said that if it were him, he would not drink the potion given by a strange stranger. He also understood why Daredevil would do this. After hearing what Noah said, Daredevil thought about it and realized that if the other party wanted to kill him, they could do it now, and they would not get rid of the gangsters who wanted his life. Boom! After thinking it through, Daredevil pulled out the wooden stopper of the life potion, poured the red potion into his mouth, and gulped down the whole bottle of potion. Daredevil put down the bottle. He felt a change in his body immediately after drinking it, and a warmth enveloped him. He raised his arm and found that the wounds caused by bullets were slowly healing. The most serious wound was on his shoulder, where the bullet was slowly squeezed out and fell to the ground. The flesh and blood in the wound grew out and slowly healed. After checking all the wounds on his body, Daredevil found that they were all healed, and the weakness he felt after excessive bleeding disappeared, as if his blood was regenerated. Also, he felt that the hidden injuries he had suffered in previous battles had disappeared. He clenched the bottle in his hand in shock, then looked up at Noah, although he couldn't see, and asked his question. "What kind of potion is this? It actually has such a magical effect." Noah looked at Daredevil's shocked expression, he smiled and said, "Sorry, this is an exclusive secret." "Oh. Sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked." After checking that his body had fully recovered, Daredevil stood up, looked at Noah and said, "Thank you for saving me tonight, and thank you for your potion. I am Daredevil." "You're welcome. Also, I know you, Daredevil, the superhero that operates in the Hell's Kitchen area." Noah still has a good impression of Daredevil. Before his memory awakened, he heard that in the Hell's Kitchen near them, there was a masked man named Daredevil who was fighting crime, which improved the security around them a lot. At that time, Noah was very grateful to the masked knight. After all, he was the only one left in his family, and he still hoped that the security could be improved so that he wouldn't have to worry every day. The title of superhero is an overstatement. "I just want to be chivalrous and fight crime," Daredevil said modestly. He looked at Noah and asked, "What is this gentleman's name?" "Call me Yasuo." Noah called out Yasuo's name. He looked at the group of people lying on the ground and asked Daredevil, "Daredevil, do you know the identities of these people? Why did they attack you?" "I'm not actually too sure about this. I found some intelligence today that some crimes are going to happen in this abandoned factory, so I came here tonight. I didn't expect this to be a conspiracy against me, and I don't know who planned it," Daredevil said with a wry smile. He has made a lot of enemies in the fight against crime over the years, so many that he himself doesn't know which enemy was responsible. Hearing Daredevil's words, Noah nodded, and then told Daredevil what he saw. "Daredevil, did you see the gunman hiding in the dark? His name is Bullseye, and he is Kingpin's subordinate. I suspect that Kingpin wants to attack you." After Noah finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Daredevil was a blind man. This was a slip of the tongue, but Daredevil should understand what he meant. "Bullseye? Kingpin?" Daredevil was a little shocked after hearing what Noah said. He had heard of the Kingpin. He heard that he was the biggest gang leader in New York and had the title of Gang Emperor. He didn't expect that he would go after him. Maybe it was because he had ruined some of his deals, Daredevil thought. Thank you for your reminder, Yasuo. You should be careful too. After all, Bullseye must have seen you today and might cause trouble for you. Also, here is my contact information. If you need my help with anything, please use this to contact me. Daredevil said to Noah and took out a piece of paper with a phone number on it and handed it to Noah. Noah took the paper. The phone number on it should not be the phone number of Mark Murdock in Daredevil's reality. It may be the contact information of Daredevil. Noah had already received the system's notification that the task was completed, but he had not yet looked at the system panel. He wanted to wait until he returned to look at it, so he looked down at the gangster lying on the ground and asked Daredevil. What should we do with these people? Noah pointed at them. Leave these people to me. Daredevil said. He was a professional in handling such matters. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'm leaving first. Noah nodded. He was going back to check the mission rewards. He said hello to Daredevil and prepared to leave. Daredevil also nodded. Sensing Noah's departure, Daredevil fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how to deal with Kingpin. He was not afraid of Kingpin because of his powerful strength. On the contrary, the stronger the enemy was, the more determined he would be to uphold justice. Also, Daredevil felt his eyes itchy after drinking the potion. After seeing that his shot was blocked by that person with magical means, Bullseye knew that today's mission had failed. He had heard before that there were many beings with special powers in the world, but he didn't expect to encounter one today. He could only say that he was unlucky. So, Bullseye left the scene without hesitation and returned to Kingpin's base camp. In an office on the top floor of a tall building, Kingpin was sitting in a chair, smoking a cigar and looking at the night view outside the window. After he blew out a puff of smoke, the elevator door at the office door opened, and Bullseye walked out and walked to the front of the desk. Boss, tonight's mission failed. We didn't get rid of Daredevil, Bullseye said to Kingpin who had his back to him. Upon hearing this, Jin Bing turned his chair around. Jin Bing was tall and muscular. It was said that 90% of his body was muscle, like a small mountain. Even when he was sitting on the chair, he gave people a very oppressive feeling. Kingpin glanced at Bullseye and said to him, "Oh? Do you always fail in your missions? Bullseye, explain to me why you didn't get rid of Daredevil." "Yes, boss. Today's mission was going very smoothly, and Daredevil was forced into a desperate situation by us. But a mysterious guy appeared in the middle of the journey. He could send out a whirlwind that could tear through steel, and he also had a shield that could block bullets. Due to his interference, the mission failed." Bullseye told Kingpin what happened tonight. "Oh? A mysterious man? He also possesses strange powers." Jin Bing turned around, facing the French window and looking at the night view outside. After taking a puff of his cigar, he said to Bullseye, "Send someone to find out the identity of this mysterious man. I want to see who is against me, Jin Bing." Chapter 7. The next morning, Noah sat on the sofa watching TV, which was broadcasting a live broadcast of Tony Stark in a car race. Tony Stark's arc reactor in his chest needs to run all the time to absorb the shrapnel from the wound on his chest. However, the arc reactor relies on palladium for energy, and palladium can cause fatal damage to the human body. Tony can't find a new element to replace it, and palladium poisoning has become increasingly severe. So when Tony knew that he would not live long, he began to have the last carnival in his life. Now he personally took part in a dangerous racing race. Even Tony's secretary Pepper didn't know about this. Now it's the time period of Iron Man 2. I remember that Tony seemed to be seriously poisoned by palladium and was about to die. Then Ivan Vanko appeared. Noah watched Tony greeting the audience before entering the car. The audience began to scream and cheer because of the appearance of Iron Man Tony Stark. They did not expect to see the appearance of Iron Man. It was a big gain for them. In the end, Tony entered the car and started the race. On the racetrack, a man dressed as a staff member was holding a toothpick in his mouth with a sarcastic smile on his face. Then, he entered the track despite the dissuasion of other staff members. Everyone around him thought that this man was crazy. The cars on the track were going very fast. If you were not careful when running on such a dangerous track, you would be smashed to pieces. The person who broke into the competition site was Ivan Vanko. He hated the Stark family because of the death of his father. Based on the information left by his father, he made a simple arc reactor. Now he is going to seek revenge on Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko was walking on the track. Several racing cars whizzed past him. If they hit him, Ivan would definitely be smashed to pieces with the impact of the cars at such a speed. However, he did not show any fear at all. He just took out 2 whips from his waist. Ivan Vanko took out the 2 whips he carried with him, and then pressed the button on the handle. The 2 whips were instantly filled with blue lightning. His clothes were also ignited by the high heat emitted by the energy transmission device he was wearing, and fell to the ground, revealing the arc reactor on Ivan Vanko's chest, which was similar to Tony Stark's. After charging the electric whip, Ivan swung it with both hands and smashed it on the track, leaving several charred cracks. At this time, a racing car was coming from the opposite side of Ivan. Just when people thought it was going to collide, Ivan swung the electric whip and directly cut the high-speed racing car in half. One half was spinning in the air and the other half hit the fence. The spectators outside the stadium screamed immediately, and Pepper, who was watching in the bar outside the racetrack, was very nervous at this time. She looked at the man committing the crime on the track and felt that the other party was coming for Tony. Pepper immediately put on the portable armor brought by Tony and drove to the scene with bodyguard Happy. On the track, Tony, who had just turned out of the bend, saw a person blocking the way in front of him, but before he could react, Ivan Vanko's electric whip cut off the front of Tony's car. The whole car flew up and then fell to the ground. Tony struggled to climb out of the car. Ivan walked closer and waved the electric whip to cut off the car, but did not find Tony Stark. When he was puzzled, he was attacked by Tony from behind. He was angry and attacked Tony continuously. After Tony's little brother was almost cut off, Tony used a car explosion to briefly separate him and Ivan Vanko. Finally, Happy drove his car and hit Ivan Vanko, knocking him against the railing. After several collisions, Ivan came to his senses and cut the car in half. The frightened Pepper threw out the portable iron suit Mark V. Tony put on the suit and the audience screamed. Mark V was a portable suit developed by Tony. The only weapon was the impact cannon in the hand, so at the beginning he was hit by several whips from Ivan Vanko, which damaged Tony's armor. Finally, Tony approached Ivan Vanko with Ivan Vanko's whip, threw him a few punches and then threw him over the shoulder. He fell to the ground and pulled out the arc reactor from his chest. Noah watched the live broadcast and knew the current timeline. The next part would be the plot of Tony Stark at the World Expo. He would have to go there at that time. This kind of plot would definitely yield a B-level mission. Noah turned off the TV and opened his own panel. He had gone to help Daredevil with his B-level mission last night. After returning home, he checked the rewards for completing the mission. There were more than 1,000 essences. Combined with the rewards from opening the treasure chest before, he only needed 1,000 essences to participate in the lottery. This B-rank mission is pretty good, with high rewards and easy to complete. Daredevil, come and give me another wave of missions someday. Noah thought happily, although this was a bit unfair, this mission was really interesting. Noah opened the backpack and looked at the potions inside. He couldn't use the life potion himself, so he could give it to others. He had the rune of determination, so he could use the power of the rune to heal himself when he was injured, without having to drink potions. As for the mana potion, he might have a chance to use it. Although Yasuo didn't use mana in the game, he still needed it in reality. He looked at the 2 items, the Scout Ward and the Tear of the Goddess. With a thought, the 2 items appeared in Noah's palm. Detection Guard. Place an invisible Scout Guard on the ground to provide vision for the area around you. The duration of the Scout Guard is 1 day. Replenishing magic power can increase the duration of the Scout Guard, which can last up to 5 days. Tears of the Goddess. The Tear of the Goddess is a magic gem that can bring endless magical energy to heroes. There is a limit to the accumulation of magic power. Noah looked at the 2 items in his hand. The Scout Guard looked like a small grass, but there was an orange round polyhedron crystal floating on it. The Goddess's Tear was a blue gem that looked like a water drop. The entire water drop-shaped crystal looked very transparent. From the outside, you could see some glittering water drop-shaped particles rotating inside. The whole appearance looked very delicate and beautiful. The equipment in this game looks good in real life. This Tear of the Goddess is so beautiful. Noah was surprised when he saw the shape of the goddess's tears. The gem is very beautiful. In Noah's opinion, it can beat many precious gems in reality. It is worthy of being a magical creation. System, how do I use this equipment? Do I have to wear it on my body? Summoner, the system comes with 6 equipment slots, which can be equipped with armor, weapons, accessories, and other equipment. After equipping, the summoner's attributes can be increased. The summoner can also choose to equip armor, weapons, accessories, and other equipment in reality. Oh, I see. Noah looked at the scout guard and placed it directly on the floor in the middle of the hall. The scout guard took root on the ground and turned into a translucent form. It was only translucent in Noah's eyes and invisible in the eyes of others. After the scout guard took root on the floor, Noah felt a strange perspective appear in his mind. He switched to that perspective with a thought. The scene in the perspective was exactly his hall, and he was standing on the floor with his eyes closed. Noah regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He felt very strange. In his mind, there was a 360-degree surveillance camera that could be switched to his living room at any time. Noah gathered his magic power and sent it to the reconnaissance guard. After a few seconds, the storage of the reconnaissance guard was full, so it could last for 5 days. At that time, it would replenish its energy and the reconnaissance guard would last forever. After placing the reconnaissance guards, Noah equipped the tears of the goddess into the system equipment bar. After equipping, Noah could feel the presence of magic from the tears of the goddess. He felt that he could easily guide and use this magic, but now this magic is still a little weak, and the tears of the goddess needs time to accumulate magic. After equipping the tears of the goddess, he felt that there was nothing to do. For his daily task, he planned to cause trouble for the gangs in the Hell's Kitchen area at night. Moreover, today was Sunday and yesterday was Saturday, so he didn't have to go to school. He had a friend in school named Peter Parker, who seemed to be Spider-Man. I changed the timeline here, otherwise Spider-Man would still be a child at this time, but he had never been bitten by a spider and was still an ordinary high school student. Glancing at the baseball bat that he had placed on the table when he came back last night, Noah wondered whether he should buy a weapon or customize a better sword. Forget it, let's wait for the system to summon weapons. After thinking it over again and again, Noah felt that there was no need to customize weapons. When he used a baseball bat, he mainly relied on the sword energy attached to the baseball bat to cause damage. So, these ordinary weapons made no difference to him, except that those iron weapons were a little more durable than baseball bats. Noah decided to buy a few longer fruit knives as backup. After putting the baseball bat into his backpack, Noah walked into the room, turned on the computer, and started his entertainment time. In Tony Stark's basement, Tony, who had just attended a hearing, was replacing the palladium energy plate of his arc reactor. After the replacement, he looked at the green poisoning phenomenon on his chest and felt helpless. He had asked Jarvis to simulate all known elements, but none of them could be used as a substitute for palladium energy. He picked up the chlorophyll on the table. He had to drink this thing to neutralize the palladium poisoning, but as his palladium poisoning became more and more serious, this thing was useless. "Sir, Miss Potts is approaching." Just as Stark was drinking chlorophyll, Pepper Potts opened the door of Tony's laboratory. She wanted to talk to Stark about why he donated all the artworks in his collection. It was actually because Tony Stark felt that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to donate these things. Next, Tony handed the CEO position of Stark Industries to Pepper Potts, and then Pepper Potts called a visa officer to handle the relevant matters. This person was the Black Widow. Of course, Tony and Pepper Potts didn't know it yet. When Tony saw the hot body of the Black Widow, his playboy nature suddenly came out. He wanted Black Widow to be his secretary. Of course, Pepper Potts would not give him this opportunity. Just like that, Pepper Potts is now the CEO of Stark Industries. Chapter 8. In an office in the Trident building at the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury was reading the information sent back by the Black Widow. He sent the Black Widow to Iron Man in order to implement his next plan, the Avengers plan. Dong dong. Come in. Just then, there was a knock on the door and Agent Coulson came in, holding a tablet and walked in front of Nick Fury. "Coulson, do you have anything to say?" Nick Fury put down the documents and asked Coulson, who walked into the office. "Sir, I think you need to take a look at this." Coulson replied, handed over the tablet in his hand, and played a video. The video was a picture taken by some surveillance cameras when Noah was traveling at a fast speed last night. In the picture, Noah was wearing black clothes, a black mask and a black hat. If the exposed skin was not black, Nick Fury almost thought it was a black man like him. But the person in the video ran faster than ordinary people. Nick Fury estimated that the other party's speed could reach about 20 meters per second. In a certain video clip, the speed even increased again. This is a speed that a normal human cannot reach. Nick Fury thought of someone, an American soldier who had been injected with super soldier serum. He suspected that the person in the video had also been injected with some kind of serum, or had gained some other mysterious power. Which area were these surveillance videos found from, Carlson? Nick Fury looked at the videos again and again, supporting his chin with his hands crossed, and asked. Sir, these videos were sent from the Upper West Side Police Department in Manhattan. An officer from the police department discovered the content of the videos during an inspection and then passed them to us. We began an investigation and found traces of this person from more surveillance videos. In addition, after extracting these videos, our agents discovered many traces of fighting and gunshots in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Clinton. Some of these traces were obviously not caused by humans. Combining these videos, I speculate that the person's destination was the factory. Our agents investigated that a gang committed some illegal acts there yesterday, so the person's destination might be to stop this group of people. So, you think this person is a righteous person, who then gained some extraordinary powers and fought crime? Sir, this is just my speculation. Our agents also found that Daredevil was in Hell's Kitchen, so I suspect that this person is the same as Daredevil. After listening to Carlson's report, Nick Fury nodded. They were also paying attention to the existence of Daredevil, and Nick Fury had also considered including Daredevil in his superhero plan list. Carlson, send a few people to Clinton and the Upper West Side and have them keep a close eye on them over the next few days. This person may show up again. Then determine his exact location. Got it, Chief. I'll arrange this right away. After Carlson received the task, he walked out of the office. Nick Fury sat there quietly, watching the videos. At night, Noah opened the door and walked in with a sigh. He had just completed today's daily task and beat up a group of thugs. But it was just a C-level mission, and the essence was only 100 points, which was pitifully low compared to yesterday's results. Originally, he had no intention of accepting the C-level mission in the system. He planned to go out and look for some large-scale gang transaction sites or something, and then assign tasks. He thought that he might receive a B-level mission, like yesterday, but it was his first time doing this kind of work. He was busy for most of the day and checked all the places where he thought there might be evil transactions, but he didn't see anything. Hey, I've been running all night. I'm so damn tired. Noah lay on the sofa. With the rune of determination, his body certainly didn't feel tired, but he felt tired mentally. After all, he had been busy for most of the day and found nothing. Should we go find Daredevil? He is an expert in this area and should know information such as the transaction locations of those gangs. Noah thought, Daredevil has been a superhero in the Hell's Kitchen area for so long, he should be very familiar with this information. But how is this task calculated? Yesterday's B-level task was not that difficult, but why is it a B-level task? Noah touched his chin, thinking about the criteria for judging the task level. He recalled the novels he had read in his previous life, thinking about various possibilities. Could it be that only events related to Marvel characters would be high-level missions? Yeah, that's very likely. Noah thought, maybe the mission would be linked to Marvel superheroes or villains, and then the system would be able to obtain some kind of energy by changing the plot, and then there would be high-level missions. Of course, these were all Noah's guesses, and he would have to try them one by one to see the specific situation. Oh, I don't want to think about it. I have to go to school tomorrow. I have been to school in my previous life, so why do I have to go to school in this life? Noah said. He didn't expect that he would have to go to school in this life. He was a little depressed. In fact, he had also thought about not going to school. After all, this was Marvel, and the world would be in chaos in a few years. What was the point of going to school? However, Noah went to school because of his parents in this life. They wanted him to go to college and become a successful person. This was his parents' last wish. Noah still felt a little sad when he thought about his parents in this life. His soul did not travel through time and space to replace a stranger. If that were the case, he would not care so much about the family relationships of his original body. However, Noah was reincarnated into this world through fetal travel and was born by his mother, so Noah still had feelings for the parents of this world. Although his parents in this life often went on business trips for work, sometimes even for several months, the last time Noah saw them, they were on a business trip. Then a month later, news came that they had been in a car accident. This was a bolt from the blue for Noah at the time, and then he became an orphan. Well, let's just read it first, and we'll decide whether to read it or not when the time comes. Noah thought to himself. Although his parents' last wish was very important, he still had to be flexible. By that time, he would be busy saving the world and would not have time to read. Moreover, according to the system that allows one to gain the power of a hero by drawing a hero template, if he draws scientific heroes like Heimerdinger, Jace, and Victor, then wouldn't he become a genius in an instant? He wouldn't need to go to school at that time. Thinking of this, Noah nodded and planned to work harder on finding missions tomorrow and quickly complete 10 consecutive draws to strengthen his own strength and better deal with those crisis events. Sleep. Chapter 9. On a small path inside Zhongcheng High School, students are coming and going on their way to class. They are chatting and playing with laughter, and the air is filled with the breath of youth. At this time, Noah is also walking on this path and is heading towards the classroom. Zhongcheng High School is the name of the school he attends, and it is the school of Spider-Man in Marvel. Noah was wearing a long shirt today to hide his strengthened muscles. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why his figure became so good in just 2 days. After a while, he could use the excuse that he had exercised. At this moment, 2 voices greeting Noah came from behind. Hey Noah, good morning. Good morning, Noah. Oh, Peter, Ned, good morning. Noah turned his head and saw 2 people running towards him, one thin and the other fat. They were Peter Parker and his friend Ned Leeds. Noah was also a good friend of both of them, so after hearing their greetings, he responded to them. Hey, did you 2 watch that live show yesterday? The Iron Man Tony Stark participated in a car race and then fought against the electric whip monster. It was really cool. After they walked up to Noah, Peter began to talk about what happened to Iron Man on the racetrack yesterday. He was a big fan of Iron Man and was very excited about Iron Man's battle with Ivan Vanko on the racetrack. Electric Whip Monster? Did you come up with this name, Peter? Noah said. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Said Peter. Oh, yes, yes. Noah said speechlessly. Ned also joined the discussion about Iron Man. Although he was not a huge fan of Iron Man, he also liked him very much. Seeing the 2 of them chattering, Noah quickened his pace. Noah, don't walk so fast, wait for us. The 2 of them also caught up, and the conversation was finally not about Iron Man. They started talking about what they planned to do during the holidays, because their second year of high school was coming to an end at this time, and there were only a few days left before the holiday. Noah, what are your plans for the holidays? Ned and I are planning to visit the Stark World Expo hosted by Iron Man Tony Stark. Do you want to come with us? Peter said to Noah. He is a die-hard fan of Iron Man, and he will definitely not miss such a large event hosted by Iron Man. Maybe he can even see Iron Man appear at that time. If that happens, it would be really cool. Okay. I'm interested too. Noah was very interested in the mission. Such a big scene would definitely trigger a B-level mission. However, that place would be a bit dangerous, and it would be difficult for him to remind these 2 friends now. He should just keep an eye on them, Noah thought. Okay. The 3 of us will go together then. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet Iron Man Tony Stark. Peter said excitedly. They walked into the classroom while chatting and started today's class. Just like that, 3 peaceful days passed, and Noah welcomed his vacation. During these 3 days, Noah went to school during the day and went out to look for mission targets at night. After 3 nights of searching, he still didn't find any crime scenes in the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, he really found 2 small gangs committing crimes there. Noah excitedly asked the system for a designated task. He was very excited. After 3 days and running around so many places, he finally met these guys. However, the task evaluation given by the system was only C level. Noah was depressed all of a sudden, and those people at the scene became Noah's punching bag, who was in a bad mood. Noah was angry and used the wind to blow them up to the sky. Noah didn't know where they were swept to, but it was none of his business. However, after Noah completed the task, he found that this C-level task had 100 more essence points than the previous 2 C-level tasks. He completed 3 C-level tasks in the past 3 days, the first 2 C-level tasks were 200 points, and the last C-level task was 400 points. This made Noah realize that even C-level tasks have gaps. The gains of these 3 days added up to 500 essence points, and he only needed essence points to do another 10 draw streak. Noah had just returned home on Thursday evening, and before he had time to sit down, the system's prompt sound began to sound in his mind. Summoner, the task system has found a B-level task that can be completed. Please check the task panel. The system prompt sound came after he completed the mission last night. He asked the system if it could remind him when there was a B-level mission nearby. He didn't expect it to work. He also didn't expect to get a reminder about a B-level mission so soon, and he received the reminder at home. Did something big happen around his home? Noah thought about it, then clicked on the system task panel and saw the information about the B-level task. B-level mission, investigate suspicious persons. Recently, there is a group of suspicious people around who are monitoring the summoner. Please find them and confirm their identity and purpose. Surveillance? Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D.? But this mission looks so simple, why is it only B-level? Is it really like I thought before, that the mission level is linked to the Marvel characters? For example, S.H.I.E.L.D. this time. Noah was thinking about it, but he put these thoughts aside for the time being. Now he should focus on the mission first. He thought about it and felt that the people who were monitoring him might be S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. He was running around every night these days, so it was not impossible for his whereabouts to be discovered. Although he tried to avoid cameras, there were bound to be some omissions. In addition, there was a character similar to Daredevil near Hell's Kitchen, so S.H.I.E.L.D. must have noticed it. However, Noah didn't expect them to come to his door. S.H.I.E.L.D., let's just say S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, let's see what they are going to do. Noah has an average feeling towards S.H.I.E.L.D. He doesn't like it too much, nor does he hate it too much. Of course, it is S.H.I.E.L.D. without Hydra. After this contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Noah feels that Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely cause trouble for him in the future, such as wanting to capture him, forcing him to tell the source of his power and so on. However, Noah is not afraid of this kind of trouble. He even expects them to cause trouble for him. Hydra agent, can the mission evaluation reach B-level? But he first had to think about how to explain the source of his own power. What should I make up? Alien technology? Mutation? Or did he obtain some treasure? Noah was thinking in his mind how to make up the source of his power to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the official one, and he should not go too against the official in the early stage. Although Noah felt that he was not afraid of them, because he had the system, and now there was the resolve rune that was infinitely strengthening his body, he felt that he would become Superman's steel body in a few years. Got it, let's do this. Noah suddenly thought of something, accepted the task directly, opened the door and walked out. Chapter 10. After accepting the task, Noah looked at the task guidance arrow on the system, opened the door and walked out. On the street in front of Noah's house, there were few cars on the road, with only a few pedestrians walking on the sidewalk and some cleaners cleaning. Standing in front of the door, Noah looked at all the people and things on the street, searching for those who might be agents in disguise. But in fact, he didn't need to look for them, as the system's task instructions had already found them for him. There was a big arrow pointing at him above the head of a cleaner opposite, and many people in the distance also had such arrows. Noah looked at them and knew that these people were the agents who were monitoring him. Several plainclothes S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, pretending to be their disguised identities, communicated in the internal voice. The target entered the room and went out again. The target is moving eastward. The target is walking past me. The target. The agent's report came to an abrupt end as he felt a hand tapping him on the shoulder. Hello, buddy, are you the FBI? When Noah walked out of the door, he saw the system's guidance arrow pointing to a sanitation worker who was pruning branches in front. Noah pretended not to know the other person's identity and walked over. He heard the conversation between him and his teammates on a walkie-talkie hidden somewhere on his body, then turned around and patted the agent on the shoulder. The agent whose shoulder was pressed by Noah suddenly became a little nervous. They were responsible for observing this target these days, and they knew the target's abilities well. He had no doubt that the other party could easily crush his shoulder, but he did not intend to sit and wait for death. Just when he was about to turn around and attack Noah, Noah had already noticed his movement in advance and pressed his other hand on the other's arm. The huge pressure made the other party unable to move. Okay, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to meet your boss. Noah said to him after subduing the agent. The agent was about to refuse Noah when Carlson's command came through the communication headset. Okay, Neil, agree to his request. Tell him that we will meet at his home. Got it, Captain. So, Mr. Lee, our captain said he would come to see you, and the meeting place is your home. Mr. Lee refers to Noah. Noah's surname in this life is Lee, and his full name is Lee Noah. In America, he should be called Noah Lee. Although Noah was wondering why the other party wanted to meet at his house, he didn't care. Since they were able to monitor him here, they should have known the exact location of his house long ago. No problem. The agent said that he needed to follow Noah, and Noah had no objection. Then, Noah took the agent back to his home. After returning home, Noah sat in the living room, turned on the TV and watched the news. He did not speak to the agent. The two of them waited quietly for the SHIELD people to arrive. Ding dong. After a few minutes, the doorbell of Noah's house suddenly rang. The agent sitting in the living room got up and went to open the door. He knew that someone from SHIELD had come. After opening the door, there was a man in a suit with a worrying hairline and a kind smile. When Noah saw the facial features of the man outside the door, he knew who it was. It was Agent Carlson from SHIELD. Carlson nodded to the agent who came to open the door, then whispered something and signaled that the other party could go out. Carlson carried the briefcase, walked to the chair next to Noah and sat down, put the briefcase on the table, looked at Noah with a smile and said, "Noah, hello, I'm Agent Carlson." Carlson stretched out his hand to shake hands with Noah, and Noah did not refuse. He stretched out his hand to shake hands with Carlson. However, he felt that Carlson seemed a little familiar and called his name as soon as he came. "Noah, I'm actually surprised that you are the target of this mission. After reading the mission report, I applied to take over this mission," Carlson said to Noah after shaking hands. "Oh? Why? I don't think I know you." Noah was also curious when he heard Carlson's speech. He didn't seem to know him, and there was no information about Carlson in his memory. Could it be a relationship with his parents? What relationship could his parents have with the SHIELD agents? "Take a look at this photo first, Noah." Carlson took out a photo from the briefcase on the table. It was a group photo, like a team of people taking a group photo. In it, he saw Carlson and his parents. "What? My parents are actually from SHIELD." Noah looked at the photo with a shocked expression. He didn't expect it to unfold like this. His parents are actually SHIELD agents. No wonder they are on business trips for so long. It turns out they were on missions. Also, didn't his parents die in a simple car accident? Noah's mind was full of thoughts. This heavyweight information made him a little confused for a moment. He didn't expect that his parents were actually agents of SHIELD. Carlson looked at Noah's thoughtful expression and then said to him, "Xander Lee, Han Lin, no, we should use your Chinese names, Li Lei, Lin Han, your parents, are both agents in our bureau." "Oh, I haven't told you yet, we are agents of SHIELD, and your parents were agents of SHIELD before, and they were also members of my team. So, after seeing that the target of this mission was you, I proposed to the bureau that I would be responsible for the entire mission." "Noah, do you have anything you want to ask now?" Carlson said, looking at Noah and asked. "My parents were agents all along, so was their accident a real car accident? Or was there another hidden story?" Noah asked Carlson. He wanted to know whether his parents really died in a car accident or died due to some unexpected event while on a mission. The car accident is just our explanation to the outside world. Your parents died during a mission. Carlson answered Noah's question with a sad expression. Although the missions of SHIELD should not be told to outsiders, he continued to say to Noah, that mission was a search mission. SHIELD found a secret base of an unknown organization, and then the Bureau sent my team to carry out the mission. At that time, I had another mission and did not go on this mission with the team members. After I came back, I received information that my team was attacked on the way to the mission. Only 2 team members survived and returned. Later, the Bureau sent more personnel there, and the mysterious base was empty. Why were they attacked midway? Wasn't your mission information kept secret? Is there a mole in your agency?" Noah heard Carlson say that his parents' team was attacked midway. "Is that how confidential SHIELD is?" "No, there is not only SHIELD in SHIELD, there is also Hydra." Noah's mind was a little confused when he suddenly learned that his parents were agents of SHIELD. He had begun to suspect that it was Hydra's doing. After all, SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra. It was possible that the target base of that mission was Hydra's, and then the secrets were leaked by a traitor in Hydra, leading to the annihilation of his parents' team. No, they were not wiped out, and 2 people were still alive. Could these 2 be Hydra? When Noah thought of this, he quickly asked Carlson, pointing at the photo and asking which 2 survived. Carlson had just heard Noah talking about whether there was a mole in the bureau, and was about to tell him that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already investigated and found no mole. The other party might have used some detection device to detect the existence of the task force, so the detection team was wiped out. But at this time, Noah asked the 2 surviving teammates, suspecting that they were the traitors? Carlson could understand it. After all, Noah's parents died in this mission, and these 2 people were able to return alive. It was normal to suspect these 2 people. After pointing out the location of the 2 people in the photo and saying their names, he told Noah S.H.I.E.L.D.'s judgment on the reason for the failure of the mission. Noah listened to Carlson's speech and nodded without interrupting him. After all, Carlson didn't know that their police station was full of moles, and there was even a big mole named Alexander Pierce among the top executives. After a while, Noah calmed down. In fact, he felt that the possibility that Hydra killed his parents was not impossible, but Noah had another idea. Could it be that his parents were on Hydra's side? Thinking of this, Noah shuddered. No matter what the truth was, Noah would find it out later, he thought to himself. So, Noah, can you tell me what's happened to you recently? Carlson saw that Noah had calmed down and felt that he could move on to the next question. He took out the tablet and placed it in front of Noah. Chapter 11. Noah looked at the tablet in front of him. What was playing on it were scenes of Noah on his way to complete a mission in the past few days. At that time, he was running at high speed, looking for clues to the mission everywhere, and was captured by some surveillance cameras that he did not notice. Noah looked at Carlson. He was not surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. could find his trace. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was ridiculed by netizens in his previous life because it was infiltrated by Hydra and became Snake S.H.I.E.L.D., it still had the ability. What do you want to ask, Carlson? Noah asked directly. Noah, our S.H.I.E.L.D. was established to deal with various strange events, so I want to know why you have this extraordinary power and where you got it from. Can you tell me? Carlson asked. I can tell you where my power comes from, said Noah. He had already made up an excuse to fool them. Oh? Are you willing to tell me how you got your power? Carlson said in surprise. He thought it would be difficult to get the other party to tell him how he got his power this time. He didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative and willing to tell him about it. However, if this was the case, Carlson would have to carefully consider the truthfulness of what the other party said. And there was a button on Carlson's chest glowing red. It was a bug disguised as a button, and the person opposite him was Nick Fury. Nick Fury was quite concerned about this kind of superhuman event. As for my power, it all started from my trip to China 2 years ago. Noah leaned on the sofa, pretending to be reminiscing. China. Carlson heard what Noah said. Investigation data showed that Noah had indeed been to China 2 years ago. When I was traveling in China, I went to the Himalayas. At that time, a member of a mysterious organization appeared in front of me and said that I was the one chosen by fate, and then gave me mysterious powers. Noah said, and a ball of tangled wind appeared in his hand. When Carlson saw this scene, his pupils constricted and he showed a shocked expression. This was obviously not a phenomenon that could be explained by science. It was a supernatural power. Then, he took me to their temple and told me that their organization was called Valoran and that they believed in a god called Orlion the Starforge. Then he told me that the Earth would face a major crisis in the future and that I would be needed to save the world. After Noah finished speaking, he looked at Carlson. This was a story he had just made up based on some stories from the League of Legends. A mysterious organization in the Himalayas? Worshipping gods? And saving the world? Do you believe what they say? Do you believe that the world will be destroyed in the future? Carlson was skeptical. Listening to Noah's story, he was still a little skeptical. Why would a mysterious organization suddenly appear? How could S.H.I.E.L.D. not have discovered it? And they said something strange like the world is about to be destroyed? If such a person appeared in front of Carlson and said such strange things, Carlson would only think he was a member of some cult organization. I didn't believe it at first, but then he showed me their artifact, an artifact called the Staff of Time, which is an artifact that allows people to see the future. Noah used magic to shape the shape of a staff in the air. Have you seen the future? Carlson said, looking at the wand in front of him. He had already seen Noah's magic-like power, but he still expressed doubts about seeing the future. Yes, the time wand allowed me to see the future. I saw many things: Iron Man, the Green Giant, alien gods, and aliens invading New York. Noah said here and looked at Carlson. I also saw you and your boss, a one-eyed bald black man named Nick Fury, right? Noah said to Carlson. What? You saw me? And my boss? Carlson said in shock. Noah probably didn't know that his boss was Nick Fury, but he accurately described his appearance and name, which made him a little doubtful whether what Noah said was true. Nick Fury, who was far away in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the guy opposite him actually knew of his existence and even told him his appearance and name. Nick Fury didn't remember having seen this guy before. Nick Fury began to doubt whether there really was such a mysterious organization in the Himalayas of China. When he was listening to Noah's story about his experience, he completely regarded what Noah said as a made-up story to fool Carlson. But now Nick Fury began to feel unsure about the truthfulness of Noah's story, but Noah's next words shocked him. Yes, I saw your boss, Nick Fury. In the future, he can also summon a blonde superhero wearing a red and blue uniform with a star on her chest. What did he use to summon that superhero? Oh, I remember it was. That's enough, kid, you can stop. For now, we believe that what you said is true. Just as Noah was about to tell Carlson about Nick Fury's walkie-talkie, Nick Fury's voice came from the button on Carlson's chest, and he stopped Noah from saying anything next. This guy actually knows about Carol. It seems that he even knows how I contacted Carol. It seems that what he said may be true. Nick Fury thought. He just stopped Noah from revealing his secret weapon in time. He already believed what Noah said about being able to see the future. After all, only he knew about Carol. Noah could not have known. Now he actually clearly mentioned Carol's existence, which made Nick Fury have to believe that what he said was true. After Nick Fury spoke up to stop Noah, the scene fell into temporary silence. Noah stroked his chin with one hand, staring at the button on Carlson's chest that made the sound. He had guessed that Nick Fury was eavesdropping, but he didn't know what device he was using. Carlson also began to sit up straight after Nick Fury spoke up. He felt like he had heard a secret that he shouldn't have heard, while Nick Fury supported his chin with both hands and fell into deep thought. After a while, Nick Fury's voice came from the button. Noah, are you willing to join our S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury said something that surprised Carlson and invited Noah to join S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a decision Nick Fury made after a brief thought. After reading the information about Noah and just hearing the information, he felt that he was quite satisfied with this kid Noah. The first thing he did after gaining power was to play a superhero to fight criminals, which showed that he was a person with a sense of justice and possessed extraordinary powers. He was very suitable to be a member of his Avengers plan. Moreover, Noah knew a lot of information about the future. If their S.H.I.E.L.D. could make good use of this future information, he would be able to respond to those future crises or even solve them in advance. So, Nick Fury made an invitation to Noah. I'm only 16 years old. Is this considered illegal child labor? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not bound by this law. I still have to go to school. S.H.I.E.L.D. allows you to get the highest degree without going to school, and the highest annual salary is $1 million. Wow, this is a good offer, but I refuse. Chapter 12. Then what do you need? Before you are willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows and asked. Noah heard what Nick Fury said, smiled, and said, I don't plan to be bound by S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent. I prefer freedom and don't like being controlled by others. After hearing Noah's words, Nick Fury understood Noah's thoughts, but people like Noah who possessed extraordinary powers must be controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., and Noah also had a lot of important information about the future in his mind, and Nick Fury must know this information. Just when Nick Fury was about to speak again, Noah interrupted him. I don't plan to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent, but if you need my help, I'm willing to help you. It depends on my mood, said Noah. Oh? How can you help us? Nick Fury asked with interest. I'm personally quite interested in supernatural events, such as alien invasions, crazy monsters developed by scientists that go out of control, and villains who get dangerous super weapons and want to rule the world. If you encounter these things, you can leave them to me to deal with, Noah said. He mainly wanted to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s powerful intelligence network in this area to find himself some high-level tasks. Moreover, if S.H.I.E.L.D. comes to him with something they can't handle, the content of the task should all be supernatural events. Even if it's not a Marvel plot event, it involves supernatural powers, so it's at least a B-level task. Are these things you said not all going to happen in the future? Nick Fury pondered for a moment and then said, okay, I agree with the cooperation method you proposed, but I want to know more about those future things. What do you need to tell me? Future events? I haven't actually seen much of the future. What I just said is almost all I've seen. But I can also tell you that in the future I saw, there was a mole inside your shield, and you almost died. Noah listened to Nick Fury's words. He wanted to use S.H.I.E.L.D's ability to try to find some B-level or even A-level system tasks. However, half of S.H.I.E.L.D. should be Hydra now, right? He felt that he had to do something for them if he had the chance, and then he broke a big secret to Nick Fury. What? Do you know who those are? And how can you be sure that they are traitors? Maybe it's a foreign invasion. Nick Fury was very shocked after hearing another important piece of information from Noah. He always felt that he had 100% control over S.H.I.E.L.D., so of course he was unwilling to believe what Noah said. Because those people were wearing your S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, and in some scenes I saw before, you were working together, so I think they were traitors within your S.H.I.E.L.D. As for who they are, I don't know for now. If I can see more future scenes of this incident in the future, I will tell you. Noah shrugged, indicating that this was all he knew. Oh, by the way, Coulson and the guy with the bow and arrow, plus the red-haired woman, are on your side in the future, and I saw these as well. Noah added. Natasha, Barton, and Coulson? Nick Fury thought that Noah might have a lot of information that he hadn't told him yet, but he didn't care about that now. He just wanted to know if there was a mole in the bureau. After hearing what Noah said, he said, Coulson, pack up the team. Also, collect all the information about the people involved in this mission and have them keep this mission absolutely confidential. Okay, Chief, Coulson responded. He was now very concerned about whether there was a mole in the bureau, and there was no guarantee that there was no mole among the personnel on this mission. He nodded to Noah and handed him a business card. Noah, I'll give you this phone number from now on. If you need anything, you can contact me. I'm leaving now. Coulson said to Noah after handing over his contact information. Wait, Coulson, remember to check the information of those two people. Noah said. He still suspected that those two people were from Hydra and he had to check it out. Coulson nodded and walked out of Noah's house. After Coulson returned to their headquarters, he went to Nick Fury's office. Chief. Coulson came to Nick Fury's office, where he was already waiting for Coulson. Coulson, contact Barton and Natasha, and ask them to temporarily put down their tasks and come to my office. Nick Fury said to Coulson with a serious expression after seeing Coulson come in. Okay, Chief. Coulson also knew that Nick Fury attached great importance to what Noah said, so he directly contacted Barton and Natasha and informed them of Nick Fury's request. Hawkeye Barton didn't have any missions outside today, so he arrived quickly. After he came in, he nodded to Coulson and asked Nick Fury, Director, is there anything important? Well, I have something important to talk to you about. Please sit down first and I will tell you when Natasha comes. Nick Fury nodded. Barton turned to look at Coulson, and was about to secretly ask Coulson what happened, but he saw Coulson shook his head slightly. Then Barton shrugged and sat in the chair next to him waiting for Black Widow Natasha. Natasha needed some time to get here because she was carrying out the mission of undercover Tony Stark. 30 minutes later, Natasha also rushed in from outside. When she came in, she found Barton and Coulson were also there. Nick Fury was sitting behind the desk. After greeting them, she looked at Nick Fury and asked, Director, what happened? When Nick Fury saw that everyone was present, he signaled to Coulson. Coulson closed the office door and turned on the anti-surveillance device in the office. With a buzzing sound, after turning on the anti-surveillance device, Nick Fury looked at the three of them and said seriously, I called you here today because I have something important to tell you. Coulson, tell them about Noah first. Okay, Chief, Coulson responded. After hearing this unfamiliar name, Natasha and Barton were also curious about what was so important that even required Natasha to suspend the task of monitoring Tony Stark. Noah is. Coulson began to tell them about today's mission, and then explained Noah's background and abilities, as well as what he saw in the future. You can see the future, and you believe this. Barton was surprised after hearing Coulson's words. He could see such an outrageous thing in the future, but Coulson and Nick Fury could actually believe it. What he said is true. I have confirmed it. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Wow, that's really amazing. Patton expressed shock. Since the director has confirmed it, it must be true. Natasha listened to Carlson's words without interrupting. After Barton finished speaking, she looked at Nick Fury and said, "Director, so the important thing you are talking about is about this Noah, or about the future he mentioned?" "Noah saw in the future that there was a traitor in our shield," said Nick Fury. "What? Who is it?" Natasha and Barton were both surprised. "We don't know for now, so I'm calling you three here now. You three are the only subordinates I can trust, so I want you to secretly investigate the traces of the traitor in the bureau starting today. Of course, don't give up the current mission to avoid alerting the enemy," Nick Fury said. "Roger that," the three responded, then left the office at Nick Fury's signal. After the three men left, Nick Fury took out an old-fashioned pager he carried with him. This was the pager he used to summon Captain Marvel. He received too much information today. First, it was about Noah, a man with extraordinary powers, and then there was a long-hidden extraordinary force called Valoran. The most important thing was the traitor and the future crisis on Earth that he learned from Noah. With so many things, Nick Fury's bald head began to ache. Mission completed, Summoner gains 500 essence points. After Carlson left, Noah received a task completion notification from the system. "I got another 500 essence points. Now I think I can draw 10 times in a row." Nice. Noah was very excited. After a few days, he could finally make 10 consecutive draws again. He couldn't wait to open the lottery interface, rubbed his hands, and pressed the summon button. Chapter 13. Just like the first summoning scene, 10 light balls and a treasure chest flew out from the vortex. Noah clicked on all the light balls at once. After opening the 10 light balls, this time no light balls rushed into his body like the first time he drew the lottery. This proved that he did not draw the hero template. Noah was a little disappointed, but he still looked at the opened light balls. Random Skin Fragment X1 Summoner Skill, Ghostly Walk Summoner Skill, Flash Long Sword Caulfield's Hammer Random Hero Experience Card X1, 1 day, Random Hero Fragment X1 Life Potion Summoner Skill, Teleport Mana Potion. Random Skin Fragments, Random Hero Fragments, do I need to synthesize these fragments to use them? 3 Summoner Skills, I can actually draw skills, and there is also an experience card. 1 day means this experience card can only last for 1 day? And these 2 equipment. Noah was counting the harvest from this summoning. This time, there were several new types of summons, skills, fragments, and experience cards. However, when he saw the 2 equipment summoned, he was a little surprised and took out these 2 items first. What a coincidence! These 2 pieces of equipment plus the goddess's tear can be combined into a magic sect, right? The manacle is a legendary equipment in League of Legends. The synthesis formula is Longsword and Caulfield's Hammer and Tear of the Goddess. After synthesis, when the magic power of the Tear of the Goddess accumulates to the upper limit, it can also evolve into the manacle. He looked at the 2 equipment in front of him, holding one in each hand. The long sword was an ordinary sword that looked like it had been through many battles. There were many notches and cracks on the sword body, and the hammer was very heavy. Noah felt that it weighed more than 10 kilograms. You know, the average hammer in ancient times did not exceed 2 kilograms. After he took out the 2 pieces of equipment, they and the tears of the goddess that Noah had equipped in the equipment bar suddenly emitted a golden light. Noah took out the tears of the goddess from the equipment bar, and the tears of the goddess automatically floated between the 2 pieces of equipment. Then the light surrounded the 3 items. Noah seemed to hear the sound of a hammer hitting, and soon the light dissipated. A white sword appeared in front of Noah. The sword body was as white as jade with a strand of gold inlaid in it. There was a hollow spot on the sword body above the hilt, and a faint white glow was emitted around it, making people feel at first glance that this must be a magic weapon. Is this the demon sect? It's quite cool. Finally, I have a weapon. I don't have to use a baseball bat. Noah took the magic sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. He felt that this sword was very beautiful. It didn't look like a weapon, but more like a work of art. Moreover, when he picked up the magic sword, he automatically knew the information of this weapon. Unlike the data in the game, the characteristics of this weapon in reality are sharpness and strength. It can absorb magic power and transform it into powerful attack power, and it can also amplify the power of used skills. The hollow part of the sword body is actually an inlay hole. After the magic power of the goddess's tear is accumulated, it will automatically fit into the hole and evolve into the magic cut. Noah doesn't know how long it will take for the magic power of the goddess's tear to be full, but it should not take long to evolve into the magic cut. Noah put the demon sect into the equipment bar and felt that his strength was strengthened a little. This made him realize that some equipment was much more effective when used in reality than when placed in the equipment bar. After equipping the weapons, he looked at the 3 skills, Ghost Sprint, Flash and Teleport. He held the light balls of the 3 skills in his hands, and the light balls directly merged into his body. Noah felt some changes in his body, and the methods of using these 3 skills appeared in his mind. Ghost Step. Noah's body became a little translucent as he thought about it. He stretched out his hand to the table next to him, but it went straight through. This was the effect of Ghost Sprint ignoring unit collision volume. Then he ran around the entire living room and found that his speed was much faster, almost twice as fast as usual. After he stopped, he activated the flash again. A golden light flashed where he was originally standing, and Noah appeared a few meters away. Ghost Sprint can increase my speed and turn my body into a ghost, which allows me to ignore obstacles. The condition for using it is that it consumes physical strength, but I have the rune of resolve, which means I can use it infinitely. If I use flash, I can use it about once every 2 minutes. Let's try the distance again. Whoosh! Noah felt that the cooldown of flash was just right, so he used flash again. This time he flashed to the farthest point and suddenly appeared in the neighbor's backyard 10 meters away from his home. Fortunately, there is no one here. Noah looked at his location, and he quickly used Ghost Sprint to run back to his own home through his neighbor's house. Yes, the maximum distance of the flash is about 10 meters. However, if you want to force the flash within the cooldown period, it may cause serious damage to your body. However, it seems that as your physical strength increases, the cooldown period of the flash will become shorter and the distance will become longer. Then there's TP, teleportation. It can teleport to your own items. Well, it seems that now only this one scout ward at home can be used for TP. It seems that I need to save more eyes in the future. Noah felt the teleportation skill, and the location of the only scout ward emerged in his mind. He felt that he could use the power of teleportation to teleport himself to this location. After locking the position of the reconnaissance guard, Noah TP'd on the spot. This is... Oh, I'm back. After Noah used the teleportation, a light surrounded himself and brought him into a strange space. Noah didn't know where this place was, and then he was pulled out by the light. At the reconnaissance guard at home, a beam of light enveloped the reconnaissance guard, and then Noah fell from the beam of light. Is this the power of teleportation? It's pretty awesome. The cooling time is okay, only 1 hour. The distance can't be measured now. Noah felt the information of the teleportation. The cooling time, like the flash, will decrease as his strength increases. The distance is not clear to Noah yet, because he doesn't have a second eye for him to TP now. He will test it again when he is farther away from home. After testing the summoner skills, Noah looked at the 2 random fragments and the random hero experience card. Random hero fragment. After use, a random hero fragment is extracted. 3 hero fragments can be combined into a random hero. You can choose to use 2 hero fragments to turn the current hero fragment into a complete hero. A single hero fragment can obtain part of the hero's power. Random skin fragments. After use, extract random hero skin fragments. 3 skin fragments can be synthesized into a random hero skin. You can choose to use 2 skin fragments to turn the current skin fragment into a complete skin. Random hero experience card. 1 day after use, you will get a random hero power, which will take effect immediately after use. After Noah read the information, he used 2 fragments. After the 2 fragments shook and flashed, the information of the hero and skin he had drawn was revealed. Fragment. Great inventor Heimerdinger. Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger is a brilliant but eccentric Yordle scientist. He is praised as one of the most innovative and respected inventors Piltover has ever seen. This fragment allows the summoner to gain some of Heimerdinger's wisdom and some of Heimerdinger's invention memories. Fragment. Garen Iron Ambition. Might of Demacia A Skin of Garen. The fragments of Heimerdinger turned into a stream of light and shot into Noah's brain. All of a sudden, memories flooded in like a tide. The impact of the memories stunned Noah for a moment, and he came to his senses after a while. Oh my god, this familiar feeling is still so uncomfortable. Noah felt the same feeling as when they met a few days ago, but he was a little glad that most of the memories transmitted to him were Heimerdinger's memories of research. If all of Heimerdinger's memories were transmitted to him, he felt that he would be overwhelmed by the huge amount of memories. After all, yodels are very long-lived, and Heimerdinger is more than 300 years old. He cannot bear the impact of his memories of more than 300 years old. Noah now feels like he can be considered a little inventor. He feels that his brain is much smarter than before, and he has many more memories of Heimerdinger and some of his inventions. As long as the conditions are met, he can replicate those inventions at any time. Noah looked at the other fragment. What kind of skin is this? I've never seen it before. It must be Garen's old skin. These fragments can only be used for synthesis. Seeing the name of the skin, Noah had no impression at all. This skin should be from the early days of League of Legends. It doesn't look that powerful and can only be used for synthesis. After looking at the items for the lottery, Noah looked at the treasure chest. Chapter 14. After putting all the lottery items back into his backpack, Noah remembered that there was a treasure chest that had not been opened. He reached out and opened it. A light flashed, and after opening the treasure chest, he found that there were 3 light balls in it. It seems that the number of items in the treasure chest is not fixed. The white light ball is still essence. This time it is not as rich as last time. There are only 2,000 points of essence, not as much as last time, but it is better to have something for free than nothing. Could this ball of light be another world rune? Noah was looking forward to it. The rune of determination gave him unparalleled power. If he was blessed with another rune, his strength would increase dramatically. Get source code Lysandra. In the future world, technology has been greatly developed. In order to live a more relaxed and convenient life, people have created a series of source code robots with the ultimate goal of serving humans. However, one day, the security robot Lysandra has an independent consciousness and becomes a special artificial intelligence. Oh shit, I got a skin, source code. Noah was a little excited when he saw that he had drawn a skin. This was the first skin he had drawn, but then he thought again, he didn't seem to have drawn Lysandra, so he didn't know if he could use this skin. System, I didn't draw Lysandra, can I use this skin? Testing, summoner please wait. Test completed. Because the summoner has not summoned the hero Lysandra, the full power of this skin cannot be obtained. However, part of the power of this skin can be used. Oh? I can still use some of the power without being a hero. That's okay. Let's try it first. Noah clenched the skin icon floating in the air in his hand, and then felt some of the power that could be used. Well, let's see what I can do. Summon source code Lysandra's initial artificial intelligence. Noah checked the information of the skin and found that the ability he could use when there was no hero was to summon source code Lysandra's initial artificial intelligence, that is, source code Lysandra who had just awakened independent consciousness. That's not bad. This way I also have artificial intelligence, the initial version is fine. I remember the background story of the source code is about the artificial intelligence mechanical scourge. It would be fine to summon the initial one. Otherwise, Lysandra in her prime would be Ultron. Noah thought. The background of the source code was that Lysandra awakened her independent will, and then prepared to awaken her mechanical people and overthrow mankind. This is very similar to Ultron developed by Iron Man in the Marvel movie, but the current Lysandra should be considered Jarvis. However, system, Lysandra has her own thoughts. After I summon her, will she betray me? Noah thought. He didn't want to stage Avengers 2 in advance. Summoner, what you said will not happen. The summoned creatures are born from the summoner's soul and will not be hostile to the summoner. Oh, then I'm relieved. Come out. Lysandra. Noah felt relieved after hearing the system's words, and then summoned Lysandra directly. OM. A flash of light passed by, and a spherical object floating in the air appeared in front of Noah. There was an eyeball in the middle of the sphere, and 2 horn-shaped devices were suspended on both sides. It's quite cute. Noah looked at the sphere floating in the air, and the eyes inside the sphere blinked. He was quite excited when he thought that from now on, Noah would have his own artificial intelligence. Thank you for your compliment, Master. The spherical object, Lysandra, made a sound, but if possible, I still hope that Master can prepare a better body for me. Well, I'm sorry, Lysandra. I'll give you a full vibranium body when I have the conditions in the future. Noah scratched his head and decided to equip Lysandra with a full vibranium body in the future, like visions. Then he looked at the floating source code Lysandra. Lysandra, what can you do now? There is also an intelligent AI developed by a genius scientist in this city. How do you compare to him? He was quite curious about Lissandra's level of artificial intelligence. He didn't know whether she was stronger or weaker than artificial intelligence like Jarvis. The background introduced that she had surpassed the initial code, awakened her own consciousness, possessed independent intelligence, possessed supercomputing power and a cold soul. He wondered how good she was. When Lissandra heard Noah's question, the virtual eyes in the sphere blinked and flew randomly to Noah's computer. Then the horn-shaped device floating next to it stretched out, and the front end of the device changed into a data interface and connected to the computer. Lissandra's screen flickered, and she was receiving information from this world. In Tony's laboratory, Jarvis suddenly discovered that a strange AI had suddenly appeared in the online world he usually browsed. He was a little curious and sent a message to the other party to communicate. But the other party did not respond and left the online world after a few seconds. Jarvis could not find any trace of this strange AI, as if it had never been there. Jarvis could only record the information and report it to Tony Stark. Back at Noah's house, the device next to Lissandra had returned to its original state. Noah looked at Lissandra's method of change and felt it was magical, and it looked like nanotechnology. Lissandra, is this nanotechnology? Noah asked his thoughts. Yes, Master, in my original world, nanotechnology is already very mature, so I can use nanotechnology, and I also have a complete set of nanotechnology information in my database. Lissandra said, and the entire sphere turned into a flowing water shape in the air, then wrapped around the shoulders, turning into shoulder armor, and then turned into a flowing water-like substance flowing over Noah's body. Noah stretched out his hand, and Lissandra also changed into her original form and floated in Noah's hand. After Lissandra changed back to her original form, she looked at Noah and said, Master, I just checked the information of this world. The technological level of this world is very low compared to my original world. My computing power is temporarily unsurpassed for this planet. Moreover, I have just checked the intelligent AI that the Master mentioned. Its computing level is no match for me at all. Noah nodded after hearing what Lissandra said. He was not surprised that Lissandra could crush the modern computer level. After all, in the skin background, she was a super artificial intelligence that caused a mechanical disaster, and she had evolved her own consciousness, which was equivalent to having her own soul. For modern technology, it was a crushing level. However, he didn't know what it would be like to face those advanced AIs in the universe in the future. Noah thought about it and decided not to think too much about it for now. Things on Earth have not been figured out yet, so let alone going to the universe. Okay, Lissandra, wait for me for a moment. Noah patted Lissandra's metal sphere, and then went to see what came out of the remaining light ball. Okay, Master. Lissandra looked at Noah's actions with her big eyes. She was also a little curious about Noah's action of lighting the light ball, because in her consciousness, this was how Noah created it. The ball of light dissipated at Noah's touch, revealing what was inside. Noah's eyes widened as he looked at the object after the light faded. Is the drop rate so high today? Chapter 15. Is the drop rate so high today? Another item has been found. Noah said. He looked at the last item that came out of the treasure chest and felt that he was really blessed by luck today. Obtain Project, Wind Yasuo. Project Company created a Project Warrior by injecting the genes of ancient heroes into the mechanical human body. Note, summoners do not need to undergo human body transformation to obtain the power of this skin. The system will convert Project, Wind into armor technology and transmit it to the summoner. Project Yasuo's skin. I happen to have the Yasuo template. I'm quite lucky. Noah said excitedly as he looked at the skin he drew. He couldn't get all the power of the source code he just drew because he didn't have Lissandra. But this time, he has a hero for Project Yasuo. This skin is from the Project series, one of the sci-fi skins in League of Legends. The background is in a certain League of Legends skin universe where technology is highly developed. The Project Company uses the method of injecting the genes of ancient heroes into mechanical bodies to create Project Warriors. Yasuo is one of the earliest Project Warriors. Armor? Isn't this almost the same as Iron Man? Noah thought. But it's okay. He doesn't want to convert his body into a cyborg. Come on, system. Noah was ready to receive the first set of armor in his life. Armor is a man's romance. In the living room, Noah stood there waiting for the system, and then a ray of light appeared in front of him, and a set of futuristic high-tech armor floated in front of Noah. Surrounding the armor was a sword wrapped in a metal scabbard, and a data disk. Noah walked forward to look at the project, Wind Armor. It looked different from the skin. Compared with the original skin project, Wind, the project armor in front of Noah was more close-fitting. Noah felt a bit like Raiden from Metal Gear. He turned around and touched the armor with his hand, feeling the cold metal texture and the handsomeness of the armor, but then the problem came, how to wear it. Just as Noah was scratching his head in confusion, Lysandra, who was watching nearby, flew over, with a scanning light in her eyes that scanned the entire armor. This armor has been scanned. Master, do you need to put it on now? After scanning, Lysandra took over the system of the suit and said to Noah. Oh! Great, Lysandra, you are really great, come on. Noah was very excited after hearing Lysandra's words. It was really great to have an artificial intelligence of your own. Noah touched Lysandra's sphere to show encouragement. There was a ripple in Lysandra's eyes on the display screen. She was happy about Noah's praise. After surpassing her source code, she had her own consciousness. It was not an exaggeration to say that she now possessed a human soul, so she was also learning human emotions. Under Lysandra's control, the floating parts of the armor flew towards Noah, first the legs. Noah lifted his legs, and the armor unfolded behind his legs, then wrapped around Noah's legs. The torso and arms also flew to Noah one by one and were put on. Finally, it was the head. Noah held the flying helmet and put it on his head. The Y-shaped visor of the helmet flashed, indicating that the armor had been put on. Noah twisted his arms. Wearing the armor did not make his movements uncomfortable at all, as if he was wearing a piece of clothing. He could see the outside scene through the visor of the helmet, and a line of data floated above the visor from time to time. Noah came to the floor-length mirror and looked at his appearance. He was wrapped in a streamlined high-tech armor. Unlike his original skin, he did not have a red scarf. His upper and lower body were also replaced with close-fitting steel armor. There was a belt around his waist for hanging equipment. Because Noah had short hair, he did not have white hair floating behind his helmet like Yasuo. This feeling is so cool. Noah looked at the man in front of the mirror wearing a suit of high-tech armor. This futuristic technology armor was very much to Noah's liking. He picked up the weapon that came with the armor, Project Ryaso's saber, the plasma-forged blade. Plasma-forged blade, the plasma blade can break through the force constraints at the molecular level of the object being cut. Noah gripped the handle of the knife tightly and pulled it upwards, and a high-tech long knife came into view. The orange blade looked as thin as a cicada's wing. After being processed by plasma forging technology, the texture of the blade became denser and harder, the surface became smoother, and the sharpness became more prominent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Noah swung the knife in the air, and the sharp blade cut through the air, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. After making a few slashes with the knife, Noah made a handsome knife sheathing gesture, put the blade into the metal scabbard, and then hung the scabbard around his waist, firmly hanging it on the tactical belt. After Noah put away his sword, he fully felt the enhancement brought by the armor. First of all, Noah felt that it was very comfortable to wear, without any discomfort. Then, Noah swung a few punches in the air, and after making a few sounds of breaking through the air, Noah felt that his strength had also increased. As for the speed, Noah didn't know how much it had increased, but his armor seemed unable to fly. Noah felt it was a pity, as he also wanted to be able to fly in the sky like Iron Man. Lysandra, who was standing by, also flew over after seeing Noah stop moving. She also brought the third item given by the system, a data disk. Master, I have checked this data disk. It contains all the information about this set of armor. Lysandra handed the data disk to Noah. Noah took it and after hearing what Lysandra said, he said, "Is this the information of this armor? Not bad. The system also sent some information. Then I can upgrade this armor myself in the future." Lysandra said, "Master, if the conditions are right, I can use nanotechnology to transform this armor." Really? That's great. When Noah heard the good news from Lysandra, he immediately thought of Iron Man's Mark 50, the nanotechnology iron suit. He thought it was very cool when he watched the movie. "Yes, Master, but it requires a suitable venue, equipment and materials," said Lysandra. "Well, there's no way to do it now. When I have money in the future, I'll build a big laboratory. I also want to add some hextech to this armor," Noah said. He still had some of Heimerdinger's memories in his mind. There were many things that could be researched and installed on the armor, but he would have to wait until he had money in the future. A laboratory couldn't be built with just a little money. By the way, Lysandra, you don't have to call me master or something like that. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. Noah said. He had only heard of the word master in pornographic videos and pornographic books, and it still felt a bit weird to call him that in real life. Yes, Lord, Noah. Lysandra responded. Okay, now that I have the new equipment, I might as well go out and test its performance. Noah stretched his body. The armor made him feel very good. He had to go out and try it out. Noah looked at Lysandra, and before he could say anything, Lysandra flew to Noah's helmet, turned into liquid and merged into Noah's helmet. Wow, that's pretty cool. After Lysandra used nanotechnology to integrate into Noah's helmet, the display system of the visor changed. Noah looked at the various information in front of him. When he was watching the Iron Man movie before, he thought that the display screen on the Iron Man visor was a bit cool. Let's go, Lysandra. Chapter 16. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air passed through the dark night sky. An agile figure flashed across the dark rooftops at such a fast speed that if an ordinary person watched from the side, they would only see a black shadow flash by. This figure was Noah. He was wearing the project armor and testing the benefits it brought him. While moving at high speed, Noah asked Lysandra, Lysandra, what is my current speed? Noah, your current top speed has reached 120 meters per second, or 432 kilometers per hour. Wow, this speed is too fast, reaching 1/3 of the speed of sound. During the rapid movement, the surrounding objects were also moving backwards in Noah's eyes, but Noah's enhanced dynamic vision could react at this high speed and would not let him lose sight of obstacles in front of him while moving at high speed. After Noah jumped several times, he finally stopped on the roof of a tall building. He looked at the night view of New York from a high place and felt a little sad. He was glad that his memory was awakened and that he still had the system. Otherwise, according to his original path, he would have finished college honestly, and then he would probably be killed by aliens in the Chitauri invasion. Even if he survived, he might be turned into ashes by Thanos' snap of his fingers. But now it's different. I have awakened the memories of my past life and know the future development of this world. In a short period of time, my strength has increased to this level. As long as I complete more tasks and summon more characters, when Thanos comes, I can just flick him away with one finger. Just as Noah was fantasizing about his wonderful life in the future, a faint sound came from under the roof. Noah turned his head to check, and then Lysandra marked the source of the sound for Noah on the display screen. It was a dark alley formed by the gap between the floor under Noah's feet and another building. Hey, bitch, give me the money you have. Wiviwa, please don't, I don't have much money. Fuck, if I find anything valuable on you, I'll kill you. Noah looked at what was happening below him. The alley below was very dark, but the two sides were connected. The woman must have been targeted when she was trying to cross the alley. The robbers below were two Nedgers, both holding pistols, but one was nervously keeping watch on the side while the other was threatening a white girl. Daily life in free America, Lysandra, scan the following 3 people. Okay, Noah. Nico Washington, black, 31 years old, has a criminal record of robbery, fighting, drug use, etc., currently carrying an M1911 pistol, dangerousness level, low. Jack Martin, black, 26 years old, has a criminal record of robbery, fighting, drug use, etc., currently carrying an M9 pistol, dangerousness level, low. Hannah Marks, white, 16, attending Midtown High School, danger level, low. She seems to be a classmate. Noah saw the information displayed by Lysandra. Hannah Marks seemed to be his classmate. He had some impression of the girl wearing glasses. Seeing that the black man below was about to take action, Noah took a leap of faith and jumped down. Fuck, hurry. Boom. When the black man who was robbing was angrily trying to grab the collar of the female student with glasses, a loud noise of something heavy falling to the ground was heard from behind. The 2 black men were startled and turned to look, and the frightened female student also looked over. The thick smoke that was shaken up gradually dissipated, revealing Noah, who landed in the smoke like a Marvel superhero. Iron Man. The 2 black men saw Noah wearing a mechanical armor in the smoke and mistook him for Iron Man. No, Iron Man doesn't look like this. Damn it, are you kidding me? One of the black men saw Noah's full appearance when the smoke was almost cleared, and found that he was different from the Iron Man he saw on TV. He instantly felt that this fake was trying to scare him, so he picked up his pistol and was about to shoot. "Wait, brother!" Bang! Another person at the side was about to persuade him, saying, "Did you take too many pills? Didn't you see how high the other person jumped from? Are you looking for death?" But before he could do anything, the other person opened fire. The female classmate next to him was so scared by the gunshot that she covered her ears. The bullet was fired and hit Noah's breastplate, making a sound of metal clashing, and then it bounced off directly. The black man was stunned when he saw his bullet being deflected. Then he realized that although the other party was not Iron Man, he was also someone he could not afford to offend. He was about to beg for mercy, but Noah didn't want to listen to him and punched him directly, with his iron fist directly into the other party's face. The black man was hit so hard that his nose was broken, his teeth flew everywhere, and he fell to the ground unconscious. His companions saw this tragic scene and ran away in fear, but Noah did not forget about him. He kicked him with a whip kick, sending him flying and hitting the wall. After his body collided with the wall, he fell to the ground, splashing dust. "Lysandra, call the NYPD and have them pick up the trash." "Okay." After dealing with the two Nickas, Noah asked Lysandra to call the police. As for whether they would come or not, Noah didn't care. It was none of his business if these social scum died here. "Ah. Hello, thank you for saving me. Are you a superhero? A superhero like Iron Man?" At this moment, Hannah Marks next to him saw Noah easily deal with the two bad guys who robbed her, and shouted excitedly, then ran to Noah and started talking. "Well, think whatever you want. Also, don't walk down such a dark road alone in the future." Noah was frightened by this female classmate, and then changed his voice and said, "Okay, hero. Do you have any title? Like Iron Man? Are you called Iron Man, or Iron Swordsman, or Iron Heart? Can I take a picture of you?" Hannah Marks picked up her phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Noah. "Whatever you want, hey." Noah felt that this person was really a chatterbox, worthy of being in the same class with Peter. He waved his hand, and then his attention was suddenly attracted by other voices. Noah looked up towards the roof and saw a figure leaping up from the top of a building, then flying to another building, followed by another figure passing by. "Lysandra." "Okay." Noah called Lysandra, and Lysandra also tacitly called up the photos of the two figures. After Noah enlarged the photo, he found that the two figures were Daredevil and Bullseye. "Daredevil? And Bullseye? What are these two doing?" "Daredevil is chasing Bullseye." Noah asked with interest. He wanted to see what Daredevil was doing, and then said to the female classmate who was still chattering, "Hey, little girl, stop calling me names. My name is Swift Swordsman. Now, go home quickly." After Noah finished speaking, he rushed directly towards the wall, then stepped on the wall and jumped directly to the roof with a few leaps. Hannah Marks, who was watching below, was stunned and quickly saved the video she had just recorded. "Swordsman. Cool. I'm going to show off the video to my classmates and tell them that I was saved by a superhero." On the roof. "Noah, do we need to clear the videos saved on her phone?" Lysandra said. "No, it's up to her. I also want to experience the feeling of being a superhero." Of course, Noah wanted to experience the feeling of pretending to be cool. He thought that if they had the ability, everyone should want to experience the feeling of being Iron Man, right? It should be nice to be admired and liked by others. Chapter 17. Superhero. Lysandra asked. "Yes, it feels like it will be fun. Besides, before my memory awakened, Iron Man came out of nowhere and I admired Iron Man very much at that time. Becoming a superhero might be the dream of most young people." Noah said. His memory awakened 2 months after Tony became Iron Man. At that time, he felt that Iron Man was very cool and he was his fan. Now Noah also wants to experience what it's like to be Iron Man. Just as Noah and Lysandra were chatting, an unidentified object flew out from the darkness ahead. "What is this?" Noah grabbed the unidentified object. Although it seemed very fast to ordinary people, with Noah's enhanced vision and the help of his armor, he easily caught the flying object. "A bullet? But it's a little cold." Noah looked at the object in his hand. It was a bullet, but the temperature was a little cold. It didn't look like it was shot from a gun, but rather like it was thrown from the hand. Noah looked forward, and a few hundred meters ahead, two figures were confronting each other on the roof of a tall building. One was Mark Meadow, the daredevil Noah had just seen, and the other was Bullseye. Daredevil swung his stick to knock away the hidden weapon thrown by Bullseye. Bullseye's throwing skills are very strong. He can throw any object in his hand at the target with incredible accuracy. He can use playing cards to slit people's throats, spit out teeth to penetrate the enemy's skull, throw paper airplanes to a distant roof and use a toothpick to throw it into a window 100 yards away and kill a person. Therefore, when Daredevil is chasing Bullseye, he is always busy dealing with the hidden weapons shot by the opponent. The opponent will even shoot the hidden weapons at the surrounding buildings and then use the buildings to bounce them back to himself. Daredevil can only use his super perception to deal with these unexpected attacks. After being ambushed by Bullseye last time, Daredevil has been tracking Bullseye. He plans to take the initiative to defeat Kingpin's subordinate Bullseye first, and then deal with Kingpin. Today, he finally found an opportunity, found Bullseye's trail, and chased him at night, but the difficulty of Bullseye was beyond Daredevil's expectations. In another collision, Daredevil and Bullseye stopped on the roof of a tall building. Daredevil clenched the stick in his hand to guard against the opponent's hidden weapons. Daredevil looked at Bullseye standing opposite him, and every time, Daredevil's vision was restored. Ever since he drank the potion Noah gave him, his eyes have been itchy, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Until the next day when he woke up and was awakened by the dazzling sunlight coming in from the window, he was shocked to find that his eyes had recovered. This made him very excited, and he was very grateful to Mr. Yasuo for giving him the potion. However, after Daredevil's eyes recovered, his super perception became a little uncomfortable. However, Daredevil quickly adapted to his new life after regaining his sight, and soon returned to his original state. Moreover, after regaining his sight, his strength even became stronger than before. Back on the rooftop, Daredevil gripped his staff tightly, ready to concentrate on dealing with the powerful enemy in front of him. What? You don't have the strength to run? Then I suggest you throw away the hidden weapons on your body and surrender. Daredevil taunted. Daredevil, you are really like a clingy scabby dog. Since you have chased me, you might as well die here today. Bullseye said angrily, raising his hand and firing the weapon on his body again. After Daredevil used his stick to deflect the hidden weapon, he moved forward directly. Bullseye was not to be outdone. He was already very angry because he was annoyed by Daredevil. In close combat, Daredevil can make use of his strengths. He brandished his long stick and swung at Bullseye, but Bullseye pulled out two daggers from his body to block it and deflect it. After Bullseye pushed away Daredevil's long stick, he stabbed forward with both hands. Bullseye was proficient in shooting with hidden weapons, but he was also a master of cold weapons. Daredevil dodged the cold edge of the dagger by turning his body. Bullseye was about to chase again, but was hit on the arm by a huge force. The pain made him drop the dagger with his left hand. The weapon that injured Bullseye was Daredevil's stick. At this time, the long stick in Daredevil's hand had changed and separated into two short sticks. His weapon was specially made and could be converted between a long stick and a short stick. After knocking away Bullseye's weapon, Daredevil continued to chase him, swinging his double sticks swiftly. Bullseye could only hurriedly fend off Daredevil's attacks. In close combat, Bullseye was no match for Daredevil. After their weapons collided again, Daredevil blocked Bullseye's weapon with one hand and hit him directly in the chin with an elbow. Bullseye retreated directly with blood at the corner of his mouth. 2. Bullseye spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and continued to move forward in defiance of evil, fighting with Daredevil. In the second confrontation, Daredevil was still able to suppress Bullseye, but after another fight, the two sides had just separated. Bullseye suddenly pointed his mouth at Daredevil, and a tooth came out of Bullseye's mouth. Although Daredevil also reacted after the opponent's mouth spit out the tooth flew too fast, and he only had time to adjust his body and avoid the opponent's fatal hit. Laugh. Looking at the blood splattering on Daredevil's body, Bullseye sneered. When he was hit on the chin by Daredevil just now, he had already held the fallen teeth in his mouth, ready to give Daredevil a surprise attack at any time. Now that his plan was successful, he did not intend to give Daredevil a chance. He continued to move forward, and while fighting in close combat, he would also use everything on his body and on the ground as projectiles to shoot at Daredevil. Although Daredevil twisted his body to avoid being hit in the heart, he still felt that the tooth had broken one of his ribs. This was the result of being cushioned by his suit. Otherwise, Daredevil suspected that he would have been shot directly through. After Daredevil was ambushed by Bullseye's strategy, he was at a disadvantage for a while. While dealing with Bullseye's close-range attack, he also had to distract himself to resist his hidden weapon attacks, which really made him a little flustered. During the fight, he was scratched by hidden weapons in many places. Bullseye attacked Daredevil several times, shooting him with hidden weapons at various tricky angles. After kicking Daredevil away at close range, he threw a handful of hidden weapons at Daredevil at his fastest speed, including iron needles, playing cards, bullets, and throwing knives. Bullseye was confident that this attack could kill Daredevil completely. Daredevil could only protect his vital parts to resist this wave of hidden weapon storm. Just when all the hidden weapons were about to hit Daredevil, a gust of wind whistled from afar, and all the hidden weapons that were about to attack Daredevil were swept away by the wind and hit the balcony wall. A long knife mark appeared on the balcony wall after being blown by the wind. Daredevil looked at the howling wind in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked in the direction of the wind and saw a figure slowly walking towards him in the distance. Then he jumped and came to the rooftop where Daredevil and Bullseye were. Bullseye was also looking at the person coming. He always felt that the move just now was a little familiar, but after seeing the person coming, Bullseye's pupils constricted. The other party was actually wearing a high-tech armor. If he was not cosplay, then the other party might be the same as Iron Man. Daredevil and Bullseye both maintained a cautious attitude towards the newcomers. Daredevil held two sticks in a defensive posture, while Bullseye had one hand behind his back, ready to throw weapons and launch a sneak attack at any time. Daredevil, long time no see. Looking at the tense posture of the two, Noah said to Daredevil. It's you, Yasuo. Daredevil heard the familiar voice, and his tense heart suddenly relaxed. It turned out that the other party was his savior that night, and also the benefactor who allowed him to see the light again. Daredevil now really wanted to thank him. Bullseye heard the conversation between the two and felt something was wrong. He threw the hidden weapon in his hand at the two men respectively, then turned around and prepared to flee the scene. It was obvious that the two men were in the same group. If he didn't run now, he would not be able to escape later. After throwing out the hidden weapon, Bullseye immediately turned around and ran towards the stairs behind him. Just as he was about to get close, a wind blade whizzed past him, brushed Bullseye's shoulder, and slashed the wall next to the stairs where Bullseye wanted to go. Another knife mark was embedded in the wall. The sharp touch made him stop in his tracks. Turning his head, he saw that the clothes on his left shoulder had been cut off. He was so scared that cold sweats broke out on his head. If this blade had been cut on him, wouldn't he be cut in half? If you dare to take another step, I guarantee that the next time it will be your body that will be hit. A voice came from behind Bullseye. Bullseye turned around and it was Noah who spoke. What do you want? Bullseye said. He felt that tonight was a bit uncertain. What do I want? Noah thought about it, secretly asked Lysandra what time it was, then looked up and said, let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go. How about it? Chapter 18. Let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go. How about that? What? Are you kidding me? I tell you, I'm Kingpin's man, you. Bullseye heard the word game and thought the other party was playing a trick on him. He was about to say Kingpin's name to make the other party afraid, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Laugh. Another wind blade flew over, and Bullseye's clothes on his right shoulder were gone. I don't care if you are rich or poor. If you say one more word, I will send you to hell. Okay. Tell me, what game is it? Bullseye said helplessly. He felt that if he said any more, he would not even have the chance to play the game. Noah just asked Lysandra about the time and learned that it is now 23:43. He decided to play with Bullseye first. After 0 o'clock, the number of tasks will be refreshed. He will assign tasks related to Bullseye and then kill Bullseye to maximize the value of this villain. Aren't you good at throwing things? The game is that you throw your small props randomly. If they can touch my body, you win. Noah said, and then he continued, oh, as an apology for scaring you just now, I will cover my eyes and play with you. Noah said this while covering his eyes with his hands. The target on the opposite side looked at him and thought he was being extremely insulting, so he attacked angrily, throwing his weapons madly. Even the stones and garbage on the ground were not spared, throwing them all over. Anything that passed through his hands would become extremely deadly. Lysandra, help me calculate the trajectory of the object thrown by the opponent. Just after Noah covered his eyes, he asked Lysandra to report the location of the opponent's hidden weapon. Although he covered his eyes, he asked Lysandra to mark the location of the hidden weapon on Noah's facial display. Okay, Noah. After Bullseye launched a violent attack, Noah pulled out his plasma knife. Now the display screen in front of him was full of small red dots marking the opponent's hidden weapons. He waved the blade with one hand, cutting off the hidden weapons flying in the air one by one. They flew to both sides and could not touch his body. Even if Bullseye used the surrounding environment to create geometric projectiles, Noah would turn around and cut them off. Chiang chiang chiang. Noah swung his sword very quickly. In Daredevil's eyes, Noah was almost swinging out a phantom. Although Bullseye threw the hidden weapon very quickly, he couldn't even touch the corner of Noah's clothes. All of it was blocked by Noah's sword. Daredevil now deeply realized the strength of this colleague. Not to mention the high-tech armor he was wearing, just looking at the opponent's swordsmanship, Daredevil felt that the opponent was a top master. Are you done throwing it away? After swinging the sword for a while, his strengthened body made his arms not feel any soreness at all. Then he realized that there were no more hidden weapons flying towards him, so he lowered his arms and looked at the target. Bullseye was panting, holding his knees with his hands. His arms were twitching slightly due to excessive force in a short period of time. He had thrown away everything on his body, and there was nothing left on the ground around him. It seems that you have lost the game. Noah looked at the time and decided to end this farce. Bullseye saw Noah moving, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He decided to fight with the other party, raised his hand and took a fighting stance, but in an instant, Noah disappeared from his sight, and then he felt a heavy blow on the neck, and fell to the ground with a plop. Noah put away his knife-like gesture. It was still a few minutes before the next day, so he had to wait a few more minutes. Yasuo, your strength is so powerful that it is shocking. Daredevil walked to Noah, looked at Bullseye lying on the ground, and said to Noah. Bullseye was a very tough opponent for him, but in the hands of his friend next to him, he could knock Bullseye down easily as if it was a piece of cake. Not bad, Daredevil, you're pretty good. Noah turned to look at Daredevil, then asked, Daredevil, how did you get into trouble with Bullseye tonight? I've already started to deal with Kingpin and the others. Bullseye is just the first step. But I didn't expect that Bullseye's strength is a bit tricky. I almost couldn't beat him tonight, said Daredevil. A few days ago, after Noah told him that the one who attacked him was Kingpin, the Emperor of the New York underworld, he began to investigate Kingpin's power, intending to gradually dismantle this evil force. So, based on the information from his private investigation, he learned about Bullseye's whereabouts today and planned to take action. King Bing? King Bing's power is quite powerful, right? Noah said. Yes, Kingpin controls most of the underworld in the United States. He can be called the Emperor of the Underworld. However, although his power is great, I will defeat him. Daredevil said, clenching his fists. Okay, I'm counting on you. Noah patted Daredevil on the shoulder, and asked Lysandra to get him a temporary contact number, and then said, Daredevil, keep this number. When you are ready to take action against Kingpin in the future, you can call me and I will come to help you. Kingpin should be considered a famous Marvel villain, right? The system should be able to generate a B-level mission by then, Noah thought, and then told Daredevil the number that Lysandra had temporarily handled. This number would directly contact Lysandra after dialing it. Okay, thank you, Yasuo. Daredevil said. He was happy to accept the help of a like-minded righteous person. Okay, now it's time to decide what to do with this guy. Noah looked at the time. It was already past 12 a.m. His daily tasks had been refreshed, and then he opened the task system. C-level mission, XXX. C-level mission, teach the surrounding XXX a lesson. B-level mission, eliminate the enemy who is fighting with Daredevil. Well, okay, this task will be directly refreshed, and I don't need to specify it, Noah thought to himself when he saw the task, and then accepted the task. The task instructions were directly on the bullseye next to his feet. We can hand this man over to the New York Police Department and let the law punish him. Daredevil said. Daredevil is a professional lawyer and most of the time he abides by the law and does not kill people indiscriminately. Daredevil, are you serious? This man is Kingpin's subordinate. I think you sent him to the police station 1 second, and he came out the next. Moreover, this man does not deserve sympathy. I don't know how many bad things this kind of man has done under Kingpin. Lysandra, help me investigate this man. Noah said. He really didn't have any good feelings for this kind of villain, especially since he was a subordinate of the gangster kingpin. As he said that, he asked Lysandra to call up the projection of Bullseye's criminal cases. "Look, Daredevil." Noah raised his hand and walked up to a 3D projection that appeared, showing the many crimes committed by Bullseye. Daredevil looked at these, and the anger in his heart gradually grew, and then he sighed. "Yasso, you do it," Daredevil said. He also knew that if he didn't kill Bullseye today, if Bullseye continued to commit crimes in the future, would those who died because of Bullseye's crimes in the future be blamed on him? Because he didn't kill Bullseye today, that's why they died. Then let me do it. Noah pulled out the plasma blade, ready to let Bullseye die in a coma. This would be considered a good deal for him as he could die painlessly. Chong! A flash of knife light passed by, and before Daredevil could see clearly, Noah had already sheathed the knife. Although Bullseye was still lying on the ground, a red line slowly appeared on his neck. It was because Noah's knife light was too fast, and before the blood could even flow out, Bullseye's head and body were separated. Chapter 19. Task completed, Summoner obtains 500 essence. After Noah kills Bullseye, the mission is completed. Okay, it's over, Daredevil. After seeing that the mission was completed, Noah nodded and said to Daredevil. "Yeah." Daredevil looked at Bullseye's body with complicated eyes. Daredevil Matthew Murdock is a lawyer during the day and a vigilante at night. Like Batman, he adheres to the no-killing principle. This is the bottom line he sets for himself so as to avoid becoming the same as the criminals he fights, people who despise and challenge the law. But the deafening cries for help and the wailing and even death of good and innocent people under torture and even death by criminals made it impossible for Matthew Murdock to stick to this rule. Just like the data that Noah just retrieved, the bloody lives made it impossible for Daredevil to forgive and let go of the criminal Bullseye. Noah looked at Daredevil and seemed to be lost in thought about the decision to kill Bullseye. Could it be that Daredevil doesn't kill people like Batman? Noah didn't know much about Daredevil because he had never read any comics or watched any TV series about Daredevil before. He only knew that there was this person and that he was a blind man. He could only pat Daredevil on the shoulder and casually said a few words of concern. "Oh, I'm fine," Daredevil said in a deep voice. "Wait, Mr. Yasuo, I have something else to tell you." Seeing Noah was about to leave, Daredevil hurriedly stopped Noah. He hadn't thanked him yet. "Daredevil, is there anything else?" Noah turned around and looked at Daredevil, not understanding why the other party called him again. "Mr. Yasuo, I want to thank you once again. The potion you gave me last time not only healed my injuries, but also healed my eyes, allowing me to see the light again after decades of darkness. So I want to thank you once again." Daredevil stood up straight, his once dark and lifeless eyes now radiating a determined light. "The potion that Mr. Yasuo gave me last time must be a very valuable thing, right? I don't know how I can repay you, but if you need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse." Daredevil looked at Noah and said solemnly, his tone very sincere. You can see now? Congratulations, Daredevil. Since you said so, I will definitely come to you if I have any problems in the future. No problem, if you need help I'll do whatever I can to help you. Okay, then I'll leave first." Noah was quite surprised that Daredevil's eyesight was restored by the life potion. He didn't expect the life potion to be so effective. He felt that he could study the potion carefully in the future. As for Daredevil's promise, Noah didn't know what Daredevil would need to do in the future, so he just dealt with him casually. After a while, Noah teleported home and took off his armor. Lysandra also left the armor and flew to Noah's side. Backpack. Items: Life Potion X4, Mana Potion X3, Great Inventor Hero Fragment X1, Iron Ambition Skin Fragment X1, Random Hero Experience Card, 1 day. Equipment: Demon Sect. Essence: 2,500 points. 2,500 essence points. I accumulated them quite quickly. Noah looked at the essence points in his backpack and the things in his backpack, then he took out the only equipment he had synthesized. Demon Sect, now that I have a plasma-forged battle blade, do I not need the Demon Sect anymore? Noah looked at the extremely beautiful magic sword. That's not right. The plasma-forged blade is sharp and has strong physical cutting ability, but the magic sword seems to have a higher bonus on magic. Noah felt the magic sword and found that if he used this sword to perform the wind sword technique, the power would be slightly higher than using a plasma knife. Of course, it was not as sharp as a plasma knife, After comparing the equipment, Noah put the weapon back into his backpack, then looked at the project armor parked in the corner of the living room. Walking to the side, Noah wanted to try if he could put it in his backpack. If he could, it would be much more convenient. After all, he didn't have the conditions to change the armor into a nano armor yet. Noah's mind moved, and the project armor in front of him disappeared and appeared in Noah's backpack, ready to be taken out at any time. Yes, it can be put in the backpack. Noah said happily. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I have to have some fun during the holidays. Noah stretched and decided to take a shower. After talking to Lysandra, who was floating next to him, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. I'm done, let's go to bed. After Noah finished his shower, he felt refreshed and planned to lie down on the bed. When he walked to the bed, Noah looked at Lysandra floating in the air and said, Lysandra, do you need to sleep? As soon as he finished speaking, Noah felt a little silly. How could I use sleep? Noah, I don't need to sleep, but if you need sleep assistance, I can provide it for you. Lysandra flew to Noah's bed, where Noah was already lying. Sleep aid? What does that look like? Noah asked puzzledly. Noah, please lie down first. After Noah lay down, Lysandra flew over Noah's head, then transformed into a mechanical eye mask and wrapped it around Noah's head. What is this? Noah closed his eyes and felt his eyes were a little comfortable and warm, as if they were being massaged. Then he found that his ears were also covered, and then he heard Lysandra's whisper. Is this ASMR? ASMR stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, which refers to a soft, comfortable, gentle, and intoxicating reaction on the skin, scalp, back of the neck, etc. when receiving certain specific sound, visual or tactile stimulation. This reaction makes people feel physically relaxed, happy, and mentally calm. It is a new form of entertainment that can relieve anxiety and help sleep. Noah only learned about it in his previous life, but he has never experienced it himself. Noah felt his ears a little numb. When listening to Lysandra's whispers, Noah felt an itchy sensation all over his body. Then, before he knew it, he had fallen into a dream. In the early morning, the curtains were pulled open by a pair of hands, and the sunlight shone in from the window. Noah wiped his eyes and slowly woke up. Comfortable. Noah stretched and felt very comfortable. He felt that this sleep was very comfortable. Good morning, Noah. Lysandra opened the curtains, saw Noah get up, and flew to Noah's side. Good morning, Lysandra. Thank you so much for last night. The sleep aid service was great. Noah recalled Lysandra's gentle whisper last night, and he felt so happy that his scalp tingled. As long as you like it, Noah, said Lysandra. I'm going to brush my teeth first. After Noah got up, the first thing he did was to brush his teeth and wash his face. After he finished brushing his teeth, he returned to the living room to prepare for breakfast. When Noah came to the living room, he smelled the sweet aroma of food. He looked over and found sandwiches and fried eggs on the table. Lysandra was beside them. When she saw Noah coming, she placed a cup of hot milk for Noah. Lysandra, breakfast is ready. You are so thoughtful. Noah felt very lucky to have drawn Lysandra. Lysandra is really an all-round housekeeper who can help you with everything. It seems that the matter of creating a body for Lysandra needs to be prepared in advance. Oh, it's time to think about how to make money. There are a lot of things that will require money in the future, such as the laboratory, armor, and Lysandra's body. Noah thought while eating a sandwich. His current savings are only a few $1,000,000 left to him by his parents after their death, but for what he wants to do, these few million are not enough, so he has to start thinking about how to make money. Start a company? Create a Hextech company, or research life potions and start a pharmaceutical company. That seems like a good idea. I can let Lysandra manage it then. But this is not something that can be done in a short period of time. So how should I do it? Noah thought. With the support of the system, after he summoned research geniuses like Jace from Piltover, he could consider setting up a Hextech company. And since he had the magical life potion, he could also choose to develop in the medical field. But those things could not be done in a day or two. Noah needed a way to make money quickly. Noah was lost in thought. Another way is to learn from Ultron in Avengers 2, let Lysandra hack into the network, and then transfer the money from other people's accounts to his own account. However, Noah feels that this method will cause trouble. If he really can't get the money in the end, he will consider this method again. Oh, I figured it out. After Noah finished drinking the milk, he suddenly thought of something. In his previous thinking, Noah was thinking about how those rich people in Marvel made money. He thought of Iron Man's Stark Group, and then he thought of the hidden rich man in the Marvel world, Black Panther T'Challa. Then he thought of the super precious metal vibranium. He felt that he could get some vibranium to sell. Vibranium, a rare metal in Marvel, costs as much as US dollars per gram. When thinking of vibranium, Noah wondered where it came from. In the movie world, vibranium is mainly produced in Wakanda, a high-tech country hidden in Africa. Wakanda's vibranium was formed a long time ago when meteorites fell to the earth, thus creating the high-tech empire of Wakanda. However, in Black Panther 2, another country with vibranium veins was revealed, Talakang, the mysterious underwater kingdom, another unknown country. Well, these two countries are similar. They both like to stab each other with spears. Noah thought of Black Panther 2 and thought of the scene where the two countries were fighting like two villages. Okay, let's go get some of their vibranium. Wakanda is a bit far away, so let's look at Talakang first. Noah thought, things that fell from the sky, you can use them, and so can I, so it's not too much to take a little bit. Chapter 20. A beach near the Atlantic Ocean in New York is filled with people sunbathing and playing, looking like a dense swarm of ants at first glance. Noah stepped over the crowds of people sleeping on the beach with blankets spread out, and walked towards the beach. At this moment, Noah was only wearing beach shorts and a short shirt on his upper body. Noah did not button up his shirt, and his enhanced perfect body was revealed, and he attracted 100% attention. I don't understand why Americans like to bask in the sun so much. Noah stood on the beach, looking out at the Atlantic Ocean. The deep-sea country of Talakang is located somewhere on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, but he doesn't know its exact location. Hey, handsome guy, can you help us apply some sunscreen? Just as Noah was looking out at the sea and thinking, a charming female voice came from behind Noah. Noah turned around and saw that the person who was calling him from behind was a beautiful woman with big wavy blonde hair and a good figure in a bikini. Her fair skin was shining in the sun. The beautiful woman shook the sunscreen at Noah. Next to her was a beautiful woman with dyed blue hair. She also had a good figure. She seemed to be her companion. She was also looking at Noah with her big watery eyes. When she saw Noah looking at her, she blinked and gave Noah a wink. Are you trying to flirt with me? This is the first time in my 2 lives that I've had this experience. I can't help it, he's just too handsome. Noah thought shamelessly. Noah himself was very handsome, and after the summoned hero panel and the enhancement of the Resolute rune, his figure was also perfect. Therefore, when Noah stood here, he stood out like a chicken. He was so handsome that people around him thought he was a star filming a movie here. However, Noah suddenly remembered that he seemed to have never been in love in his 2 lives. Damn, he didn't have enough time in the last life. He must have a good relationship in the future. Noah was thinking about his future life. However, he had things to do now. He didn't have time to pick up girls here. It was more important to make money. I'm sorry, sister, I have something to do later and can't apply sunscreen for you. Besides, I'm only 16 years old, and it's illegal for you to do this. Noah smiled at the 2 of them. Ah? You are only 16 years old. I don't believe that you can be so handsome and strong at the age of 16. The blonde girl said, and wanted to touch Noah's abdominal muscles. Noah raised his eyebrows. How could she do that? Americans are really open-minded. Noah thought quickly and shouted directly behind them. Look! Iron Man! Ah! Iron Man, he's there! When Noah shouted, the blonde girl and her companions looked back excitedly. Many people nearby also heard Noah's shout and looked back, but when they looked back, there was no Iron Man. Who the hell is yelling? Who the hell is yelling? Everyone who felt cheated cursed. When the blonde turned around, Noah was gone. Feeling deceived and rejected, she kicked the sand at her feet in anger. On the other side of the beach, next to a huge reef, Noah's figure came out from the reef. When everyone looked back, he used Ghost Walk, passed through the crowd, left the scene, and came to the reef on this side. Noah, it seems that your image is very popular among humans. Lysandra said. Of course, I'm a handsome guy. Noah said. To be honest, after strengthening his body, Noah's appearance and temperament have greatly improved. Lysandra, when I have built your body, I will sculpt your face, a face of a peerless beauty. Noah said. He wanted to sculpt Lissandra's appearance into the one of the hero Lissandra in League of Legends. Okay, Noah, I'll be looking forward to it. Lissandra said. Although she could change her face at will, if Noah liked it, she would be willing to accept it. Noah touched the watch on his hand. This watch was Lissandra. Lissandra used nanotechnology to transform into this form so that Noah would not attract attention in the crowd. Otherwise, carrying a high-tech item with him would be too eye-catching. Vibranium is at the bottom of this ocean, but I don't know its exact location. What should I do? I wonder if I can use the task system to specify a task to search for vibranium. Let's try it first. If Noah were to search for vibranium veins on the seabed in the entire ocean by himself, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. In Black Panther 2, there is a genius black girl who invented an instrument to detect vibranium, but Noah didn't know where this person was. However, Noah thought of the system. If he could specify a task to find vibranium, wouldn't the task guide be able to lead him to find the vibranium? Thinking of this, Noah opened the system and tried to specify the task of finding vibranium. A loading circle started spinning on the system interface, and then a task message appeared in Noah's surprised eyes. A-level mission obtaining vibranium veins, seize the vibranium veins from the underwater kingdom of Talakang. That's amazing, and it's an A-level mission. This is the first time I've gotten such a high-level mission. Since Noah obtained the system, the mission list has been filled with B-level and C-level missions. This is the first time he has gotten an A-level mission. A-level mission, judging from the name, does it mean we have to fight against the entire Talakan? Noah rubbed his chin and thought. If it was to fight against the entire Talakan, then the difficulty would be very high. After all, the other party is a powerful country with vibranium, although its performance in the movie was not very good. Moreover, this mission is in the sea, and Noah doesn't know whether his armor can be used in the sea. This mission still makes Noah feel a little difficult. Even if we don't fight Talo-chan and choose to mine secretly, it will take time to prepare. I wonder if this task has a time limit. Noah thought about it, and suddenly he realized something. He didn't know if there was a time limit for completing the task. After all, he had completed all the previous tasks immediately without delaying them to the next day. System, is there a time limit for the task you assign? Can I accept the task today and complete it later? After thinking about this, Noah asked the system. Summoner, there is no time limit for system tasks, and there is no upper limit for accepting them. If you accept a task today and fail to complete it, it will not affect your ability to accept the daily tasks refreshed on the next day. In that case, then I will accept this mission with confidence, and then prepare well for this A-level mission. Noah felt that he needed to prepare for the battle. After all, the opponent was a country, and the opponent also had things like vibranium. He didn't know if he could defeat them now. However, he had to give it a try first. Thinking of this, Noah clicked to accept the mission. Accepting the A-level mission obtaining vibranium ore. Since this is the summoner's first A-level mission, the system will provide some help. The system is determining the difficulty of the mission. The determination is complete. The appropriate mission assistance props are being created for the summoner. Ah! What's going on? Noah was a little surprised when he saw the information displayed by the system. What was going on? Noah didn't expect that after accepting an A-level task, the system would pop up these prompts. System assistance in completing tasks? What props will be given to me? After the system prompted those lines of words, Noah waited for the system to load. He was also very curious about what kind of task assisting props the system would give him. Detected summoner backpack item, random hero experience card, 1 day, transforming the item. Transformation successful, the random hero experience card, 1 day, has been transformed into the River Lord Tam experience card, lasting until the task is completed. Tam. Noah said in surprise after seeing the system prompt. Tam is a tank support hero in League of Legends. In the background, Tam is one of the powerful and mysterious ancient demons with the power of a demigod. In other words, I have to complete this mission in the form of Tam. Noah said, holding the experience card and looking at the pattern of Tam on the card. Originally, Noah had planned to go back and prepare after accepting the mission, and when he was able to fight against Talakan, he would go to the bottom of the sea to get some vibranium. However, he did not expect that the system could provide him with this kind of help. Noah felt that he could complete the mission today. Lissandra, you should change back first. Noah was about to transform into Tam, but he wanted to let Lysandra change back first. Otherwise, if she turned into a fat Tam, Noah was afraid that Lysandra would be stretched. Okay, Noah, what happened? After changing all the time, Lysandra turned back into a spherical robot. It's no big deal. I'm going to transform into another form and go into the sea to collect vibranium. Noah said with a smile to Lysandra. I don't know how powerful Tam is. I'm looking forward to it. After getting ready, Noah took the experience card and prepared to start the mission. Chapter 21. Beside an uninhabited reef, a black smoke was rolling, with black lightning running on the surface of the black smoke. If others saw this power, they would definitely think that it was an evil force, the power of the devil, but in fact, it was indeed the power of the devil. After Noah used the experience card, a huge amount of magic power surged out of his body. The huge magic power made Noah a little lost for a while, but he soon woke up again. In the black smoke, Noah felt his body and felt that it was no longer his human body, but had turned into another powerful form. After waking up from the sudden impact of magic, Noah raised his hand to disperse the magic smoke that enveloped him, revealing Noah's current form. The human who originally stood here has disappeared, replaced by a humanoid catfish wearing a red coat and a black top hat. It has a huge mouth that takes up half of its face, with two long tentacles dangling at the edge of its mouth. When it grins, it reveals sharp but jagged teeth and a huge tongue. I'm turning into Tam. Noah wanted to look down, but found that he seemed to have no neck. Then he raised his hand, and what came into his sight was a fat arm with 3 fingers, and a wrist guard with patterns engraved on it. Noah moved 3 fingers, and he could feel that his whole body was now filled with huge magic power, which was the magic of the demigod Tam, the power of the ancient devil. Noah turned and faced the ocean. At this moment, the ocean made him feel close to it. He really wanted to jump in and soak himself in the water. This ocean, I feel I can control it. Noah felt the power of Tam in his body. Tam was the lord of the river and had the power to control water. His lines in the game also said that the world was a river, and I was its king. Therefore, Tam, the greedy demon born at the beginning of the creation of the world, had the power to control the flow of water. Noah opened his hands towards the ocean in front of him and used the magic power in his body to influence this area of water. Big waves gradually began to surge on the originally calm sea surface. Waves after waves hit the coast. People playing on the beach next door had already discovered that something was wrong with the ocean. Thinking that a tsunami was going to happen, they screamed and left. Noah continued to manipulate the water flow. After the turbulent waves, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sea far away from the shore. The whirlpool was spinning like a black hole. Noah did not feel any effort while doing these things, as if it was his instinct and it did not take any effort at all. Tam's power is really strong. Noah stopped controlling the magic of the ocean and sighed. The action just now did not consume much magic power, because Tam could control the power of water. Lysandra, look at my current form, how is it? After Noah stopped, he looked at Lysandra who had been beside him from the beginning, patted his belly, grinned at Lysandra. If it were an ordinary person, a human-sized catfish with such a big mouth smiling in front of you would have been scared to death, but Lysandra is not an ordinary person, she is artificial intelligence, and she also knows that this monster is Noah, so she will not be scared, but just calmly said, Noah's current form is not as handsome as the human form, but I can detect that Noah in this form has a very high energy response. Thank you for your compliment, Lysandra. This form is changed for my next mission, and I can only possess this power for a short time. But, don't worry, come on, Lysandra, take a few photos for me. I will collect them when I go back. Noah was very happy about Lysandra's compliment on his appearance, but he wanted to take a few photos of himself in Tam form first to satisfy his collecting hobby. Noah has a hobby of collecting things, such as props and materials in the game. Anyway, he is not in a hurry now. As long as the mission is not over, there will be no time limit for this form of his. Hey! Thinking of this, Noah suddenly had an idea. If he kept stuck on this task, would he be able to possess Tam's power for a long time and then do something else first? Just when Noah was trying to find a bug in the system popped up a prompt as if it had insight into Noah's thoughts. Summoner, the power of this experience card can only be used for this mission. If you leave the mission scope, the power of this experience card will disappear. Ah! Damn it, you don't want to block the bug, right? Noah's thoughts were ruthlessly blocked by the system. He was very dissatisfied, but soon calmed down. He was not in a hurry to do anything now. He completed the task step by step slowly. His improvement speed was also very fast. Noah, are you ready? I'm going to start taking pictures. Lysandra said. Oh, okay, come on. Noah responded, and then he made many funny poses and took many photos, some of which were grinning, some of which were sticking out tongue and making faces. He decided to develop them and keep them when he got home, and make a collection room to put them in. Okay, that's enough. Let's get ready to go into the sea. Noah stopped. He had taken many photos. He would select them after they were developed and then frame them and hang them in the bedroom. However, he would have to wait until the mission was completed. Now, he was ready to enter the ocean. Lysandra, come on my shoulders, I'll take you swimming later. Noah said. He let Lysandra fix on himself. Later, he might activate Tam's abyss diving in the sea, and then he could take Lysandra with him. Moreover, Lysandra's speed in the sea might not be able to keep up with him, so he needed to carry her. Lysandra flew to Noah's shoulder, and part of her body turned into a pair of shoulder armor and fixed on Noah's body. Noah shook his shoulders and felt that Lysandra was stable, then he leaped forward into the ocean. After entering the ocean, Noah felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if the entire ocean was welcoming him back and he belonged here. Noah did not slide his arms to swim, he used Tam's magic to drive himself through the ocean. Watching the underwater world passing by, Noah felt very good. These were scenes he had never seen in reality, only in pictures and videos on the internet. As Noah dived at high speed in the sea and entered the sea area where the sunlight gradually could not penetrate, the surroundings became darker and darker, but Noah was not affected by the darkness. He could see very clearly in this darkness. Noah looked at the guidance arrow of the system and felt that he was still some distance away from his goal. So he decided to use abyss navigation. In the game, abyss navigation is to drill into the ground and then drill out from another place, but in reality, Tam sees the world as a river. He can travel through this river at will. This ability belongs to the category of space travel. The power belonging to Tam surged, and a vortex appeared under Noah's feet. Noah entered the vortex directly, and then felt that he had entered a river. After feeling that the distance was about right, Noah drilled out of the river, and a vortex appeared somewhere on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, and then Noah drilled out of it. The surrounding ocean was pitch black, without fish and beautiful corals, and filled with deathly silence. There was very little life at the bottom of the deep sea. We're almost there. Noah looked at the arrow not far away, which was pointing in the direction of the vibranium vein. Then Noah looked at Lysandra on his shoulder to confirm whether Lysandra was affected by the space travel and the current seabed pressure. After all, Noah was now on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The average depth of the Atlantic Ocean was more than 3,600 meters. The pressure at this depth was unbearable for humans. However, Lysandra was a robot and would not be affected by this pressure. Not to mention Noah, who felt as comfortable as at home. Let's go, there's a mineral vein ahead. Noah accelerated and rushed to the mission site. Chapter 22. Not far from the vibranium vein point where Noah arrived, there is an ancient underwater kingdom hidden, a mysterious underwater kingdom. It is called a kingdom, but it is more like a prosperous tribe. People on the seabed travel on the backs of whales, vendors sell goods, and children play. What's more magical is that even though the sea here is so deep, the whole city is shrouded in a layer of warm soft light. In the center of the kingdom, a huge instrument that can almost be called a temple is fixed to the bottom of the sea. On the top of the building is a suspended artificial sun. This is the artificial sun built by Namor so that the people of the country can feel the sunlight under the sea. This is Talokan, Marvel's mysterious underwater country. In the temple directly below the artificial sun, Namor is sitting on his throne, listening to the soldiers below reporting on affairs. Kukulkan, please look at this. This is what our guards just discovered. A blue-skinned soldier wearing Talokan vibranium equipment reported to Namor while holding a high-tech tablet. Namor looked at the scene in the video. The tablet was playing the content recorded by the monitoring equipment. The video showed Noah just coming out of the abyss dive, and then the monitoring equipment malfunctioned and the video fell into darkness. What is this? Are these images transmitted from the equipment on the other side of the mine? Namor frowned as he looked at the content of the projection. He leaned back on the throne and leaned forward slightly, looking at the strange guy in the video. He felt a little uneasy. Yes, this is what our people just discovered. An unidentified person approached our vibranium mine through some kind of teleportation method. The soldier reported the information. Soldiers, give the orders, assemble the troops, organize the equipment, and come with me to the mine to see what this person's purpose is. After thinking, Namor gave the orders to the soldiers. He had a feeling that the person in the video was not simple, and he had to go there in person to see what the other party wanted to do. The scene returns to the vibranium vein. After coming out of the abyss diving, Noah went straight to the area pointed by the mission arrow. After observing the situation on the seabed, Noah raised his hand to condense magic power and blasted towards that area. The magic ball hit the seabed, and suddenly the sand on the seabed flew up, and the chaos made it impossible to see the scene clearly. Noah then drove the water flow to take away the flying sand. At the bottom of the mission area, the sand on the surface was shaken away, revealing a blue fluorescent ore. That was the vibranium vein, a very rare and precious ore in Marvel. Lysandra, look, that's the target of our mission this time, vibranium, a special metal. Noah said to Lysandra. Lysandra probably had never seen this kind of ore. After hearing this, Lysandra broke away from Noah's shoulder and flew to the vibranium mine. The suspended structure changed into a mechanical tentacle that touched the vibranium. Scanning rays shot out from her eyes. After scanning the vibranium ore, Lysandra flew back to Noah. Noah, the molecular structure of this ore is very special. I have never seen this kind of ore. Lysandra said to Noah. This kind of ore was not recorded in her data, but Noah certainly knew about it, because vibranium is one of Marvel's unique ores. In addition, other famous ores in the movie include Uru alloy and adamantium alloy. Vibranium is a very powerful metal that can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. Equipment made of this metal will be very powerful. Lysandra, I plan to use this metal to build your future body. Noah said. I'm looking forward to this ore having many uses. Looking at the exposed ore, Noah twisted his beard. He was thinking about how to take out the ore and how to bring it back. He didn't know if his system backpack could hold so much vibranium, but after a brief thought, he felt that he had to get the ore out first and then think about how to bring it back. In the dark seabed, the sand rolling in the water had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Just when Noah was about to try to dig out the vibranium from the ground, a slight ripple came from the seabed in the distance. Noah noticed this slight ripple and he felt someone was coming. Are they those people from Talokan? Realizing that someone was coming, Noah stopped his actions on the vibranium and turned to face the direction of the vibration. Noah slowly dived down and stood next to the vibranium vein with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Talokan people. He planned to solve the trouble of Talokan first, and then deal with the vibranium. More than 3,000 meters below the Atlantic Ocean, a humanoid catfish stood on the seabed with a spherical machine floating next to it. The land beside its feet glowed with a faint blue light, which was the only light in this area. A few hundred meters away from them, many figures were rushing towards this side. Lysandra, come to my side, the enemy is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the Talakang people were approaching. Noah had already seen the Talakang people, and there were also two people on the Talakang side. It was not two people, but a catfish and a machine. Leader of the Talokan people is Namor the Aquaman, Marvel's anti-hero and king of the underwater kingdom of Talokan. He is an ancient mutant with strong physical fitness and a pair of small wings borne on his ankles. These wings not only allow him to swim fast in the sea, but also give him the ability to fly on land. However, Namor's ability on land will be weakened, so his strongest form is in the sea. It is said that Namor has the same powerful strength as Thor and the Hulk in the sea. Noah did not see Namor's power in the water in the movie, but he will see it later. Namor is led by several teams of Talokan soldiers. These soldiers all have blue skin and look like Avatar. This is caused by the Talokan people drinking a mysterious herb made from vibranium. Originally they were land people, but later because of illness, the tribesmen drank potions made from the mysterious herb, and then gained the ability to breathe in the sea, but they could not breathe on land. However, this herb also strengthened their bodies, allowing them to gain tough skin and powerful strength. Of course, Namor is different. He is a mutant who was born with a pair of wings on his ankles. His life is longer than other Talokan people, and he can breathe on land. He is the natural king of the Talokan people. Namor looked at Noah across from him. The scene fell into silence, with only the sound of the Talokans paddling in the water. After a while, Namor spoke first. Stranger, you have now stepped into the border of Talokan. Tell us why you are here, otherwise we will treat you as an enemy. Namor said, pointing at Noah with a vibranium spear in his hand. Ha ha ha, people from the sea, I heard that you have very precious things here, so I came here to make a deal with you. The giant catfish laughed dully, stroked his beard, and said as his huge tongue slid across his equally huge mouth. Namor glanced at the ore on the ground that was glowing blue, and knew why the other party came, so he said, Stranger, you are not welcome here, and Talokan will not trade with you. Leave here quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Don't be impatient, underwater man, you haven't heard the content of my deal yet, don't refuse easily, the specific content of the deal is. Noah paused here, then grinned and laughed evilly, how about exchanging your lives for vibranium? When Namor heard what Noah said, his expression suddenly became angry. This guy was clearly here to cause trouble. Namor didn't say anything more and directly ordered the soldiers next to him to attack, determined to capture this guy who spoke so arrogantly. Several blue-skinned underwater soldiers rushed directly towards Noah, holding spears made of vibranium and tortoise-shell shields in their hands. They moved very fast on the seabed and rushed in front of Noah in a few seconds. The spears in their hands thrust out, cutting through the sea water and were about to pierce Noah's body. However, the feeling of piercing the flesh did not reach their hands. They only felt that they had pierced a wall. The soldiers looked carefully and found that their spears did not pierce the opponent's flesh, but were blocked by a light white shield that appeared in front of the opponent. This is Tam's thick skin. Noah used Tam's magic to form a shield. The powerful shield directly resisted their attacks, and it didn't even cause a ripple. Noah opened his big mouth towards the people in front of him, and his huge tongue lashed the sea water in front, using the sea water as a medium to transmit an immense force. These soldiers were directly knocked away by this force, drawing a line on the seabed, and then lost consciousness and floated in the sea. Noah didn't want to touch them with his tongue, as it would make him feel like he was licking them, which was a bit disgusting, so he used this technique. Although Tam was always licking people in the game, Noah didn't want to do that. On Namor's side, seeing his soldiers being knocked away by Noah, Namor was very angry. He decided to take action himself and teach this madman who offended Talokan a lesson. Chapter 23. On the seabed of a certain area in the Atlantic Ocean, a blue glowing mineral on the ground illuminates a battle taking place next to it. Namor attacks angrily, and the wings on his ankles flap rapidly, giving Namor powerful power on the seabed. Namor moves at a speed of tens of meters per second, carrying huge power, and rushing towards Noah with a vibranium spear in hand. While Namor was attacking, several female blue soldiers in his team placed their hands on their temples and stared at Noah. They were special soldiers of Talokan who could hypnotize the enemy through the air and make them obey their orders. In the movie Black Panther 2, they controlled Wakanda's medical staff and made them jump into the sea to commit suicide. However, for Noah who transformed into Tam, this trick seemed to be ineffective. Noah looked at Namor who was rushing over, and then at the soldiers who were making strange movements. He scratched his head, not knowing what those people were doing. He raised his hand and used magic to control the water flow. The water flow formed into a sharp sword and shot towards Namor who was rushing over. Then he raised his hand, and two magical water flows appeared on the left and right sides of the soldiers brought by Namor. As soon as the water flows took shape, Noah controlled them and quickly smashed towards the crowd in the middle. Namor, who was rushing forward, saw the water sword coming at him, so he twisted his ankle, flapped his wings, and quickly twisted his body to avoid the attack. However, the soldiers he brought with him did not have as fast speed and reaction as him. They were hit by two magical water streams and all fell to the bottom of the sea, unconscious. One of the soldiers used the communication tool on his body to send a distress signal to the base camp before he fell unconscious. Namor didn't realize that his team had been annihilated. After dodging Noah's attack, he continued to rush towards Noah and thrust out his spear. The sharpness of the vibranium spear was amazing. Under Namor's powerful swing, it broke through the sea water and stabbed towards Noah with a sharp cold light. Noah did not intercept Namor's attack in the middle. He just stood there, quietly watching Namor's movements, waiting for his attack to come. Namor's strength is not comparable to that of his soldiers. After the tip of his spear poked into Noah's shield, there was actually a small dent on the shield. Namor showed excitement, and he felt that he was going to break this guy's shell. But before Namor could laugh for long, Noah grinned, and a surge of magic power surged out of his body and merged into the shield. After Noah input more magic power into the shield quickly expanded outwards a large part. Namor, who was still stabbing forward, was unable to react, and the shield directly knocked Namor away. Namor, who was knocked away, held the spear tightly and flapped his wings on his ankles quickly, allowing Namor to balance his body quickly. After stopping, Namor finally saw the scene of his men being annihilated, and his anger was ignited again. Damn it! Namor gritted his teeth and charged again. He moved around Noah at high speed and continuously attacked the shield, trying to find the weak point of the shield, but it seemed to have no effect. Noah's shield was a comprehensive defense, and every attack of Namor was blocked. However, Namor did not give up easily, and kept twisting his body to attack from different directions. Noah just looked at Namor quietly, his mouth cracked, revealing a smile that seemed to mock the other party for overestimating his own abilities, at least that was what Namor saw. After another attack, the magic shield opened again and knocked Namor away. Namor was very angry after being knocked away, and he yelled at Noah, "You only know how to stay in your turtle shell. Come out and fight me." Noah looked at the roaring Namor and let out a mocking laugh. He removed the surrounding shield, stretched out his big hand with only 3 fingers, and made a provocative gesture towards Namor. He wanted to fulfill Namor's wish. Namor was suddenly happy and angry, and launched another charge. His wings on his ankles flapped rapidly, and he rushed towards Noah like an arrow. The dust on the seabed was swept up by the water current driven by Namor's high-speed movement. Noah looked at Namor rushing towards him. Tam, who had thick skin and flesh, had powerful magic and was no less powerful than Noah. Moreover, Noah could use magic to enhance his strength, so in close combat, Noah was not inferior at all. The spear approached Noah again. This time, without the shield blocking it, Namor was finally able to attack Noah directly. The spear came with great force, and Namor clenched his hands, as if he wanted to pour all his previous frustration and anger into the spear and pierce the madman with one blow. Seeing this, Noah waved his magic-covered hand, and when the spear was about to pierce him, he used the force to deflect Namor's full-strength attack, then turned slightly and shook Namor in another direction. Namor did not hesitate after the failure of this attack. He adjusted his body quickly in the sea water, turned around and kicked his legs, rushing towards Noah again. This time he swung his weapon and used a swinging attack method, smashing the spear towards Noah, and the huge force directly cut through the water. This time Noah did not dodge. He just stretched out his hand and used his arm guard to block. Boom! A dull sound of metal colliding was heard at the bottom of the sea. With the two of them as the center, an impact force spread out in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. Namor used both hands to try to push the spear down, and Noah also raised his arm with one hand. The two began to wrestle at this moment. "Hey, little fish man, are you not full? How come you only have this little strength? I can't feel anything." Noah raised his arms and taunted Namor. Tam's body of an ancient demon, coupled with huge magical power, is far superior to Namor, the little fish man, in strength. Damn it! Namor gritted his teeth, and the small wings on his ankles flapped faster. Namor also lowered his body forward, trying to press Noah down, but it was useless. Even if Namor used all his strength, no matter how much the wings on his ankles flapped, that arm was like a mountain and did not move at all. It's time to end it. Noah grasped the spear with his backhand and his other hand. Namor pulled his hands back, trying to take back the weapon. While fighting for the weapon, Noah exerted force with both hands, directly grasped the spear, swung it, and slammed it to the bottom of the sea. With a loud thud, Namor fell heavily to the bottom of the sea, raising a lot of sand, but Namor's hands were still tightly clenched. Noah fell in the opposite direction again, but Namor still held the spear stubbornly. Seeing this, Noah gripped the spear tightly and swung Namor in front of him. Noah opened his mouth, and his huge tongue stretched out from his big mouth, whipping the sea water in front of Namor. The force passed through the sea water and hit Namor. A huge force hit Namor's head, and the dizziness directly made him let go of his hands. After being attacked on the head, Namor lost consciousness briefly and let go of the spear. After recovering, just as he was about to make a move, Noah swung the vibranium spear and hit Namor directly like a baseball bat. Namor was unable to defend against this attack and was hit directly in the abdomen by the spear and was knocked out. Noah raised the spear in his hand and threw it out, then gathered magic power in both hands, pushed forward, and directly rolled up a stream of water to hit Namor, who was still retreating in the water. Namor was caught up in the impact force, his hands swung weakly in front of him, and then fell heavily on the sand on the seabed. The vibranium spear fell and pierced into the sand next to Namor's head. Puff cough cough dot. Namor supported himself on the ground with his arms, pulled out the spear beside him, and gasped violently. I have no power to fight back and it is impossible to defeat the opponent, this thought flashed through Namor's mind. After these few rounds of battles, he has already felt the powerful strength of this enemy. He cannot match him in strength and speed is of no use. The opponent even has an unbreakable shield and can control the water flow. Namor feels that he is no match for such a powerful enemy. Namor struggled to stand up. After being hit by 2 consecutive attacks from Noah, he felt that his body was seriously injured. He gasped and used his spear to support himself, otherwise he felt that he would not be able to stand steadily. Namor was thinking about how to deal with what happened next. Was he really going to let this man take Talakang's vibranium? Namor looked at his subordinates, they had all fallen unconscious on the bottom of the sea. Just when Namor was at his wit's end and wanted to force himself to fight Noah, he saw a large shadow appear not far to his left, and Namor found that the shadow was getting bigger and bigger. No, not getting bigger, it should be getting closer and closer. Namor looked carefully, and as the shadow approached, he discovered the true face of the shadow. It was none other than his people, the reinforcements from Talokan. Noah also noticed at this time that there were many auras approaching not far away. They seemed a little weak, but there were quite a lot of them. However, it made no difference to him. Kukulkan. Everyone speed up. In the Talakang army that had not yet arrived at the battlefield, a Talakang man who seemed to be a general saw Namor breathing hard in the distance, and suddenly became anxious. He ordered the team behind him to speed up. At a glance, the team behind him was densely packed with blue-skinned soldiers. As for why Talakang sent out its entire army to attack, it was because among the soldiers who were knocked down by Noah at the beginning, there were several who were physically strong. The Talakang people have strong recovery abilities. In Black Panther 2, several Talakang soldiers were able to get up and move freely after being stabbed with spears by the black female general of Wakanda. After they recovered, they happened to see that Namor was at a disadvantage in the battle, so they hurriedly asked for help from the people inside Talakang, and then they were knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the battle between Noah and Namor. Noah looked at the soldiers who came. There seemed to be thousands of them. Noah wondered if this was all the Talakang's forces. Looking at the large wave of Talokans coming in full force, Noah could see clearly what they looked like. They were all fully armed blue Talokans, each holding a vibranium spear and a vibranium shield. They were riding killer whales, and many of them were dragging a large bag of things with a net. Noah recognized that this was the only high-tech weapon that appeared in the movie, a polyhedron-shaped grenade. Looking at these people, Noah couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are these hidden powers in the Marvel world all the same? Wakanda and Talakang are the same. They all give people a feeling of having high technology but using primitive fighting methods. Logically, Talakang's technology should not be low. After all, there is an underwater artificial sun in Talakang. However, their performance in the movie Black Panther 2 can only be described as strength in numbers, and they defeated Wakanda by relying on numbers. The Talakang army has arrived at the scene. A Talakang swam to Namor and helped him up, then handed Namor their Talakang treatment medicine. After taking it, Namor breathed a sigh of relief. He felt much better now and had the ability to fight again. Namor nodded to the Talakang beside him, and then came to the front of the Talakang army. He looked back at Noah and found that Noah was just standing there looking at him, with no intention of attacking. Regarding this behavior, Namor didn't know whether the other party was confident that he could deal with his Talakang army, or had a way to escape. Soldiers, now, there is an unprecedentedly powerful enemy who is eyeing us covetously. He wants to take away the vibranium of our Talakang. He also threatens that if we don't hand over the vibranium to him, he will kill our people. Can we agree to it? Namor began his pre-war declaration to his army. No, the Talakang soldier replied angrily. Yes, we will not agree to that. Then, we have only one response to the enemy. That is the beginning of war. Talakang rises. Talakang rises. N. Chapter 24. Talakang rise. With a roar from the Talakang people, Namor gave the order to attack, and the Talakang soldiers launched a charge. To be honest, Talakang has been established for many years. Although Namor has his own army to train on a regular basis, they have lived on the seabed for hundreds of years and there are no enemies around that threaten them, so their combat skills are just so-so. They just put on vibranium equipment and start charging tactics. All the strong Talakang soldiers started charging with vibranium spears. Some fast Talican soldiers used underwater mine launchers to launch the polyhedron grenades they brought at Noah. There were also many Talican mind controllers. They all used their superpowers at Noah to interfere with Noah. After giving the order, Namor also launched a charge again. He knew Noah's strength very well. If he did not take the lead, his soldiers would suffer heavy losses. Noah felt a little itchy on his scalp. He was not afraid, but felt that the other party's mind controllers were attacking his mental power. However, their mental power was only a drizzle to Noah. How could the spirit of a mortal compare with that of an ancient demon? Noah concentrated his mind, and his powerful mental power began to counterattack along with the other party's mental attack. Before the group of mind controllers saw the enemy being controlled by them, they found a terrible mental attack coming. In a trance, they seemed to see the terrifying demons with bared teeth rushing towards them. They screamed one after another, and then were knocked unconscious by Noah's huge mental power. Looking back at the front, the first thing that attacked Noah was the bombs fired by long-range troops. Many polyhedral grenades broke through the seawater and attacked Noah. The moment the bombs approached Noah, all of them exploded. A huge amount of water burst out from the polyhedral bombs, blowing the seabed around Noah into flying sand. This is the only weapon of Talakang shown in the movie. In Talakang's invasion of Wakanda, the glass that Namor could not pierce with his vibranium spear was blown up by several of these bombs, which shows the power of this bomb. After the bomb exploded, the water flow that burst out was obviously different from sea water. This water flow spread to the explosion site, blurring everyone's vision. The Talogans were all looking at the scene at the center of the bomb, wanting to see the enemy's condition. Even the Talogans who were charging slowed down. At this moment, the center of the explosion changed. The water flow that erupted from the polyhedron bomb began to shrink. As these special water flows began to shrink, the area began to become clear. Noah was standing there unharmed, and it seemed that he had not even moved a step. In his hand, a water ball was suspended, and the water flow emitted by the bomb was slowly condensing into it. Nice technology, but it has no effect on me. Noah looked at the water balls in his hand. These water balls that came out of the bombs were not ordinary water. These should be the crystallization of Talakang's technology. After all, this seemed to be their only technological weapon. The Talokans opposite Noah saw that the enemy was not knocked down by their bombs, so they began to speed up their charge. Although it felt like they were charging all the time, only a dozen seconds passed from the start of the battle to the explosion of the bomb. Seeing this, Noah squeezed the hand with the floating water ball, and the condensed water ball broke apart and split into small water droplets. Noah released his magic power and merged it into the water droplets. In the eyes of everyone, the water droplets began to change. After the water ball dispersed and Noah injected magic into it, the water droplets began to grow and twist. The other water droplets also underwent this strange change. These water droplets were scattered on the road where Talakang and his men were moving forward. When those people saw this, they immediately stopped moving forward, paddled their legs, and hovered in the sea water. The changes continued. After the water droplets grew bigger, they began to take shape. One by one, the water droplets were shaped into the shape of small fishmen with big heads and small bodies, 3 pairs of ears behind their heads, and tridents in their hands. Water was surging in their bodies. Yes, Noah shaped these water droplets into the shape of tidal sea spirits. After all the murlocs took shape, they began to rush towards the Talokan soldiers on the opposite side. The faces of the Talokans were filled with horror. They did not expect that their bombs could turn into such a thing and were still attacking them. However, they were not very panicked and began to resist the attacks of those little murlocs. But as soon as they started fighting, the Talokan people found something wrong. They waved their spears and stabbed at each other, but the sharp vibranium spears did not give the familiar touch, but pierced through the opponent's body as if stabbing in the air. These little fishmen were shaped by water and were immune to their physical attacks. But what made them even more desperate was that the opponent's trident could actually effectively cause damage to them after it attacked. There was a Talokan who thought that the opponent's trident was also made of water and would have no effect like stabbing him, but after the trident passed through his arm, he knew that his idea was very stupid. Our attacks are ineffective, but the enemy's attacks are effective. How can we fight this? The Talokan soldiers were miserable. In this duel, they could only passively defend with their shields raised. Namor, who was rushing in the front, was the focus of attention of the running Fizz. There were 5 Fizz besieging him. Namor was in a tough fight at this time. He dodged a few times and avoided the trident of the besieged Murloc. Namor fought back, but it was ineffective. The spear just passed through the body of Murloc, and the separated water body quickly closed. Namor was a little anxious. Before it could reach the main target, it was stopped. Namor pulled away again. He called out to the Talican who was guarding the water bombs in the back, "Use the bombs to blow up these monsters." The Talican people in the distance heard Namor's order and began to take out grenades from the mesh bags hanging under the killer whales and began to distribute them to their teammates. After they were full of grenades, they began to swim towards the battlefield ahead, and they also called on all the killer whales to swim forward. "Get away!" A Talican was defending against the attack of the Murloc when he heard someone shouting behind him. He looked back hastily and saw one of his comrades swimming towards him with a bunch of grenades in his hands, pretending to throw them. He immediately understood what the other party was thinking. After once again blocking the attack of the Murloc, he swam back. At the same time, a grenade flew over and hit the Murloc directly. After entering the Murloc's body, the grenade exploded directly. The Murloc, who was shaped by water, was scattered by the explosion of the bomb. Then, under the gaze of the two Talocans, the Murloc finally did not return to its original form. In other battles with the Talocans, the use of grenades also repeatedly achieved miraculous results. In Namor's eyes, the situation began to improve. "Good, you're quite capable." Noah was still standing in his original position, next to the vibranium mine, with his hands clasped in front of his big belly, watching the battle. Actually, he wanted to hug his chest, but his belly was too big and his hands were too short, so he could only clasp his hands. After seeing the little fishmen being blown away one after another, Noah was not in a hurry, but stretched out his hands and released a large amount of magic power again. The Talakang soldiers who were using water bombs to defeat the little fishmen one by one found that the water group scattered by the explosion of the little fishmen had changed again. They were mixed with the water flow from the new water bombs they threw and reshaped. Moreover, the little fishmen this time were larger than before. This scene made them panic. The somewhat panicked Talakan soldiers threw water bombs at the Murloc again, but this time it failed to achieve the previous effect. Instead, after the bomb exploded in the Murloc's body, the formed water flow made the Murloc even larger. This scene made them feel desperate. The Murloc is now more powerful than before. Noah watched Namor and the Talakan who were in a tough battle. He was watching with great interest. Seeing the water elemental Murloc he created fighting against others made him feel like he was playing a 3D strategy game. However, he felt it was time to end the battle, and Noah opened Tam's big mouth. That open mouth was like an abyss. Countless sea water along with the fighting small fishmen in the water were pulled in by the gravity emitted by Noah's mouth, and then swallowed by the huge mouth of the abyss. No one knew how much sea water was swallowed in a short period of time, but Noah's stomach did not change at all, as if that big mouth was not connected to the stomach of this big catfish, but to the terrifying bottomless abyss. The Talakan soldiers and Namor, who had just been fighting with the little fishmen, stopped their fighting posture and instead began to resist the sudden and terrifying suction. They flapped their arms and legs and swam hard in the opposite direction of Noah, because they saw the big mouth that was madly swallowing the sea water and all objects, and they felt fear in their hearts. The whale that Talakan brought as a mount was also scared and fled, and the grenades tied to the whale by the Talakan were also pulled over by the suction. However, just when they were almost exhausted, the horrible suction suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Noah had closed his mouth. But before they could be glad that they were not eaten, Noah had already started the next move. "Try this." After Noah used Tam's abyss mouth to swallow countless sea water and little fishmen, he opened his mouth again. In the terrified eyes of the Talakan people, the horrible suction did not appear again. This time, there was no suction in Noah's mouth, but a huge amount of sea water was spit out. This was sea water mixed with Tam's magic. Large amounts of sea water gushed out of Noah's mouth and began to shape a huge stream of water, Tam. Finally, in front of the terrified eyes of the Talakang people, 100-meter-long water stream Tam appeared in front of them. Noah waved his hand, and the giant Tam's magic-shaped body opened its arms and mouth and rushed towards the crowd. Seeing this horrifying scene, Namor dodged quickly and the soldiers fled frantically. However, the giant Tam's body seemed huge and gave people a slow feeling, but in fact it was very fast. It rolled into the crowd like a heavy chariot, and instantly knocked hundreds of soldiers away. Then, under Noah's command, the giant Tam's arms waved. With a wave of his huge arms, he could hit several Talakan soldiers. The Talakan soldiers who were attacked flew across the seabed. Finally, under Noah's control, Tam exploded in the crowd and turned into a group of magic water balls that shot towards the crowd. The Talakan soldiers who were hit by the water balls were all seriously injured and unconscious, and sank onto the seabed beach. This attack directly severely damaged about 90% of the soldiers brought by Talakan. The rest of the people fled in panic because of Noah's powerful strength. Namor looked at this scene and felt very desperate. The opponent was too strong. It turned out that he was just playing with him at the beginning and didn't take it seriously at all. After getting serious this time, the entire Talakan couldn't even withstand one attack from the opponent. Well, not bad. Looking at his results, Noah adjusted his beard with satisfaction. He only temporarily possessed Tam's power, but had no memory of how to use it. This might be the difference between a trial card and a complete hero template. For these moves, he could only DIY them himself, but it didn't matter. His strength was enough to crush the opponent. Even if he released his magic power directly, he could crush these people into slag. However, Noah was not here to kill people. After all, he and the opponent didn't have any major grudges. He came here to rob things. If he killed people, that would be too much. Noah once again released a large amount of magic power, and the sea water in front of him began to surge, forming waves that rolled forward like shock waves. Looking at this disaster-like scene, the Talakang people fled everywhere, and Namor also waved his arms weakly. Stop! You win! You can take the vibranium, I only ask you to spare the people of Talakang. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was Namor's voice. Noah looked over and saw Namor looking at him with a defeated look on his face. It seemed that the other party had given up hope under his powerful strength. After knowing that he could not win, he stopped resisting for the sake of his people. Seeing this, Noah dissipated his magic power, and the shock waves that were about to hit the Talokan slowly dissipated. Chapter 25. At Noah's home in Manhattan, the floor of the hall suddenly became wet somewhere, and water seeped out of the floor. As the water flowed more and more, the floor that originally seeped water turned into a pool of river water. A catfish jumped out of the water and landed on the floor. The pool of river water disappeared and turned back into the original floor. Why is it so wet? Noah came back to his senses and saw that the floor of the hall was covered with water. Noah felt a little uncomfortable, so he released some magic power to evaporate the water on the floor. Okay, it looks much better. Now, let's get the vibranium out of my stomach and we can settle the matter. After dealing with the wet floor, Noah felt much more comfortable. He hated the feeling of a wet floor the most. Then, Noah patted his stomach. The vibranium that he had dug from the bottom of the sea was now in Tam's stomach. He could sense the existence of the vibranium and could also spit out all the vibranium. What should I do? Noah thought. If such a large piece of vibranium ore is spit out here, it will burst the house directly. Therefore, Noah has to think of a way to store the vibranium. Otherwise, after the task is settled, Tam's experience card will disappear, and he doesn't know whether the vibranium will appear directly in front of him or disappear directly. I've thought of it, but I wonder if it can be done this way. Noah thought of a way, which is to use the system backpack. He still doesn't know how big the upper limit of this system backpack is. Many things could be put in it before, maybe he can try its size this time. Noah directly mobilized the vibranium veins in his stomach, and wanted to transfer them directly to the system backpack. This idea should be feasible. It should be the same in the stomach as in the hands, right? Success! After Noah tried to move all the vibranium ore to the system backpack, he sensed that the vibranium in Tam's stomach had disappeared. He quickly opened the system backpack and found that the vibranium vein had directly turned into an icon in the system backpack. The value was displayed below, tons, which showed the total weight of the vibranium vein. It worked. It seems that the system backpack is really big. It seems that I can take out vibranium by weight. Noah exclaimed. He also found that after clicking on the icon of the vibranium vein, he could choose the weight of the vibranium to be taken out below. Noah adjusted the value to 100 grams and then took it out. A cube made of vibranium floated in Noah's hand. Noah looked at the vibranium cube and exclaimed, "This little bit of vibranium is worth $1 million." After looking at it for a while, Noah put the vibranium back into his backpack. The next step was to settle the task. Noah was looking forward to how much essence the reward for this A-level task would be. Noah opened the system panel and selected the option to complete the task. Mission completed, Summoner obtained 6,000 essence and magic engine. Just give me 6,000. Doesn't that mean I can do 10 consecutive draws? A-level tasks are really different. There are other rewards, a magic engine? It seems like it can produce fragments or something like that. Noah was very excited when he saw the reward, because the essence given by the task settlement was enough for 10 consecutive draws, and it also gave a magic engine, which might be able to produce powerful hero fragments. Let's try the magic engine first. Noah was going to try the magic engine first. If the thing he drew was not good, it would mean that his luck had reached the point of 10 consecutive draws. If he drew something good, then today was a good day, good luck, the way of metaphysics. There is no end. He clicked on the magic engine, and it slowly opened up, emitting light. Fragment, piled over policewoman Caitlin. Fragment, piled over law enforcer Wei. Fragment, Braveheart Tryndamere. Fragment, misfortune French royal family. These 4 fragments, 2 of which are from piled over, are not very good. Looking at the things that the magic engine opened, Noah shook his head. 6 and the policewoman are just mortals in the background, so the fragments of these 2 can only be used for synthesis in the future. The same goes for these 2 skins. Just looking at the skin portraits, you can tell that they are not very good. Synthesis materials +2. But I still need the power of these 2 hero fragments. Although these 2 fragments are destined to be synthetic materials, Noah still has to absorb the heroic power inside. Don't miss it. After choosing to absorb, some of the combat skills of the 2 heroes were transmitted to Noah's mind, including Wei's fighting skills and Caitlin's firearms skills. Noah felt that his combat skills had improved again. Okay, now it's time for the climax, 10 consecutive draws. After coming to his senses, Noah shook his head. The impact of the memory of the 2 fragments made Noah's head a little swollen, but when he thought about the next 10 consecutive draws, Noah became excited again. Rubbing his hands, Noah opened the summoning interface. With the previous 2,500 plus the 6,000 essence from the task, he now had 8,500 essence. He would have more essence after opening the treasure chest given for 10 consecutive draws. It felt like he would be able to draw again soon after this draw. However, Noah shook his head, not wanting to think about what would happen next, and decided to draw the lottery first. Click the summon button, special effects, light balls, familiar scenes. Noah passed by them all, and the light balls dispersed one by one, revealing all the summoned items. A beam of light rushed towards Noah, and Noah knew that this was a symbol of shipment. A large amount of memories came rushing in, and Noah fell into these memories again. Piled over, school life, disappearance of parents, adventure, a series of memories flooded into Noah's mind. Fortunately, he had experienced such feelings several times, and recovered quickly this time. When he came to his senses, Noah found a pair of bronze gauntlets on his left hand, with a bright gem embedded in the middle of the gauntlet. This is Ezreal's glove. Is it Ezreal that is summoned this time? Noah looked at the glove and the way to use it emerged in his mind. These are Ezreal's memories. The hero summoned by Noah this time is Explorer Ezreal, who is jokingly called Riot's own son by players. There is actually equipment included this time, so why don't I have Yasuo's sword? Noah felt the gauntlet on his hand and remembered that there was no weapon included when he summoned Yasuo last time. However, after Noah thought about EZ's background, he understood, because Yasuo's power was not obtained through weapons. Although Ezreal has a good talent for magic, he can only use powerful magic with the bronze gauntlet he found in the Shurima tomb. Therefore, the reward for Noah's summoning of the Ezreal template this time is Ezreal's magic talent and this ancient Shurima artifact, the weapon of the Shurima tyrant Nezuk. This glove is pretty good. It can attack and flash. Noah felt the energy of the bronze gauntlets. When Ezreal first obtained the gauntlets, he could teleport hundreds of meters to the entrance of the underground mausoleum before it collapsed. He could also fire arcane shots, a kind of magic energy bomb, and EZ's W skill, which fired an unstable energy ball to wrap around the target, and then detonated it with an energy bomb, causing a violent explosion. Arcane Warp is the ability that Noah is most satisfied with. This skill feels much more powerful than Flash, and the cooldown is much faster than Flash. Finally, there is Ezreal's ultimate move. After the gauntlet is charged, it can emit a powerful energy wave. Noah transferred his magic power into the bronze gauntlets, which emitted a blue light. Noah felt that he could send out a wave at any time. Well, it's okay. Although EZ is immortal, the hero summoned this time comes with an ascended weapon. Noah was not disappointed with the hero summoned this time. The power of the ascended weapon in EZ's hands is different from that in Noah's hands. Noah's magical power will increase as more heroes are summoned in the future. After sorting out the memories in his mind, Noah looked at the other 9 items. Life Potion 2 Control Guard Kishiasi Fragment Longsword Mana Potion 3 Special Building, Hextech Lab Explosive Wand Life Potion 2 Dagger. Are the potions given in bottles now? There are quite a lot of equipment too. Noah was surprised when he saw the summoned items. He remembered that in the beginning of the lottery, the potions were given in bottles. Was it because he was lucky? Or was it because the system was updated? Noah looked at the equipment he had drawn. The yellow-orange arrow was one of the necessary equipment for synthesizing the electric knife. There was also the explosive wand, which was also a synthesis component for some legendary equipment. However, Noah could not synthesize those legendary equipment yet, so he put the summoned equipment into the equipment column. The bonus was better than nothing. Special building? What is this? Noah looked at the summoning item, which was a card. The pattern on the card was a high-tech piled-over style building. Hextech Lab. After use, a Hextech Lab can be built at the current location. This is a lab belonging to Heimerdinger, in which he created many wonderful and great technologies. After clicking on the information of this card, Noah saw its introduction. After seeing the specific use of the card, Noah was very happy. It was really like a pillow coming just when he was about to go to sleep. When the time comes, he will sell some vibranium and start building his own base. This card can be placed directly there at that time, and many of the memories of Big Head in his mind will also be useful. I'm very lucky today, so I'll seize the opportunity to open the treasure chest. Noah had not forgotten that there was a treasure chest next to him that had not been opened. Taking advantage of his good luck, Noah opened the treasure chest. Obtain 2000 essence. Obtain red crystal. 2000 essence plus a red crystal, then I have 4500 essence now. Okay, it will soon reach 6000. Noah opened the treasure chest, saw what he got, and put the ruby into the equipment bar. He felt that his body was slightly strengthened, because now Noah's body was constantly strengthened by the resolve rune. It was already very strong, and the red crystal could only strengthen Noah. Now, it's time to think about how to sell the vibranium. Noah was thinking, how to sell the vibranium. After thinking for a while, Noah came up with a solution. Chapter 26. The way Noah thought of dealing with the vibranium was to find S.H.I.E.L.D. and let Nick Fury help him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has many ways, so it should be easy for them to deal with some vibranium, or Nick Fury might take action himself and buy the vibranium. Lysandra, call Coulson for me. Okay, Noah. Lysandra flew to Noah's side and contacted Coulson. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson's cell phone rang as he was sorting out mission information. After putting the information on the table, Coulson took out his cell phone and found that it was Noah calling. Coulson immediately answered the call. Noah, are you calling me because you need help with something? Coulson asked. Yes, Coulson, I do need you to do me a small favor. Can you give the phone to Nick Fury? Noah said. You want to talk to the director? Is there something important? Coulson asked puzzledly. Well, about the future. Noah said. If he wanted Nick Fury to help him, he had to let him taste some sweetness and then give him some revelations. Okay. Coulson heard this word and didn't say much. He hurried to Nick Fury's office. After knocking on the door, he quickly opened the door and went in without waiting for Nick Fury's response, then closed the door. Coulson, is there something important? Nick Fury asked as he saw Coulson in a hurry. Chief, it's Noah calling. He wants to talk to you about something about the future. Coulson said to Nick Fury, holding up the phone. Give it to me. Nick Fury became excited when he heard that it was about the future. Noah, have you seen the future in that mysterious organization? Nick Fury asked directly. Ever since he learned from Noah that there was a mole in S.H.I.E.L.D., he has been in a state of anxiety every day. With his personality, he would not allow such an unknown threat to exist under his nose. Don't be impatient, just do me a favor first, and then I will tell you the information you want. Noah said. Help? Then tell me what I can do for you. Nick Fury said. Hearing that Noah needed his help, he was also very curious about what the other party was going to do. Have you heard of vibranium? I have some vibranium here and I need you to help me exchange it into cash. Noah told them what he wanted their help with. Vibranium. Nick Fury certainly knew about the rare metal vibranium. Captain America's shield was made by Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., using vibranium and other metals. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been searching for this rare metal over the years, but it is so rare that they haven't found much. Unexpectedly, Noah said that he had this vibranium. Could it be that the mysterious organization behind him gave it to him? How much vibranium do you have? Nick Fury asked. He was wondering how powerful the organization behind the other party was that they didn't use the vibranium for themselves but sold it. I have about 100 kilograms of vibranium here. Noah planned to sell 1 kilogram of vibranium first. If he reported too much, it would scare S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Marvel's setting of 1 gram of vibranium to $1, these 100 kilograms of vibranium would be worth $10 billion, which should be enough for the time being. 100 kilograms. Nick Fury was still a little shocked by this number. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't produce much of the precious vibranium, but the other party asked for 100 kilograms right away. Moreover, Noah could sell vibranium, which meant that he had more than 100 kilograms of vibranium. Noah or the mysterious organization behind him had even more vibranium reserves. After thinking for a while, Nick Fury made up his mind and said to Noah, "You can sell these 100 kilograms of vibranium directly to us at S.H.I.E.L.D. We will buy them at the market price of vibranium, which is $1 per gram. These vibraniums must be put into Nick Fury's own hands. After all, such important materials must be kept by himself when there are still uncertainties in the Bureau. Of course, the funds must still be paid from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure. Noah had no objection. To him, it didn't matter who he sold it to, as long as he got the money. Coulson, you will be responsible for this deal. Nick Fury said to Coulson and gave him some precautions to prevent traitors. Coulson nodded to show that he understood. Okay, Chief. After receiving the task, Coulson took the necessary things and rushed to Noah's location. Okay, Noah, now I can ask you to tell me about the future. What have you seen? Nick Fury asked Noah after Coulson left. He still attaches great importance to the future. If he can know the future in advance, he can be prepared to deal with those crises in advance. Okay, I saw that man in the future I saw recently. That man? Who is he? Captain America, I saw him in the future. Captain America? Are you talking about the war hero Captain America Steve Rogers? Nick Fury asked in surprise. Yes, it's him. I saw him in the future. Someone found him under the ice of the Arctic Ocean. Noah said, but he only knew that Captain America was under the ice of the Arctic Ocean. Where is the exact location? I'm not sure about this, it should be on the glacier near Alaska. Noah said he was not sure. I understand. Do you have any other information about what you said last time? Nick Fury asked after pondering for a while. Not yet. Why are you in such a hurry? If anything happens, you can just call back your secret weapon and everything will be solved, right? Noah replied. As long as Nick Fury called back Captain Marvel, those people in Hydra would not be enough for him to fight back. Hearing Noah's words, Nick Fury's face darkened, and then he said to Noah, there are some things we need to do on our own to get on the right path. It's not like Nick Fury hadn't thought about looking for Captain Marvel. The pager he used to call Captain Marvel could be typed. But Captain Marvel felt that there were some things that Nick Fury could handle, and there was no need for her to come back. After all, she was busy maintaining peace in the universe. Next, Nick Fury chatted with Noah, and Noah took the opportunity to ask Noah for information about the mysterious organization behind him. Noah also casually told some background stories of the League of Legends to fool Nick Fury, which made Nick Fury stunned. 10 minutes later, Noah's doorbell rang. It was Coulson who arrived. Coulson, good afternoon. Noah, good afternoon. Noah opened the door and nodded hello to Coulson at the door. Coulson nodded in response, and then the two returned to Noah's living room. What is this? After entering the living room, Coulson saw Lysandra floating in the air and was a little surprised. Coulson? What happened? Lysandra was still connected to Nick Fury. Nick Fury also heard Coulson's voice and asked in confusion. This is my artificial intelligence, don't make a fuss. Noah said. Hello, Agent Coulson. Lysandra also greeted Coulson at this time. What? You actually have artificial intelligence? How come I don't know about it? Coulson said. He has already investigated all the information about Noah over the years, and there is no mention in the information that he is a super genius who can develop artificial intelligence by himself. Unless someone gave it to Noah, who could it be? Iron Man? Or the mysterious organization behind Noah? You don't know that there are a lot of things to do. Wait, I'll go in and get the vibranium. Carlson could only put aside his doubts and sit on the sofa waiting, watching the floating Lysandra. Nick Fury, who was far away in S.H.I.E.L.D., also learned from Carlson's conversation that Noah possessed artificial intelligence. He was now also thinking about where Noah got his artificial intelligence from. If it was really obtained from that mysterious organization, then he would have to re-evaluate his judgment and strength of this mysterious organization. After Carlson sat down, Noah told him that he would go into the room to get some vibranium, then walked to a place where the other party could not see him, took out 100 kilograms of vibranium from the system backpack, and Noah set the vibranium into the form of metal ingots. A 100 kilograms vibranium ingot is quite large. After taking out the vibranium, Noah returned to the living room, waved the vibranium in his hand at Carlson who was sitting, and said, "Carlson, this is the vibranium." Noah said as he walked up to Carlson and handed the vibranium ingot to him. Carlson quickly reached out to catch it. It weighed 100 kilograms and Carlson used all his strength to barely catch it. Then he put it on the ground. He didn't understand why Noah could throw something worth $1 billion so calmly if it was real vibranium. Carlson took the vibranium and observed it for a while, then said to Noah, "Okay, Director Fury will transfer the money to you. Come to me if you need anything." Carlson put the vibranium in the black suitcase he brought and left quickly. Carlson went back after getting the vibranium. He couldn't tell whether the metal was vibranium or not. He needed to go back to the bureau for testing to determine whether it was vibranium or not. However, Carlson felt that Noah would not deceive S.H.I.E.L.D. about such things. "Chief Fury, Carlson has taken the vibranium back. You can transfer the money to me now. You should know my card number." After Carlson left, Noah returned to his seat and said to Nick Fury, "The money has been transferred to you. Then, Noah, would you mind telling me about your artificial intelligence?" Nick Fury transferred $1 billion after Carlson went back. Their S.H.I.E.L.D. still had sufficient funds for activities, and then he began to explore the matter of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence? Lysandra, give our Director Fury a hand. No problem. What? Just when Nick Fury was puzzled, he saw garbled characters suddenly appear on his phone, and then the screen turned into a video call, and Noah greeted him on the other end. "What did you do?" Nick Fury asked. "I didn't do anything. I just broke through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense and hacked into your phone. By the way, I feel like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network protection needs to be improved." Lysandra said it was very easy to break through your network defense. Noah smiled at Nick Fury, whose face turned even darker. When he saw that Nick Fury didn't respond, Noah didn't continue. He was afraid that the other party would say "fuck you" if he continued. "You probably won't believe me if I say I developed it myself. Just think of it as a gift from the organization behind me," said Noah. "If you see anything new about the future, I hope you can tell me. That's all for today. Tell your artificial intelligence to hang up the phone." After hearing what Noah said, Nick Fury wanted to end the conversation. After clicking hang up, he didn't expect there was no response. He then said something to Noah with a dark face. As Noah was trying to hold back her laughter, Lysandra turned off the video. "Lysandra, look at my bank balance." On Lysandra's display screen, Noah saw the number of his deposit. He had never seen so many zeros in his 2 lives. Although he had so much vibranium that he could be considered the richest man in the world, he was still very excited to see so many zeros. "Lysandra, we have money." Chapter 27. The money is in hand, now it's time to spend it. After getting the money from selling vibranium, Noah also began to prepare a plan for using the money. The first thing was to change his address, which had to be big enough to house his own laboratory. Noah thought that a house by the sea like Iron Man's would be good. Noah began to discuss with Lysandra, and then Lysandra searched for a suitable location on the internet. "Noah, what do you think of this place?" Lysandra called Noah over and showed him the location she had selected online. A small manor in a villa area near the New York coastline. According to the information, it includes facilities such as a large garden, a private beach, a swimming pool, an outdoor terrace, and provides beautiful sea views. The small manor covers an area of nearly 1,400 square meters. It looks good. Noah looked at the pictures given by Lysandra and felt that the location was good, a large manor by the sea, and there were no other residential areas around, which was quite suitable for him. Look at the price. $50 million US, never mind, this is it. When Noah saw the price, he didn't know whether it was expensive or cheap. Anyway, he had money now, so he bought it directly. Noah also experienced the feeling of having money. At Lysandra's suggestion, Noah went straight to Carlson to help him with the procedures for purchasing the manor, otherwise these procedures would be really troublesome. Then Noah and Lysandra began to discuss the future transformation of the manor, as well as the facilities and equipment that would need to be purchased for the laboratory. For these, Carlson could only help, because these things were selected by Lysandra after exploring various secret laboratories around the world on the internet. Some things were difficult to obtain, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had many connections and should be able to get them. Not long after, Carlson brought the news that all the formalities had been completed. Carlson also expressed envy of Noah's wealthy behavior. After all, as an agent, his annual salary was not much, and he didn't know how many years of work he would have to work to be able to afford such a large manor. Noah said he would treat you to dinner next time, and then sent the list of necessary equipment discussed with Lysandra to Carlson, asking Carlson to help get these things. After seeing it, Carlson asked Noah in confusion what he needed these for. Of course I need to do experiments myself. I'd like you to help me with these things, Carlson. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Carlson had to hang up the phone. However, he also told Nick Fury about this matter, which caused Nick Fury to start brainstorming again. The next day, after Noah put everything he needed into his backpack, he put on the project armor, turned on Ghost Sprint, and headed towards his new residence on the beach at full speed. With Ghost Sprint turned on, Noah's speed was even faster. Originally, his full speed with the armor on had reached 1/3 of the speed of sound, 120 meters per second. After turning on Ghost Sprint, Noah's speed was further increased. Now he has reached a terrifying speed of 150 meters per second. However, if Noah moved on the street during the day, he would be easily discovered even if he was very fast. At Lysandra's suggestion, she covered Noah's armor with nanomaterials and then used optical invisibility. In this way, Noah would not be discovered, and Ghost Walk ignored the influence of terrain. Noah moved forward at high speed in a straight line and soon reached his destination. On the way here, Noah also solved a few Nigos who were buying for free in broad daylight, completed today's daily task, and earned 100 essence points. In a secluded corner, Noah took off his armor and put away his backpack, then walked towards the gate of his future manor. Carlson was already waiting for Noah inside. Noah had contacted Carlson when he got up in the morning and said that he would move into the new house today. Carlson also brought him good news, that is, the things Noah wanted had been found and would be delivered to him today. Noah couldn't help but sigh at the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D., they found all the things for you in just one night. In the gorgeous and exquisite manner, Carlson was directing his agents to carry some equipment down from a Quinjet. Yes, Carlson used the Quinjet to carry things, and Noah's manor was equipped with a helipad, which was just right for parking the Quinjet. So luxurious, is this the life of rich people? Noah walked through the gate and saw a vast garden with various flowers and trees arranged in an orderly manner. A white stone path meandered through the garden, leading him deeper and deeper. He stepped onto the path, feeling the fine touch of the pebbles, and walked further, and he came to an elegant and exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by tall stone pillars with exquisite patterns and carvings. The soft sunlight shone into the courtyard through the gaps between the stone pillars, giving people a warm and peaceful feeling. There was a fish pond in the courtyard, with clear water rippling and fish playing happily in it. In the center, a finely carved fountain sprayed clear water mist. After admiring the luxurious decoration, Noah walked to the back area. The style here was different from that of the front yard. Compared with the classical decoration in the front yard, the decoration here was more modern. Carlson and some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were moving the equipment Noah needed from the Quinjet. Noah, you are here. These are what you want. All the equipment is stored in the warehouse over there. Carlson saw Noah coming and pointed to a warehouse in the distance. Carlson, are you using such an advanced aircraft to transport things? Noah looked at this fighter jet that often appeared in movies. This was the first time he saw a fighter jet used to transport things. The Quinjet can not only be used for combat, but can also be used for tasks such as transportation. Moreover, the Quinjet is not normally used for such transportation tasks. The director has specifically ordered this, and he values you very much. Carlson said. Really? Come, let me move it. Noah listened to Carlson's words and nodded. After listening to what Carlson said, Noah didn't feel anything. He took a look at the instrument and walked forward to help the agents move it. Several agents were carrying a particularly heavy instrument. It was very difficult for several people to move together. Noah walked to their side and put his hands under the instrument. Several agents found that it was suddenly not heavy, and then the instrument began to move from their hands and was carried away. Several agents stared blankly at the figure walking forward, and then asked, "Captain, who is this person? How can he be so strong? This is confidential, don't ask too much," Carlson said to him with a smile. The team members shuddered when they saw Carlson's dangerous smile, and returned to the fighter planes to continue their work. A few minutes later, with the help of Noah, the equipment was quickly moved, and Carlson and others were ready to go home. Before leaving, Carlson handed some keys and documents to Noah. These were all things related to the manor, and then they left. "Ah, big villa, here I come." Noah hurriedly stepped into his new home with great interest. He felt that the gap between this new home and his old home was too huge. They were not on the same level, either in terms of decoration or space. After entering the new home, Noah and Lysandra walked around all the places, and finally returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. "Lysandra, do you have any suggestions for the next plan?" Noah asked while lying lazily on the sofa, holding Lysandra in his arms. He touched the top of Lysandra's spherical machine and felt it was slippery and quite fun. "Noah, I suggest that we build a temporary laboratory first so that I can create more nanorobots, which will make the next plan more convenient." Lysandra looked at Noah with her big eyes. "Okay, let's do it this way, but wait, let me do something first." After hearing Lysandra's suggestion, Noah also thought that this was a good idea. He would first make some nanorobots that Lysandra needed, which would make it easier for him to renovate his house later, and he could let the nanorobots help. However, when he thought of the experiment, he remembered his Heimerdinger hero fragment. Noah opened his backpack and checked the contents. Backpack. Items: Life Potion 8, Mana Potion 6, Control Guard, Special Building, Hex Deck Laboratory. Fragments. Hero Fragments, Great Inventor Heimerdinger 1, Piled Over Policewoman Caitlin 1, Piled Over Law Enforcer Way 1. Skin Fragments, Ironheart Galen 1, Braveheart Trindamere 1, Misfortune French Royal 1. Equipment: Project Armor, Demon Sect, Plasma Forged Blade, Ascendant Gauntlet, Kish Ace Fragment, Explosive Wand, Long Sword, Dagger. Essence: 4,600 points. Noah looked at the fragments in his backpack. He had already absorbed the abilities of the policewoman and Way's fragments, and added some combat skills. Then Noah felt that these two fragments were useless. He decided to use these two fragments as synthesis materials to synthesize Heimerdinger's hero template. Because after the laboratory was completed, Noah felt that the knowledge of Heimerdinger's fragments alone was not enough. He needed the complete talents and knowledge of Heimerdinger to cope with the next work. Noah clicked the synthesize button, and the two fragments turned into light and merged into Heimerdinger's fragments, and then evolved into a complete hero template. The light rushed into Noah's head, and all of Heimerdinger's talents and research memories emerged from Noah's mind. It was still a bit difficult for Noah to absorb Heimerdinger's 300 years of knowledge, and it took him a while to recover. Chapter 28. My head is a little swollen. Is this the knowledge of the great inventor? Yodels are really long-lived. It is said that Big Head is over 300 years old, which is still young among yodels. If I draw someone like Kenan who is over 10,000 years old in the future, won't my head explode? Noah thought while covering his head. However, he thought that as he summoned hero templates in the future, his physical fitness would become stronger and stronger, and he should be able to bear more heroic inheritance in the future. My brain suddenly feels much brighter. Heimerdinger is really talented in this area. Noah felt the experience of obtaining the complete Heimerdinger template, and felt that many problems that he couldn't figure out before could now be figured out in an instant. Rubbing his head, Noah came to the warehouse where things were stored. The originally empty warehouse now seemed a bit crowded and messy, because Noah piled all the instruments and equipment brought by Carlson here. "Lysandra, let's get started." After Noah rested for a while, he was ready to take action. He first temporarily built a small laboratory in the warehouse to facilitate the work of himself and Lysandra. One man and one machine began to work busily in the warehouse of the manor. It was not until noon that they completed the construction of the laboratory. Lysandra, it should be usable now, Noah asked, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Yes, Noah, we can start manufacturing work for now. If these devices were used by other scientific researchers, they would not be able to achieve anything useful. But Lysandra is different. Lysandra possesses many high-tech technologies from her previous world, so she can create the required nanorobots using only these devices. The following time is the working time of Lysandra and Noah. Noah is mainly learning the knowledge about her world and this world provided by Lysandra. With the bonus of Heimerdinger's hero template, Noah absorbs and understands these new knowledge very quickly. After all, Heimerdinger's passive is called Technology and Magic Affinity, and he is very talented in this aspect. Moreover, other hero templates also have some bonuses in this aspect, such as Ezreal AZ. EZ's learning talent is also very high, which can bring a lot of bonuses to Noah. 2 days later, in Noah's manor, the warehouse at this moment was completely different from what it was 2 days ago. It should not be called a warehouse anymore. Noah had transformed this room into a high-tech laboratory with metallic exterior walls. Noah used many alloys to cast it and even added some vibranium into it. After all, vibranium was all Noah had. Looking inside, it appears to be just an ordinary laboratory, but the main contents are actually in the underground part of the laboratory. In the past 2 days, Noah and Lysandra have used the super high work efficiency of nanorobots to dig through the underground and then built a huge underground laboratory. Just take the elevator on the first floor of the laboratory and you will enter the underground laboratory. In the large laboratory, many nanorobots are working and carrying materials and the like. It is these robots that have been able to complete this huge workload in 2 days. At Noah's suggestion, the appearance of these nanorobots has been made into the form of the Apple robot Blitzcrank. This form is also the skin of the source code series of the robot Blitzcrank. Noah feels it is very interesting to make it like this. On a table, Noah was fiddling with the operational projection in front of him. The projection was Noah's project armor. Noah was upgrading the armor. After gaining a lot of knowledge from Heimerdinger, Noah and Lysandra also upgraded many functions of the armor. Using Lysandra's nanotechnology, the armor has been completely nanoized and recast with vibranium. The vibranium nanoization technology stumped Noah and Lysandra at the time, but they solved this problem after a few hours. Moreover, Noah also added hex deck thrusters to the armor. Now Noah can use the armor to fly in the sky like Iron Man. Not only that, on the other side of the modern laboratory, there is an area with a completely different style from here, the hex deck laboratory. Noah has used that card to bring the hex deck laboratory into this world. In the hex deck laboratory, on a research and development table, a blue magic crystal is floating, exuding a magical aura. This is the magic crystal, which can stably output magical energy. It was developed by Jace and Victor in the Battle of the Two Cities, but Noah found the information of this technology in Heimerdinger's memory and made it by the way. This technology can allow Noah to develop various technologies that combine magic and science, but Noah has not yet developed in that direction. He plans to consider these things later. Noah walked to another place and came to a workbench filled with weapons. There were 2 items on the workbench, which were the 2 skill weapons used by Heimerdinger in the game, the CH-2 electric storm grenade and the Hextech micro missile. Noah made them and prepared to install them on the armor. Heimerdinger's Q-skill H-28G evolution turret was also being developed by Noah, and it could be used to defend the home later. On several other research tables, there are several pieces of equipment that Noah has drawn, including the magic sect, the small electric knife, the red crystal and other equipment. These magic equipment are also one of Noah's research projects. Noah hopes to study the principles of these magic equipment, and maybe he can mass-produce these equipment in the future. After taking some grenades and missiles, Noah returned to the place where the armor was being researched. He would have to take these equipment with him when the time came. Of course, these equipment also used nanotechnology, and they would be directly loaded into the device for storing nano armor. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to put on these equipment by hand every time after putting on the armor. Noah, the armor is finished. At this moment, Lysandra flew over from the side. At this moment, Lysandra was still in the form of a mechanical sphere, but there were more mechanical devices suspended around her. Noah had not yet executed the plan to create Lysandra's body. They were still studying it. Noah planned to integrate Hextech, the Source Project and Lissandra's nanotechnology to create a body that combined magic and science. However, this plan was still being improved. Noah believed that it would be completed soon. Noah took a metal device handed over by Lissandra. The device was made of black metal and emitted an orange light in the middle. It looked a bit like the belt in Kamen Rider. Noah put it close to his waist. Nanomachines spread out from both sides of the device and formed a belt around Noah's waist. Noah's nano armor was stored in this belt device, just like Black Panther's necklace and Iron Man's nano armor in Avengers 4. Noah pressed the glowing spot in the middle of his belt, and the nanomachines instantly spread out, quickly wrapping around Noah's entire body, and then forming the project armor. Noah felt his new armor, and the display system in the helmet showed a lot of data. The armor's system had been updated and taken over by Lissandra. Noah moved his body and felt that the new armor was much more comfortable to wear than the old one. Moreover, this armor was made of vibranium, and its defensive performance was no match for the previous one. Lissandra, I want to try the flying function. After experiencing the new armor, Noah decided to try the flying function. Okay, Noah. Under Lissandra's manipulation, the helipad in the manor began to separate to both sides, revealing a passage. In the past few days, Noah's villa has undergone major changes, and many places have been transformed by nanorobots. Under this passage is the laboratory. In the laboratory, the nanomachinery of the armor's hands changed, and the hand armor turned into a jet device. A flame spurted out, and Noah slowly rose into the air, and flames spurted out from the soles of his feet. After adjusting the position, Noah directly increased the power of the propulsion device, the armor flew forward, then rushed out of the passage and flew directly into the sky. WC, so cool, is this the feeling of flying? Noah rose straight up into the sky, watching the clouds in the sky getting closer and closer to him. The armor on his back transformed into a propulsion device, flames spurted out, and Noah's speed increased a lot. There was a loud bang in the air. Noah's speed at this moment had exceeded the speed of sound, producing a sonic boom. Sonic boom clouds also formed around Noah, which was a phenomenon caused by the squeezing of moisture in the air. Noah looked at the altitude displayed on the screen. It had now reached an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. He then looked at the speed and saw that it was still rising. After a few seconds, it reached the maximum speed of the mecha, 1060 meters per second, which is Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. Dozens of seconds later, Noah arrived at an altitude of 100 meters, which was the highest altitude Iron Man reached during his first flight. At that time, he planned to break the highest distance of human flight. Then when he flew to this altitude, he was frozen by the low temperature at high altitude. Noah was suspended in the air, and his armor would not be frozen by this temperature. He looked up and felt that he could continue to fly up, but there was no need. Noah pushed forward and flew directly forward. After circling the sky over New York, Noah returned to his manor and fell from the tunnel opened on the helipad. Although he flew arrogantly over New York, he was not detected by the US military and other agencies because Lissandra's anti-reconnaissance function was very advanced. It was basically impossible to detect Noah at the level of that era. Landing in the laboratory, after Noah landed, Lissandra controlled the armor to separate. The nanomaterial started from the helmet, shrank and moved to the belt. After all the armor was put into the belt changed automatically and became like an ordinary high-tech belt, which was not noticeable. Noah twisted his neck and body. The feeling of flying was very good. He had just seen the city night view full of colorful neon lights in the sky. He was in a good mood. The highly concentrated work in the past 2 days made him feel a little tired, not physically, but mentally. I've been working for 2 days. It's time to take a break. During these 2 days, Noah's daily life was studying and researching in the laboratory. Only when he was on a mission, he would quickly go to the city to find the mission target, quickly solve it, and then hurried back to the laboratory. Because Noah lived in the suburbs, he had to run a longer distance when doing tasks. Chapter 29. After 2 days of renovation, the house was also overhauled. Noah changed it to the way he liked it. In just 2 days, the house underwent such a big change, mainly with the help of nanorobots. The work efficiency of these robots is simply ridiculously high. At this time, Noah was sitting on the sofa in the living room. On the table next to him were several photos of Tam. These were the photos taken before Noah turned into Tam and went into the Atlantic Ocean. He placed them here. See if anything big has happened in the past 2 days. Noah sat on the sofa, and a holographic screen rose up on the table. Noah reached out to check the hot news of the past 2 days. In addition to some celebrity gossip, Noah saw several pieces of news that interested him. Iron Man Tony Stark's birthday party is a blast. 2 Iron Men. Iron Man battle at Tony Stark's birthday party. Justin Hammer will show off new battle robots at Stark World Expo. A meteorite has landed in New Mexico. It's already this time. Does that mean tomorrow will be the day for the final battle between Iron Man and Ivan Vanko? Noah looked at the messages and knew the current time point. Now is the end of Iron Man 2. Today should be the day when Nick Fury hands over Tony's father's relics to Iron Man. Then tomorrow will be the day when Iron Man invents a new element and then fights Whiplash. And Noah looked at the third message. Is this meteorite Thor's hammer? The two plots are quite similar, but Noah decided to finish the plot of Iron Man first, and then deal with Thor's side. Noah turned off the projector and picked up the midnight snack that Lysandra had prepared for him on the table, a big bowl of noodles with soybean sauce. Yes, noodles with soybean sauce. Noah had mentioned to Lysandra before that he wanted to eat Chinese food, so Lysandra searched for information online and learned Chinese recipes. With the learning ability of artificial intelligence, Lysandra immediately mastered the cooking methods of Chinese cuisine. Good to eat. While slurping noodles, Noah was thinking about tomorrow's plan. However, according to the previous agreement, he was going to go with Peter and Ned. Well, Noah thought about it again and decided to go according to the original plan. After arriving there, he would check the task refresh status and then complete the task. Today, he wanted to have a good rest. After all, the mental activities in the past few days were really tiring for him. He didn't even sleep in the past 2 days. He was thinking and studying all the time. Noah felt that his brain cells were about to be drained. At this moment, Lysandra prompted that someone had contacted Noah. Noah clicked on the screen in front of him, and the caller's name was Peter Parker. Noah saw that it was Peter calling, so he clicked to answer the call. After the call was connected, Peter's voice was heard. Good evening, Noah. Good evening, Peter, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Of course, didn't you forget that you have to go to the Stark World Expo tomorrow? Of course not. Have you and Ned agreed on the meeting place for tomorrow? Noah said. How about we meet at the entrance of the exhibition tomorrow? Peter asked Noah for his opinion. No problem. That's settled then, Noah, bye. After hanging up the phone, Noah took some time off to play. At noon when Noah was still working, in Tony Stark's seaside villa, the messy floor and charred ceiling hinted at the madness of Tony's birthday party last night. Nick Fury and Tony sat face to face, talking about the arc reactor, with several agents guarding the balcony. That thing in your chest is based on unfinished technology. Nick Fury said to Tony. No, he did finish it, but he wasn't efficient before, until then. Tony heard what Nick Fury said and began to refute. Listening to Tony's words, Nick Fury just smiled, then talked about Tony's father Howard's views on the future of the arc reactor, and then in response to Tony's inquiries, he told him about Ivan Vanko and his father. After hearing this, Tony asked again, you just said that I haven't tried everything yet. What else have I not tried yet? He said that you are the only one in this world who can complete his unfinished business. He said. Tony said. Aren't you? If you were, then it would definitely solve your heart problem. Nick Fury stared at Tony. Tony looked at Nick Fury for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know where you got this information from, but he actually doesn't think highly of me. Tony began to talk about his impression of his father, cold, calculating, and disliked him, so Tony felt that what Nick Fury said was simply impossible. He couldn't understand why his father would pin his entire future on him. That's not the case. Nick Fury said after taking a sip of water. It seems you know my father better than I do, Tony taunted. That's true. In fact, your father is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury said. 2 agents next to him came over carrying a large silver box, and Black Widow Natasha and Coulson also came closer. Nick Fury looked at his watch and told Tony that he had an appointment at 2 o'clock and had to leave first. Wait, what is this? Tony said, looking at the silver box. Natasha will continue to work undercover in Stark Industries. You still remember Agent Coulson, right? Nick Fury ignored Tony's question and said to him, then gestured to Agent Coulson, and finally gestured to Tony before leaving that he would keep an eye on him. We have cut off all communications. You are isolated from the outside world. Good luck to you. Tony looked at Natasha. Natasha said to Tony, then turned and left. Tony shrugged, looked at Carlson and said that he needed a set of clothes. He was still wearing a bathrobe and he still needed to go to the laboratory to work. Then he said that it would be even better if he had a cup of coffee. We're not here to do this. Director Fury has instructed us to stop you from leaving here at any means necessary. Carlson said to Tony with a smile, saying that if Tony tried to play tricks, he would knock him out with an electric baton, and then go watch TV aside and let him drool on the ground. Okay, I understand. After Tony realized that the other party would not let him leave for the time being, he could only take the suitcase and look at the things inside. Then he stayed in the room, watching the notes left by Howard while playing his video. On the military side, Tony's friend Rhodes and his men were watching Hammer holding a weapon and talking. Hammer was introducing the weapon he developed, but after seeing Rhodes' expressionless face, Hammer was about to introduce his killer weapon, which was the ex-wife missile in the funny clip at the end of Iron Man 2, but Rhodes still had a expressionless face, and Hammer had no idea what the other party was thinking. What do you think? Do you want it or not? Just tell me the truth. You are just like the Sphinx, and it is hard to figure out who you are. Hammer said with his hands on his hips. I want it. Rhodes said. Oh? Do you want it? Which one do you want? Hammer said in surprise after hearing what Rhodes said. I want it all. Hammer was also surprised after hearing what Rhodes said. If this was the case, he would have to make major changes to the Iron Man suit. Hammer turned his head and looked at the silver Iron Man suit in front of him. If possible, he also wanted to see if he could crack the technology of Stark's Iron Man suit. This battle suit was worn by Rhodes secretly at Tony's birthday party. It can't be said to be private, after all, no one else could wear it without Tony's permission. It's just that Tony felt that he was going to die, so before he died he wanted to give a gift to one of his few good friends, so he tacitly allowed him to wear the battle suit. The next day, Tony went to the CEO office of Stark Group to talk to Pepper Potts, but Pepper was in a very bad mood because of the outside public opinion in the past few days, so she ignored Tony and hurried to deal with other affairs of the Stark Group. Seeing that Pepper ignored him, Tony went back, but before leaving, Tony took away the map model left by Howard. After returning to the laboratory, Tony finally found what Howard left in the model, a new element that could replace palladium. Tony was deeply moved and thanked his father in his heart. After putting away the projection, Tony cleaned up his laboratory and began to build a small particle accelerator to prepare to synthesize new elements. After a busy period of work, Carlson came over to say goodbye to Tony and said that he was going to carry out a mission somewhere else. Then Tony finally synthesized the new element. Congratulations, sir, you have synthesized a new element. Tony picked up the glowing new element with tweezers, and Jarvis congratulated Tony on the side. Admiring the new element emitting blue light in front of him, Tony's eyes were somewhat complicated and excited. He then put the new element into the newly built arc reactor. The reactor successfully received the new element, proving that Tony was successful. There's an anonymous caller, sir. Just as Tony was directing his robot to clean, Jarvis reminded Tony that an unknown call came in. Tony thought it was a call from Carlson at first, but the other party's voice sounded unfamiliar to Tony. Tony, are you okay? Tony felt that the voice was familiar. After thinking about it, he finally remembered that the other party was Ivan Vanko who attacked him on the racetrack. However, Tony wondered why he was still alive. He had the impression that there was an explosion in his prison and his body was burned. However, Tony was not idle either. After muting his own line, he listened to the other party's conversation while asking Jarvis to lock the source of the call. However, when the location was almost locked, the other party hung up the phone. Tony only knew that the other party was in Manhattan and surrounding areas. Just as Tony was thinking, he turned around and saw Justin Hammer on the screen next to him. This reminded Tony of something. On the day of the racetrack attack, Justin Hammer was also at the scene. Tony thought that the other party must want to deal with him, and then secretly rescued Ivan Vanko. Thinking of this, Tony quickly installed the latest arc reactor. Jarvis still wanted to stop Tony, after all, it had not been tested yet, but Tony felt that there was no time. He remembered that Pepper was also at the exhibition today, and he was worried that some dangerous situation might happen there later. After installing the latest reactor, the palladium poisoning symptoms in Tony's chest gradually dissipated. The reactor in his chest emitted a strong light, and Tony felt that he was in very good condition. It smells like coconut. Time to wake up, Noah. After hearing Lissandra's voice, Noah opened his eyes and felt in a very good spirit. He looked at the time and it was already noon. He slept a little too long because he had been working in the laboratory non-stop for the past 2 days. With the rune of determination on his body, he didn't need to sleep, but he would still feel mentally exhausted, so he slept a little longer this time. After getting up, washing up and having lunch, he prepared to go to the expo. It was almost the time he and Peter had agreed on. Noah first placed the control guard in the inner hall. He had been quite busy these past few days. He had just moved in and was busy dealing with things in the laboratory, so he had forgotten to put in the wards. Moreover, the control guard was not like the reconnaissance guard. It had no time limit and could exist all the time. Noah felt that he needed to buy a car. Even though he was very fast, it would feel weird to fly in armor all the time. However, buying a car was something he could do later. Noah sensed the location of the eye in his hometown, said hello to Lissandra, and used the teleportation skill to teleport directly back. This time he did not bring Lissandra's real body with him because she was still busy with work in the laboratory. However, even if Noah was far away from Lissandra, Lissandra could contact Noah through the belt on Noah at any time. Lissandra could even use the nanomachines in Noah's belt to directly create a new body and appear beside Noah. Chapter 30. In Noah's old home, a beam of light flashed, and Noah appeared in the living room. Looking at this familiar scene, after all, he had lived here for more than 10 years, and he still missed it. Noah put his hands on his eyes, released magic power, replenished the magic power for the reconnaissance guard, and then Noah went out to the agreed meeting place for the exhibition. Hey! Noah, here! When Noah arrived at the scene and was about to walk over, he heard someone calling him. Noah looked and saw that it was Peter and Ned. He waved and walked towards them. How long have you two been here? You haven't been waiting for me, have you? Noah asked. No, we two just arrived. Peter said. He had a camera with him, probably wanting to take a picture of Iron Man. Noah, your belt is very cool. At this time, Ned noticed Noah's belt, and Peter also noticed it after Ned's reminder. I just bought it. I thought it was very cool. Noah said. He set the image of the belt to a cool and technological style, which was quite eye-catching. However, this was also a relatively normal look. Of course, others would not associate this belt with real transformation. Let's go in. Although the most important exhibition will not start until the evening, let's go in and take a look, Noah continued. Okay, let's go. Several people entered the exhibition center together and began to visit and play. It was not until the evening that they arrived at the exhibition center to watch the Stark Expo. However, they were just students who came here to visit and play, so they could only watch from the outside. Although it was far away, they could still clearly see the contents of the booth. As music sounded, a man in a suit started tap dancing on the booth, but it looked a little funny to Noah, and Peter and Ned beside him also started to laugh. This guy is so narcissistic. Does he think he is a good dancer? Peter complained. Yeah, what a narcissist, Ned agreed. Noah didn't say anything, just watched Justin Hammer performing on the stage. After Justin Hammer finished his dance, he began to diss Iron Man, saying that he had the armor and would not hand it over to the American government to protect the American people. Pepper in the audience covered her head and expressed speechlessness. She really didn't want to listen to Justin's nonsense. After a passionate speech, the highlight began, and Hammer began to introduce his hammer drone. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will introduce to you the latest weapons of the American military. Hammer drone. The floor of the booth opened to both sides, and several rows of tall robots rose up and lined up on the stage. Hammer excitedly introduced the name of each model of drone, and then after all 4 models of drones appeared, Hammer began to introduce his secret weapon. Next, I'm going to show you a new weapon prototype, the Changing Threat Response Combat Suit, and its pilot, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. With passionate background music playing, Rhodes rose from the stage wearing a modified Iron Man suit. The original silver Iron Man suit had now been modified into a black and silver color, with machine guns installed on the back and arms, making it look full of firepower. After the lifting platform was fully raised, Rhodes saluted directly to the audience, and the drone behind him also saluted, and the audience cheered enthusiastically. What? This looks just like Iron Man. Did Hammer plagiarize Iron Man? At the viewing fence at the back, Peter saw the prototype of the new weapon that the cocky Hammer was talking about, and thought that it was clearly Iron Man's suit. Then this person actually said that this was a weapon he invented. As a fan of Iron Man, Peter was very angry. I don't think it's plagiarism, this is the Iron Man suit. Just then, a whistling sound was heard in the sky, and everyone looked in that direction. Ned also pulled Peter, who was still chattering, and pulled him to look in that direction. In the dark night sky, a beam of fire flew from the sky and flew towards the booth. This beam of fire was none other than Iron Man, who had just installed a new type of reactor. Iron Man flew in front of Rhodes, adjusted his body, and landed steadily. Seeing the handsome Iron Man appear on the stage, the audience all stood up and cheered. Peter and Ned also cheered. When Noah saw this scene, he also felt a wonderful feeling in his heart. This was the first time he saw Iron Man in real life. We're in trouble. Tony walked over, put his arm around Rhodes' shoulder and waved to the audience. Rhodes thought Tony was here to cause trouble and tried to persuade Tony not to do anything, saying that he was only here on orders and didn't want to play along with the clown Hammer. Tony didn't respond to Rhodes' words, and then told him that he suspected Hammer was working with Ivan Vanko. Rhodes was a little surprised. He thought Ivan Vanko was dead. After all, there was news from the prison where Ivan Vanko was imprisoned that there was an explosion in the cell where he was imprisoned, and Ivan Vanko's body was also found. Where's Ivan? Tony walked up to Hammer and asked him where Ivan Vanko was. Of course Hammer didn't say anything. He pretended to be stupid and said he didn't know what the other person was talking about. Tony. At this moment, Rhodes found several red codes flashing on the display screen of his armor, and then the armor was out of his control. On the stage, the black and silver armor raised his hand and aimed the machine gun at Tony, and dozens of drones behind him also aimed at Tony. Rod? What are you doing? No, Tony, it wasn't me, let's go, the whole system has been hacked. Tony knew that it must be Ivan who was behind this, so he turned around, spitting out flames and took off directly into the air, trying to take these mechas outside to avoid accidentally hurting civilians. The war machines and all the drones shot at Iron Man, and bullets poured out, shattering the glass on the ceiling, scaring the civilians below to start fleeing. War Machine flew out after Iron Man, and a row of Air Force drones also took off, locking onto Iron Man and continuously attacking him. What happened? Peter yelled, almost getting hit by falling glass. No matter what happened, let's find a safe place first. Noah said. He knew that the plot had already begun, and he wanted to see if the mission had been refreshed, but he had to find a safe place first for these two guys to hide. Let's go over there. Noah led the two into a building. This place was relatively safe. The two hurriedly followed Noah. There were many people hiding in the building. After arriving here, Noah finally had a chance to take a look at the mission. After clicking on the task panel, I found that the task was refreshed. B-level mission, destroy the drone and whip Ivan Vanko. Note, destroying the drone can increase the settlement reward. Hey? Is there a mechanism to increase the mission rewards? Yes, there is a new feature. Noah saw the mission introduction and was surprised to find that there was a new mechanism to increase the mission rewards. He then accepted the mission and secretly left the shelter without attracting anyone's attention, including Peter and the others. Ned, where is Noah? I don't know, maybe he went to the bathroom. Noah was in an empty toilet. He pressed the transformation button on his waist and transformed into a mask. No, he put on the project armor, took out the Project Yasuo plasma knife, hung it on his belt, and then disappeared. The exhibition was in chaos at this time, because Ivan had activated the automatic attack mode of all the drones. Those drones that had not yet taken off automatically moved down from the booths and prepared to go outside to lock onto Iron Man. There were still many people on the scene who had not evacuated to a safe place. When they saw the drones start to move, they thought they were going to start attacking them and screamed. After the Navy drone walked out of the exhibition hall entrance, Iron Man flew by in the sky, followed by a bunch of Air Force drones. The Navy drone fired missiles on its shoulders and attacked Iron Man. Others walked out from the side, and some drones also began to attack humans. An Army drone looked at the crowd in front of it, extended its machine gun, and prepared to start shooting. Some people in the fleeing crowd also saw it and screamed. Just when they thought they were about to be shot, there was a flash of orange light, a knife mark appeared on the drone, and then the upper body slid to the ground like cheese being cut by a hot knife. Behind the drone that was split in half, a figure stood with a knife in his hand. The people around stopped and looked at this figure. It was Noah wearing the project armor. Is this Iron Man? No, it doesn't look like it. So hot. I think I've seen him on the internet. He seemed to be some kind of hurricane. Swordsman Gale. Yet. The people around seemed to have forgotten that they were running away and stopped to look at the new character. Some people even recognized Noah. When she saved her classmate before, she took a video of Noah and uploaded it to the internet. However, the popularity was not very high. People just thought it was a cosplay enthusiast who was cosplaying Iron Man and it was all special effects. However, some people here had also seen the video and recognized Noah. Noah looked at these people. It is human nature to love to watch the fun, especially the people from America. It is so dangerous, yet they still want to watch the fun, right? Noah rushed towards another drone on the field and slashed it with his knife. The drone was easily cut in half as if it were made of paper. The wreckage fell to the ground, emitting electricity. The crowd on the field cheered as they watched this scene. Get out of here quickly and move forward. Looking at these powerful people, Noah shouted at them to evacuate. While shouting, he stretched out his arm, and the armor changed. Several Hextech missiles were fired, and several drones in front were directly hit, and then exploded. When Noah fired the missile, he asked Lysandra to temporarily adjust the power of the missile, otherwise the explosion range would definitely injure civilians by mistake. The people on the field heard Noah's words and realized that they were still in this dangerous place, so they ran out quickly. Seeing the crowd leaving, Noah also began to harvest the drones on the field. The materials of these drones were not as hard as the ones used by Iron Man, so Noah harvested them like cutting melons and vegetables. The people who were running away on the field also discovered this figure wearing high-tech armor, attacking those crazy drones. In the building where Peter and the others were hiding, the two men who had been searching for Noah in vain reunited. They had just searched the toilet in the room but still couldn't find Noah. Where did Noah go? Peter wondered. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the closed door. First there was a sound of smashing, and the door was shaking. Then, there was a sound of machine gun fire, and the noise caused screams from the crowd in the room. A drone discovered this place and started shooting at the gate with the machine gun on its arm. Bullets spurted out and cut the gate. The people inside the gate began to panic, and Peter and Ned were also very nervous. With a bang, the door fell to the ground. The drone was about to break into the shelter and attack the humans. Just as the machine gun on its back was raised, a sword wind came down from high above and smashed the drone to pieces on the spot. Some people in the venue heard the noise and thought that a drone had started attacking. They screamed and thought they were going to hell. But after screaming for a while, they found that they seemed to be fine. They opened their eyes and looked towards the door. The drone had become a pile of debris. What happened? Many people began to approach the door, wanting to see what was happening outside. Peter and Ned were the first to approach, lying at the door and slowly looking outside.